McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us, yes.
All right, people.
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
It was
Late.
in 2015.
Okay.
Let me know if the
July.
audio levels are
And
good between me
Please
and
describe,
what we're
if
listening
you
to
can,
here.
what transpired during
How
this
are the
trip.
audio levels?
Well,
I've been taking notes while I was driving my wife to work and stuck in traffic.
Trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny
2
wanted
minutes
to start
late.
drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne.
Stop that.
And
Okay.
when
Let's see this.
when he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon.
Good.
I was
Good. She's a bit loud.
Because I know a pattern.
Good. So hold on 1 second. I'm going to change this.
To accept that we had gone back.
Let me go back here. If she's a bit loud, I'm just going to go to this one. Looked good.
Johnny and I got in an argument.
Okay, how is this now? Is she gonna be too quiet on this?
Loud, meaning wanting him.
Let me just see what the chat says. Trial audio seems to be peaking. Echo. Okay.
And being okay with it.
This is better.
And an argument.
This is better. Chat better. Good. I can. Let me see if I can tinker with the audio here. Edit name.
Johnny
no. Settings.
Slapped me across the face and held me up by the.
Duct tape works too low. Crank it up, Viva.
Wall of the car.
I think we're gonna have to go back to the law and crime.
Narrow sleeper car.
Let's do this here. Okay, we'll get
held
this.
Me up by
I'm gonna lower the law.
Got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the car.
Too low for Amber.
It was a small.
This is better.
Sleeper car. And there were two
Chat,
beds
let's
on
see.
each side. He had me up
yes,
against
good.
the wall.
No, not
on
good.
The floor in between the beds.
To turn down the sound.
The bed, kind
good
of
morning.
half kneeling,
and let me hold on.
half
Let me expand.
standing, trying
better. Good.
to
Okay.
get his arms off my
and
neck.
I'm going to go here.
And
I'm going
he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time, and every time
not
he
good.
kind of would
good.
pull me away
Full
from
pick, please.
the side
Done.
of the car, he'd
and we've got
slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms
better. Level good, quality
neck.
Poor. Doesn't matter. We're gonna have to live with this.
Thinking that
anyone notice when she was talking about not knowing which version of Johnny she would be dealing with?
I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it.
She didn't know which version of Johnny she was going to be dealing with. Seems to be describing herself. If you don't believe her, if you believe her,
on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck. I remember.
Oh, here we go. We're back to I remember.
At one point, he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he
angle the mic away from the computer. Oh, hold on. No, we'll do this.
And wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up. The next morning, actually, I woke up with it still around my neck and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
How is this?
Keep a diary.
How's this for echo? Is it better now?
Yes, I did.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 461?
Is the echoes gone now, people? I think it should be. By the way, she's on again.
Objection here.
Describing.
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to admit it into evidence.
Good.
Point.
It's okay. Okay, good. I hate headphones, but oh God, we'll do it.
Anything do you recall about
still echo
recording what transpired on that train?
Objection, hearsay.
The echo might be coming from the feed.
Whether she did, I'm not asking.
Okay, let's just we're gonna figure it out, people. We're gonna go back to. My dog stepped on a bee. Yo, Amber, take the mic.
In July of 2015, and
wait.
Depp.
We're leaving it here. We're leaving it here, people.
It's a recording.
And I'll lower my audio if I need to.
I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4.
No echo, and the audio is good.
I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. There's nobody else.
It's plaintiffs. What number was it?
It's plaintiffs. It's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to
Okay.
390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're going to leave it here, people. This is good.
May we approach?
Okay.
So, by the way, she's back on while we have a sidebar here. I think the barrel sound was actually Law and Crime because I think they're doing something to enhance the court audio, if I had to suspect, which makes it sound like it's being amplified and rung through a barrel. What do you want? Yeah, okay. Rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Happy Monday, Viva, save
Any
Canada.
objection then?
No objection.
All right, 390A in evidence.
She's back on describing some of the most egregious alleged violence ever. And the evidence that she has for the cuts on her arms and feet is a picture of her on a red carpet. No pictures of the injury, no pictures of the scars in a medical or other setting, an incidental picture where you can see things on her arm.
Please stop. Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school teacher. Shut the fuck up. Listen to me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
What were you discussing in that call?
The thing to bear in mind is the evidence that she's submitting to substantiate her claims
whether or not
and what she does not
it was
submit
all right,
to substantiate those claims.
to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey,
I think
agreed.
you get secret recordings of anybody on their worst day.
Let's go
I think
to
most people would
August
probably be worse than Johnny right
2015.
there.
Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a
Hold
very
on,
difficult time.
was he reading
following
lines from a
the
movie? That would
brief
be
honeymoon we
ironic.
had. Johnny's use continued. Well, it started again.
It's not
is a
Team
better way to
Johnny, it's
describe
Team
it.
Evidence, people.
And lo and behold, so did our disagreement.
She just testified that she passed out after he strangled her with a
Not
towel.
coincidentally.
And there's no pictures, no medical
I
reports,
got an offer
no
to do
doctor's
a
visits,
job,
nothing.
which was already a problem or problematic. I was considering working on a
Baba
TV
Yaga, we
series
spent 2.25 hours
that
last night talking
had
about
James Franco
other
in it.
stuff. There's time in the
I
day.
was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. So
Okay. And so I was considering taking that job. And
No evidence.
There was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down. But obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another
Just
film
the
I had coming
dog stepped
out
on a
that I
bee
had
face
previously
again.
shot. It's called London Fields.
Good. We're going to leave it here,
It
people.
was
Awesome.
a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it.
No live stream of Ghislaine Maxwell. You know who else starts their trial today?
Actually film the
Sussman.
scene he was speaking of.
No live
He
streaming that
demanded
either.
That we watched a screener of it, which is like a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny Chateau in France. It's in
How
a
can
remote
anyone
part of
believe either of
France.
them? Some have
And
submitted
once
evidence,
again,
like
we're in this
poop on a
remote
bed,
place,
and others have
when we're
alleged the most
screening this
egregious
film that I
violence
appeared
and show
in,
3
and there was
pictures
a
of Johnny
scene,
Depp
a
bruising
sex
and
scene
one
in
picture
that movie,
apparently of bruises.
that started before.
It's evidence. It's not a question of who you believe. It's what they submit
Johnny
to
freaked
substantiate
out,
their claims.
because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already
Incredibly
is
jealous.
upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He's irate and
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Can we?
Liar, whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker.
Johnny submitted the evidence. It's photographic evidence.
Hell,
and the defense apparently is that it was dog poop, not human
Objection,
poop.
hearsay.
Overruled.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw.
No pictures? Any video? Any recordings of this? You had a recording of him swearing at you?
Or through. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture. I later thought I had a concussion.
Furniture. Thought I had a concussion. Didn't go to a doctor.
I had sustained a concussion. And that's
any evidence of that, Mike Corleone?
Yep. Now, did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder on Mr. Depp's computer?
Objection leading.
Yes.
What was it labeled?
It was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said "No fun for JD" in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
Not really.
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where it zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage. Anytime I moved.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm sorry, but also, how did she access a file on his computer?
Sustain as to what she believes it was.
Okay. What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp
leading, but doesn't matter,
said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me how I got any of those scars.
Did you tell him? Were you into self-harm
Did you
potentially at
ever
some point in your life?
witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Oh, see, now they just got to the self.
Often. He did that
This is
often.
confession. I'm telling you, she's accusing him of doing what she's
I
done.
first started.
Oh my goodness! And anybody who's seen evidence of
I
self-harm,
first started.
you
Can't
might
tell
be
you
able
what
to
I told my
recognize it, or you might
therapist,
think it
but,
looks like that.
I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe.
Also, if broken glass
because
cuts
I thought
that
he
long
had
and
done
that deep,
himself an
you get
injury.
stitches.
He often, in fights, would cut his arms or hold a knife to his chest or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending.
Barnes is coming towards 11 o'clock.
He also put cigarettes out on himself. He'd flick them at me and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me.
You have any video recording of this? Pictures?
At my face as he.
Yeah. You didn't think to record surreptitiously those incidents. You got him sleeping, dozing
Now,
off.
I'm going to take you to September 15, 2015. And Michelle, if we can bring up Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording and it's 5:54.
This is not to get into
7:
my own personal life
5:5.
experience. I have direct experience with
Like the movie
individuals
Vision.
20 some odd years ago who were involved in self-harm and where they cut
No
themselves and
objection.
tried spelling their names on the inside of their arms. And those are generally speaking superficial and they leave scars. And we'll hear what they're saying here. This is
But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth.
she's recording this, but she's not recording the times when he does what she just said he did.
Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
Well, your truth is really interesting too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the
All right.
first
Give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine,
noticed.
please, so I can go downstairs.
Okay.
So she listen to how she talks, knowing that she's recording.
Not escaping. I'll be back in 15
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well,
Listen to what she's saying. She's trying to create a self-serving record right now that she knows she's recording.
Passed out naked in the bathroom.
Ah, here you go. Here you go.
There.
Did you put me out?
I tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
How did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door, waking you up every 15 minutes, and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you afraid I was gonna die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Look at this. This I tell you, when people record things and they think they're proving a point, oftentimes they prove the exact opposite point.
Sleep, even though-
Yep, deceitful
Oh,
and antagonizing, and he's not responding the way she probably wants him to respond. He sounds terrible in this response.
Andy, you're so good.
Violent singing.
I hope so.
What, you don't vomit a lot? Or you
Oh, look, what, you don't vomit a lot? Now let me just try to get you. Let me just try to needle you a little more, knowing that I'm recording this.
drugs? Nice one, you tried.
Oh yeah, so Runkle of the Bailey, Ian Runkle, and the DUI guy, they were waiting in line to get in trial. Did they get in? Because I was following it on Twitter last night.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was.
Please
in
explain
this
the issues.
particular
I was trying to
tape
get him to
recording.
react and trying to get him to say something that he didn't say.
Johnny at the time was
Out of his
wanting
mind.
to go
clearly.
and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days.
Days,
to
and he
sit
came
there
back
on
and
a
did terrible
bender,
things to me,
get
but I don't
really
have any
sick.
of that evidence. All that I have is me trying to
You know the
antagonize him
drill.
when he
I
wants
know,
to go
I've
drink
heard
for
enough
15 minutes.
from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this.
So regularly,
stage.
I don't
He's
have any
obviously
pictures of that.
drinking again.
Do you have any
I've given
pictures
up
of Johnny with
fighting with
vomit
him
on the
that-
floor
that
unconscious,
stage.
Amber?
And what I have
Law
been
and
doing
lumber as well.
is, turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's
They're all in
very
court.
common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood.
Yeah.
So
Is there one
the
picture
advice
of
I
Johnny
got
Depp
was
unconscious
to
with a
turn him
puddle
to
of
his
vomit
side,
around
put
his
a pillow
face,
underneath his back,
asking for
and
an
turn
attorney
his-
who's going to get
his
to
head
cross-examine
so that
you?
he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical.
Mhm.
And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking.
Of course, I never took a picture of it.
Sometimes that happened behind the bathroom
Ready to
doors.
call 911 if
Well,
she
and
heard
that's
him
gonna
choking.
take me
You
to
don't
September
typically hear people
27,
choking also, by the way. Just
2015. Again, Depp,
throwing that out there.
plaintiff's exhibit 356A, and the recording is 3107 to
Well, we don't even know that those pictures
32:30.
that she had were of him
With the
unconscious.
admission, Your Honor.
Could have just been sleeping.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
I was
All
waiting
right.
to hear him vomit. By the way,
356A in
there's
evidence.
an old
Thank you.
expression, like for anybody who knows first aid, that when people
Why?
You
drown,
punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and you,
You
hit me
figured
in
it
the face,
out.
and you said, "No, fucking, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie, and then
I
I
didn't
said,
punch you,
and
by
then
the
I-
way.
self-serving,
I'm sorry that I
self-serving. She's recording this.
hit
punched me.
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Does she
Don't
think?
tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You
fist.
get punched.
Does she think this is good for
I'm
her?
sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't.
I don't know
deck
what
me.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you.
Wow.
I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Wow.
That's the difference.
You-
between
This
me
is
and
this
you.
is her
You're a
evidence of
fucking baby.
Johnny's abuse of her.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights.
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up,
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
so I had to get the
because-
fuck
They-
out of there.
Yes. you
D-
did.
d-
So
I'm
you
sorry.
took the
Is this
right
Johnny's
to the
recording or is
baby
this
thing.
her
You know
recording?
what? You are admirable. Every single time.
I didn't repeatedly strike you with a closed fist. You've had worse. Imagine telling someone that you just hit. You've had worse. That's something that an abuser tells you.
Amber, please explain to the jury
What
what's
were you thinking by
transpiring in
submitting
that
this
audio
evidence?
recording,
Sorry.
what that's about.
Well, there's There's two different situations that were referenced.
One involved
in
me
this
beating
fight.
him.
Two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door.
Oh yeah.
The first of
Altercations.
which we
She was
first
hitting
are
him.
talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him. I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity. The disparity between Johnny and I in our
Yeah, in
physical
that
fights,
you hit
the
him, and
disparity
apparently
of
he didn't hit you
how
back,
he
even in that context
proactively
where you're
punched
admitting
me.
having hit him. That's
And
exactly
I
how all
would
violent
have
abusers
to resort
respond to getting hit.
reactively hitting him.
Oh,
I am
reactively.
talking about the difference between a punch,
Oh, yeah.
which Johnny did often,
All the time.
and
Just
me
don't have any
having to
pictures
hit
of
him
evidence.
in my
Yeah.
defense.
In her defense.
I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two. Even if he wasn't
Thanks for
myself,
clarifying
they're
to the
very
court,
different,
Amber.
and that's what I'm pointing
When
out.
I hit him, it wasn't violent
The
abuse.
situation
And when
that
I said he hit me,
involved,
even though I have no
context of
evidence,
that
it
is-
was.
It happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a
my
door, our bedroom
goodness.
door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind
Because
this
it was-
door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door.
So
using
much
his
so that she
body
went and
and his
recorded the
limbs to try to bust
conversation
through the
in
door
which
as
she
I was
admitted
trying to keep
to
it
hitting him.
closed, because
'Cause
I
he's
knew
so
what
out
he
of
would
his
do to me
mind.
when he got to me on the other side.
It's not. This is not helping
And
her.
I was
This
hitting
is
his
this is
arms,
disastrous.
His arms, his body, as he was trying to prevent me from closing the door. And that is a separate incident.
She's gonna
that we
cry.
later
She's got to
talk
cry
about
now because there's
in
only
the
one way to
second
get
half
out of
that
this.
recording where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door.
Let's see. She's
and
got
it
to
was one of
cry
those
because
ones
there's
that
no
he
way
was
to get out of
passing
what she
in,
just put into
and I
evidence
could
here.
hear him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed doors passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard
A
glass
thud,
break.
a lot of commotion. Thought he passed
I
out.
hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time.
Cry.
Johnny
She's gonna have to cry.
violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door,
Angrily.
swinging at me.
Swinging.
I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain. And also
Pictures of your toes?
Awareness, the
Pictures of
knowledge
the
that he was
skin
coming for me.
getting pushed back. Oh god,
Johnny
that would hurt.
later,
Ooh, I just kicked the
denied.
dog, sorry.
Well, later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, I wasn't even going to hit you.
Got
And,
MTO. What is GOT MTO?
That was the
Get
that was the
out
second
the
door.
mother.
I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to
This
say
is
to him
outrageous, people.
is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain. I was scared, and I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, and I won't react, thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
Thank you.
It's
So I'm going to play another clip
outrageous.
from that
She
same
just put into evidence
discussion.
her
We're
admitting
gonna be playing
to having
exhibit
repeatedly hit Johnny in the face
356B
as
call
evidence
that, and it
of
would be
Johnny hitting her in the face. It's almost like
1:29,
accuse your adversaries of
27
doing what you're
to
doing so as to create confusion, which is not
1:30.
rules for Radical Solinsky. It's Joseph
Any
Goebbels,
objection?
for anybody who's
objection, Your Honor.
interested.
All right, 356B in evidence.
Yeah, and by the way,
Thank you, Your Honor.
so story time. I once had my, remind me about my thumb in the hinge of a door. It was very painful.
I can't promise you I won't get physical again.
I can't promise you I won't get physical again. And he's the abuser.
I can fucking promise you I'm,
Remember when she said that Johnny Depp promised he would change? He won't ever do it again. And yeah, he turned into dark Johnny. She just said that about herself.
Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
I can't promise.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
Well, I was apologizing for having beaten Johnny.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to.
Ironic, because she's taking no responsibility for anything.
in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to,
I
and somebody
can't
will
promise
not
you I
and
won't get
cannot
physical
take any
again.
accountability for
Totally the
anything
words
we
of an
do in
abuser.
a fight, as
Screenshot,
Johnny couldn't
clip.
and
I'm
wouldn't.
putting this to the Twitter world.
I took on as much as I could for
I
myself.
can't promise you I won't get
You
physical
know,
again. And
I
she's
had the
accusing
whole
him of
relationship
violence.
been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between. Blamed for walking away, blamed for staying. And I blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it. Blame myself for staying. Blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame. Feels easier. It
Feels easier to take the blame.
for
She's saying I
something
took
than to
responsibility
accept
by
the
pretending to take
senseless nature of
responsibility.
the
So I'm the
violence you can't
victim
change.
for taking responsibility
There's
for
it's
admitting
almost
to
more
having abused him.
reassuring to take accountability
Wow.
for it than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change no matter what you do, no matter what I
Oh,
did.
here we go. Here we go. No matter what she did,
No matter
I
what
couldn't
did,
stop
still
hitting
hit
him.
me.
I promised not to do it again, but I just had to go do it again.
October 5.
Because he made me do it.
2015, and you're on
And she's
plaintiff's
calling him
exhibit,
the
Depp's
abuser.
Exhibit 393A.
Let's hear what else we got.
Another recording, 2:40 to 3:43. Move the admission.
No objection.
All right, 393A.
She is the
plaintiff's
classical abuser. I'll try. I can't promise not to get.
Johnny, they don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. The tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to yet again this happening.
She's blaming him for having abused him.
The tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation,
She's blaming him for thinking that he's a
whatever,
victim.
of telling your friends
This is
or whatever
gaslighting,
they
like the
think-
definition of
whatever they
gaslighting.
Think about me or whatever. Fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you a
and none
question.
of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually
that's
seen.
not- that's-
Oh, I think they've seen
Have
it,
they been
Amber.
in the hallway? Yeah.
they've
Have
heard
they
it.
seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
This is
Because
the definition of
you-
gaslighting people.
Great,
And I believe it
he-
even
hold on,
follows
wait a
the
minute.
plot
He
of the
is
movie,
not
which I
been there.
haven't
No
seen.
one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse like this. They know they work for you or they're your
Using it
friends.
as an excuse for what? Stop using my abuse of you as an
Just explain to the
excuse
jury
for what?
What you were discussing in that conversation.
I was explaining why I had struck
Johnny would
Johnny
often
in the
use
past.
the fact that his, paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights, and that he would constantly threaten to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong.
My
that it's all
hitting
me,
him
and
was
he would do that
problematic?
in
Oh, they never saw you hit me,
almost
Johnny.
all of our fights.
They only saw
especially
me hit you.
By 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up, so that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong, and that was, what I had to agree to over and over again.
That's
just
what I
even
had to agree
hope
to
that we could have
in a
conversation
recording
at
that
some
I
point in a more
initiated,
therapeutic sense,
unsolicited,
so we could move the
that I tried to
conversation
frame
along.
that way. That's what I had to agree to.
That was his MO,
Yep.
if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015.
The redirect
Could you
is
please just
going
tell the
to
jury,
be
and we'll go through
pure
this
destruction.
relatively briefly,
Ingsoc,
but
please
tell the
stop
jury about
chatting.
Thanksgiving
I don't know what it
and,
says. I
and
want
the
to.
altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Viva?
Thanksgiving
Please take a look at that.
2015, we had friends.
I'm not sure that I agree that they're as bad as
Johnny
each other.
had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain.
Well, what? Sorry. What
How
else
do
would
you
they be
know
doing
that
with
he was
Marilyn
disappearing
Manson?
with
Come
Mr.
on.
Manson with coke?
I'm joking,
It-
Marilyn.
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. And he was
Objection calls for
disappearing every
speculation.
day.
Calls for fantastical imaginings.
So
Please continue with the
he
rest of
got
the
up
story.
for a longer period of time.
What's up, Selena?
Not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him.
So she's, oh
It
my
was
goodness,
incumbent,
she's always the
you know,
hero.
on me.
Anybody
because it
who has
affected
had a
my
bad
safety,
client
dealing with
with
somebody who's
personality
really high,
disorder can
dealing
see
with Johnny
all of
high on
these
coke and
telltale signs.
speed, meaning
She's
Adderall
always the
or
victim.
some version of
She's
that.
always going out of her
It's
way to
different
be the
from
best.
opiate Johnny, which is different from
Nobody ever
booze
understands
Johnny
her.
or a
Everybody's
different
always against
combination.
her.
And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it from
Objection, Your
somebody.
Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. You want to ask?
So I was,
The judge does not
so
like her.
I
There's no
wanted to
question.
know what I was dealing with. It was important to my
I wanted to
safety
know. Yep.
who I-
Objection.
Excuse me, Mr.
Non-responsive.
Manson, are you guys doing
Right,
cocaine?
that's
Because
why
I need to know
followed
how to
up
respond to Johnny.
to
All
the-
right,
Your
so,
Honor.
so what did you
I'll
do
se-
next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do next?
I went upstairs to the apartment.
Random
main
details-
apartment, not the
random
apartment
details
that we
coming
were
now.
Celebrating Thanksgiving in,
There we go.
to try to figure out what was going on.
Mhm.
And
My dog stepped on a
we
bee.
had an argument. It took
Sorry.
place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went.
I
up the stairs ahead
said
of
something
him,
to provoke
to get
Johnny.
back to the party.
Can we just?
He grabbed me at the
this-
top of the stairs.
too much to
and
clip
through
here.
the stairs, actually, by my shirt.
It's not. It's not
kinda
that slow moving of a train wreck.
Flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered, and I kind of retreated into the bedroom.
Oh my! Well,
Johnny
did you throw
came
it,
in after
Amber?
me,
Is it
and
possibly?
there was
Did you
this,
throw the
heavy,
glass?
like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter and hurled it at my head, my face. It missed, thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind
I
me. in the
bet you
bedroom
she's got a
wall,
picture of this.
above the bed. I
bet you she got a picture of
I
this
got,
broken. He
past him. I think there might have been a
She's
bit of
all
shoving. I
done.
can't really recall and the sequence of when that happened, but
Mhm.
I wanted to go back downstairs. And
She probably thinks, as a
I
true personality
closet,
disorder,
I
that she's
changed my
actually
shirt.
convincing people right now.
And
if anyone doesn't believe her, she's
I
the
went back
victim yet again.
downstairs to the party to finish the evening out. And
God,
put
I
on
could not be in Johnny's
a
shoes to listen to
face,
this.
and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
So we talked about December 15.
Oh, she doesn't even have a
2015
picture of
last
the broken
Thursday,
glass. Okay.
And also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did
Where was
miss
it?
one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 518?
Is it the glass? Is it wine
Does that
on the artwork?
accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
No objection.
All right, 518 defendants in evidence you can publish.
By the way, no
This is
pictures
from
of
December
contemporaneous
14.
cuts on her
Could
hands.
you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Yes, it's a picture of my bruised temple. And Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down, and I was punching my head. I'm repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you. Now, we went through the Bahamas before, and you returned from the Bahamas sometime late December, early January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January, February of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you and Johnny in this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents?
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for
Yeah.
speculation.
Okay.
How do you know that?
I
I
thought.
was there. They fired him.
Objection
hold
calls
of
for
him.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was
Yeah.
just falling apart.
Here's
That's
a
what it
little
looked like.
more
Objection calls for
projection. Yeah.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health.
You're having so much trouble
Objection, Your Honor.
getting
Calls for
a,
speculation.
Say
getting a
what you
question
observed.
to your
I'll
client.
sustain the objection as to leading.
Yeah.
Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
He-
I'll sustain the
Please,
objection.
please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that
Please,
led you
help
to
me.
believe he was
Help me.
hallucinating.
Objection leading.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe
Your Honor,
he was hallucinating?
Can you please tell me how to ask this
Sustained.
question?
Sustained.
Please describe what Mr. Depp
This
was
is painful. This is
in
painful.
January of 2000.
And I don't feel bad for Elaine, as in she's not doing a bad job.
He was talking to people who weren't
Her
there.
witness is not getting out
Meaning
what she
people
knows
who
that
were
they
not in the
prepped
room. He
before.
was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him.
This is not Elaine's fault
And he
because
would tell me
they've
I
prepped
Had
Amber.
a conversation with
She's
him that I
supposed
did
to
not
know her
have.
own
He would say
story.
I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on
Holy
somebody being in
cow.
the room behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen. He hallucinated right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate.
Don't tell the witness what to do, Elaine.
Your Honor.
Sorry,
objection.
that's called
Sustain the
that's
objection.
called
She
guiding the
testified
witness.
what she observed.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my god.
Please
I'm gonna
tell
go
the
drop
jury
a
what
super
you
chat in
observed.
Law and
Okay.
Crime chat and let them know that we're live. This is painful. Oh, they're sidebarring. So hold on. This is outrageous. You understand, like, for anybody who's not a lawyer, you might not ever have had this experience. You'll sit with a witness and you can prep them for 5 days, 10 days. You can think they know what they've got, like not what they've got to say, but you prep them. Here are the questions I'm going to ask. This is what's important to your story. Don't forget certain details. But there are some witnesses you will never be able to prep them properly, and they will always break down on the stand. She can't remember the details of her own story, and she's getting Elaine to try to prompt her to remember key details that this witness presumably experienced and is supposed to know to put out there.
From him that was erratic, irrational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now I'm going to take you.
Ask
up
her,
to the
were you on
beginning
drugs at this
of
time, by the way,
February of
Amber?
2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time, Johnny was, again, behaving in a way that was very scary. It was terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she can describe what she's.
I think you let the judge do her job, Elaine.
Observing?
Yes.
Please continue.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something. Some person in the room with me that had just walked out, or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that, even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had, or what belief he had, or what accusation he made of me in a new fight altogether. Sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me.
My
It was
goodness.
terrifying because I bore the brunt of it. And
Or you bore the brunt of it,
around
except that
the
you have one
night,
picture of what seems to be a
got-
bruise,
we were
despite
in
everything
this
you've said,
Caesar
and
compound
only
of
recordings
West
of
Hollywood,
Johnny
collection of
being
homes
pretty
that he
chill
has.
after you admit you just
And,
slapped him in the face
I got some
repeatedly.
cryptic texts from him
Oh yeah.
in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house. I believe I'd been across the street, and I slept on the couch. We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So I had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
All right, Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638. It's already admitted in evidence, Your Honor. And this is from February 10, 2016. And I'm going to ask you to play it.
Oh boy, oh, another recording. Let's just see what this does or does not show. By the way, now, just... Oh yeah, I've seen this part. Okay, here we go.
What happened?
Listen to the way she says, "What happened, Johnny? Please do something that's going to make you look bad." Look at that. Oh yeah, make sure it's recording.
What happened?
Maybe he stubbed his toe and he's kicking a wall because it hurt. The house is beautiful, by the way. I mean, I'm not into superficial stuff like that, but it looks like almost like something out of Lord of the Rings.
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
Oh, here we go. Needling and egging. Let's just see what...
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going.
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really?
This is. Does she not think? Does she think that this makes? This is abuse.
Didn't it? You were.
Oh my
smashing
good
shit.
God! She thinks this makes him look bad. This is almost as bad as what Jada Pinkett Smith did to Will Smith.
Why did you videotape this?
Because I wanted him to do something that he clearly wasn't doing.
Because I knew he wouldn't remember.
Objection calls for speculation.
No, I mean that's
Rather than what you knew.
that is a lot of
So
wine,
that
though.
just-
That's a lot of
why
wine.
you-
People should not be drinking that much
afraid.
wine in the morning. But this
It's
is not about
scary.
Johnny's drug addiction.
Scary.
Oh, there's
Scared.
that
They wouldn't remember.
grimace of
Objection
contempt.
calls for
Your
speculation.
Honor, I
I'll
think-
sustain the objection.
All right. So I'm going to now take you up to April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please
Radioactive
tell
girl,
the jury
she
what
never
happened
got
that
any
night
evidence,
with
despite all of the
respect
needling
to
when
the
she knew that
evidence
she was
against
recording. So, and by the way, you don't need
he-
Johnny's consent to take pictures of the injuries after they allegedly occur. You don't need Johnny's
At that
consent to
time,
go to a
we had
doctor when you think you have a
fitting that
concussion.
day or the day before, and
So,
he missed it, and
she's
he was
trying
kind
to
of
get
disappearing
something.
at that time.
It's clearly not evidence of
Black at
Johnny
night.
Depp physical abuse. Clearly,
Vaguely
despite her
saying
best
about
efforts.
Meetings, he had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days. I'm just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender makes
Calls for
it
speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2
Sustain.
days. Go ahead.
Okay.
And
That glass probably
I,
cost
had
$400.
My birthday was coming up, or on my
Maybe-
birthday,
maybe
I said,
200.
You gotta make it to my birthday party. We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter,
Overruled.
asserted. Thank you.
And he told me at some point.
What
that
was the
day
point of
that he
showing
had
that video? They
scheduled
moved
a
right past it.
business
I don't get it.
meeting
Because it makes
for
Johnny look
a
like
meeting,
he's
I think he said
unstable.
maybe,
You know, drinking it in the morning, breaking his own
7,
cabinets. So it gives the flavor
which is around
of
the time
a
my birthday was
unhinged individual, so that
planned for.
the
Might
other
be planned for
allegations
8
she's
p.m.
made, for which there's no evidence, can be more plausible. But the absence of evidence in this case is going to be determinant, not what little evidence she has that Johnny isn't
once my
on
party was
drugs
starting,
at some
wasn't
time.
there, text me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was delaying leaving because we were waiting for to give him an opportunity to show up
2:30 in the
before it
afternoon
was-
is still
before
too
we
early to be
left.
drinking.
And
What is a
he
narrative answer?
he let me know he was there.
Well, they're non-responsive. I mean, she's just going on and on. But that
You know, I
video
tried
proves
to,
nothing. It doesn't prove Johnny
without saying
Depp
what I
physical
said, I tried
abuse
to
on
give the
Amber.
impression that
It
I
might
wasn't
prove that
gonna get on
he
him about
gets
him
drunk
being or anything. I just
and
wanted him to be
and
there.
loses it on cabinets.
And,
Maybe that
we
makes for a
had,
propensity
a
of someone who would
toast.
abuse Amber. But
We,
there's
did
no
a celebratory
for all of
toast.
her video and all of her photographs, none of
And
actual
the guests
abuse on
left.
her, as certainly to the degree to
And,
which she
later
alleged.
that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said, it was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded.
Hold on a
what I
second.
was
Why
feeling,
won't she say what she said?
about my birthday and him having missed it. An argument.
I bet you
followed that.
127 hours was less painful than his relationship with Amber.
Got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went
here we go.
right through the canvas.
That probably pissed her off.
And
I lost it.
I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore. And the fight continued into the salon area, which is outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street that this window overlooked. In that moment, I went, oh no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk. And
I'm curious to know what,
because
because we haven't seen the jury.
Pulls me down, kind of. I hit the side of the desk.
Hit the side of the desk. By the way, that killed Joe Scarborough's intern.
With my body.
This is like the injury that she's describing is life-altering, traumatic. And to the person who said, it means something if you have an open mind. I came into this trial with a very, very open mind, almost inclined to prejudge Johnny Depp. I came in with a very open mind, almost biased against Johnny Depp.
When I came out, we had another.
With what she's describing as catastrophic bodily harm, bottles inserted into the body up until the pelvis bone, and
in this like broy
one picture of what arguably is a bruise on her head, and the photographs of Johnny Depp sleeping.
Held me down by the shoulders, down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes. He taught me, grabbed me by the pubic bone, area. And just as best I can describe it is he kind of just pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it, and he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough. I think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh? Are you so tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now? That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just, I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying to him, can we not fight like this?
I have a theory that I'm thinking about. What she's describing now could have been one of their sexual encounters,
really
which
in
retrospect, she now tries to twist into some horrific violent incident.
This.
I mean, I don't know what they were into intimately, but what she's describing is what, changed the tone, and it could be bedroom activity, but change the intent afterwards, and you can turn it into something that it wasn't at the time, hypothetically.
Hurt. And I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded.
What did he say?
He told me it's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone, and that no one would ever love me because all of this, pointing to my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me. My tits sag, no one would ever love me, and I better get used to waking up alone.
No, I mean that I could believe that he said that.
And he said this was all my fault and what I asked for, and he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, "Oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now?" And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday," and stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs.
Her entire defense to the defamation would have been exponentially stronger if she just stuck to alleged verbal abuse and say that qualifies as domestic violence.
Written on a piece of paper, as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
The next day, just skip it.
I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th
She's been prepped
birthday,
so hard to know when she's getting into hearsay that she's
I woke
objecting
up
to her own
my
answers.
best friend crawling in bed with me, and putting her arms around me.
Best friend.
And I remember wondering how she walked in, because there was a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass. And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny just,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I offered to prove the truth.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
And so we eventually got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dog.
Do we know who that friend is?
Left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember, as I am accustomed to doing, just trying to move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though it was impossible.
Let me stop you for a few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you at Coachella?
I would have objected to that
was,
question. But...
supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
Dags. Who are the Dags?
Johnny's dog at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them.
So they got a dog named Boo and
They're
Pistol.
two Yorkies, and
Boo the Pooh.
Raquel, my best friend's
and
dog,
Pistol.
which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems?
Oh my God, they're going to blame it on the
Objection,
dog.
leading and relevance.
Yeah. How big is Boo's?
Overruled.
Never mind. Can you believe this?
She
They're
had
going to blame it on the
eaten,
dog.
Johnny's weed when she was a puppy.
Sorry,
and
what?
Had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She
Oh,
was, we regularly
my
had to take her to the vet to try to figure out,
Goodness.
well, what was wrong with this dog.
Yeah,
we
because
met a
eating
dog
marijuana
who
causes
was quite
bowel
like this.
disorders for life.
So she had some control issues, hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers.
What does that have to do with bowel issues?
It was
ma'am?
customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened
#hashtag
in
boo
bed,
poo.
too. But
Okay, it's not
but
going to
yeah.
work, but
So what, if anything, did you
she's,
notice?
this is an outright
about
lie.
any
If she's
bathroom
testifying that this
issues
dog
in
had
your
bowel
bed before
issues,
you left for
they
Coachella?
better submit some evidence.
well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag.
She's just alleged that this dog has had
Coachella,
bowel
so
issues
that
for life. So presumably it's
They
dumped
didn't- so that Boo
elsewhere.
particularly didn't lose control of her bowel, or
Oh,
didn't go
okay.
to the bathroom
Okay.
on the floor. So you leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio.
That's
which
exactly
is
what you do with the
their
dog that has
designated
bowel issues. You leave them in the
bathroom break
bed.
area.
Let me tell you, we've got a paralyzed
What,
puggle
if any,
upstairs. She
plans
poops
were there?
everywhere.
How often did you?
We
have
got a special
housekeeping
sheet for her
at that
poop.
time at your house?
We walk around with
The
poop radar
housekeepers were there every morning.
to look for the nuggets of
Or they
poop
came
that are
every
spread
day,
out
as far
all
as
over
I
the
know.
place.
Now,
Well, Pudge
We'll
Pudge
get
poops
you
when
to
she sleeps because
Coachella,
she's
but
paralyzed in the back and it just slips
why
out.
did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection,
Ooh.
hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
Okay, no, now I might actually start blaming Elaine for the phrasing of these questions.
Did you?
She's trying to
commit
trigger
any kind of
Amber to
prank?
say what they know they need her to say.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
Poop in a bed?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what grown woman does.
Well,
I
quite clearly, grown
was
woman
not also
slaps
in a
their
pranking
their
mood.
boyfriend or husband.
My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life. It was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband. with whom
These
I
are
was
all reasons
desperately
for
in
which
love,
someone might actually
and
take a
knew I
dump in the
needed to
bed.
leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny. Period.
But it's not intended to be funny. It's intended to be
And
abuse.
what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr.
I
Depp
would
about
be.
him
They
coming
should
back
call me
to
in
the house
pro hack
the next
vice
day?
to cross-examine Amber
Johnny
on the
didn't
dog
come back
poo.
to that
I could
house.
do that.
That was my.
It's funny though.
he owned it.
She
That was
she
my
thinks
house
that
when-
the idea
when
of
we
pooping on the
were
bed.
having any sort of problem.
She's saying
In
that
fact, that
it
was my
wasn't
house
funny.
just
It's an
90%
act of
the time
violence
because he just
to
didn't
take a dump on someone's
come
bed.
back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, it was he would go and stay at his
Morning, Mike.
West Hollywood home, and I would stay in
Dude,
the downtown.
Can we
like
see a
this.
picture of the
He
dog,
wasn't
please?
going to come back to the
Objection calls for speculation.
We could also do some forensics and like do a little measurement of the diameter of the poop to see if it comes out of
Okay.
a little doggy.
All right. So
Oh, no,
let's
I
take
know.
you to
We see the poo.
Coachella.
Obi.
Who drove?
I drove.
Did they just move off the
And who
poop?
was in your vehicle?
I'm not done with the poop yet.
My sister, my
Yeah,
friends.
if
and
you have a
I
dog
believe
with
my best
with
friend
bowel
Raquel.
issues, you keep him in the bed until
Just
you
my-
take
my
him outside.
girlfriends, I-
No.
I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time.
This is the
Realized
woman who
very
wants to get
shortly after
her
what a
husband off
horrible
drugs.
idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
I just saw someone who said something that I wanted to
You're
bring
this-
up, and now I lost it.
This might be a good breaking.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay?
Let me see. There was a. Okay, no, it was not that question. Perhaps you should administer the lie detector test. No, hold on. Someone had said, "Oh, I can't." Here we go. Psychological abuse, psych abuse, not violence. Viva, stick with red pill. Violence is violence, nothing else. Oh, okay. Now I understand it. No, what I'm saying is that her best defense
We'll just come back then at 10:50.
would have been.
All right, 10:50. Thank you.
Her best defense, what did she say? 10:50. Let's see how real of 15 minutes this is. Her best defense would have been to equate verbal abuse with domestic violence, so as to say, so as not to have to make evidence of physical stuff that she can't make evidence of, and just to say, when I said that I was a victim of or a survivor of, it was because it was verbal abuse, which is a form of domestic violence. That would have been the best possible defense for her. Instead of coming out with these outlandish stories of physical abuse of the most, please stay tuned, of the most egregious nature. Oh, I can take these off. Oh, take them off. Instead of coming out with these allegations of the most egregious levels of physical violence, for which there has been, in my humble opinion, maybe 4% evidence adduced for. Well, we seem to have the bots in here. That's interesting. Yeah, it's. Hold on, let me just go. There are bots now. This is quite clear. It's interesting. They seem to. They all. That's very interesting. All right, people. So we've got some spam. Let's go ahead and try to take care of it. I guess it's a good sign. Her best defense would have been to argue that the verbal abuse is a form of domestic violence that that qualifies as domestic violence for the purposes of her op-ed. She didn't do that, and instead she came in almost to almost to try to teach Johnny the biggest of lessons. I'm going to come out and say stuff now that's even over the top compared to what I said back in the day. So that would have been the best strategy. This stuff is over the top. Time to hire a producer. Elaine. No, Elaine's the name of the lawyer. Oh, I feel terrible. I have to do it. I'm blocking the spam. This is I think we've now entered the realm of bona fide spam. And the concern is I'll have maybe we'll get what do we call them? Hold on. Have I done something? I can't seem to get this. What's going on with the chat? Okay, here we go. Boom. What did I just do here? New comments. Have I done something that... Hold on, people. I can't seem to see the chat anymore. Okay, chat looks fine on the stream. Why can't I see it on... Oh, I'm an idiot because I took off comments. Some destinations won't be able to learn more. Oh, cripe. Why can't I see the comments? People, I'm going to refresh. Stay here. I'm just going to refresh because I can't seem to see any of the comments. Oh, they're back. Okay, we're still here. No, it's not a boomer. That was I think I might have banned myself. Anyways, so that's it. But people, can we get to look, we're going to talk about the important stuff here. The dog poop. Oh, I from what I understand, these dogs are small. I'd like to know the diet of the dogs, because if the dogs are on a raw beef diet, their poops would never look like that poop in the first place. If they're eating that crappy stuff that's loaded with carbs and whatever, yeah, the poop is fluffy. But she's going to say now, on the one hand, that the dog did the poop. And by the way, listen to this pathological explanation. The dog had lifelong bowel issues because it ate marijuana when it was a puppy and then suffered gastro. That's very interesting. I believe I'm going to look into that. Lightgiver says, I never thought I would share this, but I was horrifically abused for 8 years by my first husband. Luckily, my second was wonderful. I remember things that happened, but not dates or times, nor can I remember every little detail. This is why, by the way, people say that this case is a distraction and yada, yada. For people who have been or are bona fide victims of domestic violence, this is not irrelevant to them. Because on the one hand, this is, if you don't believe Amber, this is a case of someone purporting to be a victim of the most serious stuff, and thus making it, on the one hand, more difficult for the general population to believe people when they come forward, and also makes it more difficult for bona fide victims to come forward. Other people go with the angle that, this is an important case because it highlights, what people think doesn't exist because of gender disparities, that women don't abuse men, therefore, there's no such thing as this type of domestic violence, because by and large, right now, it looks like there's some domestic violence here, concrete physical violence. I should distinguish that from verbal violence, because Johnny Depp certainly seems to have been verbally abusive at times. But there are people who say that, the domestic violence, it's more of a one-way street, and they don't believe male victims when they come forward. So it's I think, like, also just from a learning perspective, Elaine is teaching you how not to ask questions. Elaine is highlighting the risk that you could spend 2 months prepping a witness. You don't know what's going to happen when they get on stand, and they can just not be able to help themselves when they get on the stand. Amber, she's been prepped for certain things, and you can see the reflexes of her prep coming up, like, oh, I'm not allowed to say this. But then she has a story to tell, and she's quite clearly, based on the way her lawyers are trying to guide her through the leading questions, get to the details. But the poop, I'm a groomer and a dog nutritionist. That was not a Yorkie poop. I think all of us would probably agree with that. She's not believable, and there is no question that she's not believable. And it's not for blinders. Everybody knows this. I came in thinking that Johnny should not have filed this lawsuit, because I thought, quite honestly, I'm always honest, but bluntly, I thought, or maybe even to my own detriment, I thought there would be far more prejudicial evidence being adduced to Johnny's bad behavior. Like I thought there would be much more concrete evidence. Like Johnny Depp, I was having a discussion with someone who says, yeah, he's on drugs, he's an alcoholic, he might have clinical issues in terms of mental unwellness. If there's an individual who has mental unwellness issues, who's doing drugs, hard drugs, alcoholism, I would expect him to have a lot more dirt, a lot more evidence of over-the-top, objectively egregious, abusive conduct. So, and what do we have now? We have some recordings in which Johnny does not know that he's being recorded, which means that he would be at his most honest, and if he were in fact violent and abusive, at his most violent and abusive. You have that video evidence. And it's not, I'm telling you, I was expecting worse. You have photographic evidence of Johnny allegedly passed out. And then given the depth and depravity of the violence that Amber alleges to have been a victim of at the hands of Johnny. I mean, I don't even want to say it because it's let me see. We're already demonetized anyhow, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, this is gonna, let's remember what she testified to. Being pinned down and repeatedly struck. Struck to the head, dragged across broken glass by her hair, having a glass bottle inserted in her, is so violently and so viciously that, according to her testimony, she thought she was afraid it might have been broken up to the pelvis bone. This is her testimony. Bleeding from her lip that it gets on the wall, punched in the nose and she thought she had a broken nose and there was blood. Concussion. Everybody has to understand what a concussion is. A concussion is not like a loosey-goosey, I banged my head and it might be. A concussion is when you hit your head so vigorously that your brain hits against the inner lining of your skull past the cushion that's there and causes bruising or bleeding on your brain. That's what a concussion is. A concussion is potentially fatal because you might actually have internal bleeding on your brain that you don't know about until the blood starts pooling and the brain starts swelling, causing massive migraines, vomiting, blurred vision because of the pressure that the skull, which doesn't expand to fit an expanding brain, puts on the brain. All of this she's alleged. And what's her evidence of it? 3 pictures of Johnny dozing off, 1 picture of her allegedly with what appears to be very light bruising under her eyes, but the night of, she's on the James Corden show looking fantastic. And a picture of her on a red carpet, a picture taken by someone else, which shows scarring on her arms, which, if I'm not an expert, my initial reaction, that looks more like self-harm than the victims of the type of abuse that she's alleging. And, for all the makeup that she puts on, that she allegedly put on to look immaculate for James Corden, that she couldn't have put that on her arm if she wanted to cover that up. So anyways, that's it. It's not, it's interesting. Ingsoc is coming back with different accounts. I'm such an idiot. I thought it was a bona fide parody account because I thought it was parody. Anyhow, we've gone from Russian sex bots to China spam bots. Anyhow, so that's it. I mean, it's serious what she's alleged, and it's serious the lack of evidence that she has. But she did not go with what would have been the most plausible, the most sensible defense. She's gone with outlandish, over-the-top stories for which there is not only not an iota of evidence, her own evidence now makes evidence of the fact that she abused Johnny Depp. Her own evidence. I was abused emotionally by an ex-wife that was malicious, manipulative, and malicious. And I'm reliving it hearing Amber Heard and this case. I hope justice gets served. The issue might be that the jury might think Johnny Depp has done enough that, the truth is just as bad as the lie. That might be, the concern. If those are scars, she should still have them. I bet it's makeup. Well, or it's very superficial fresh cuts, which are pink, and then they ultimately do heal away and you don't see that many scars. Little known fact, if you don't pick at scabs, cuts tend not to leave scars. But if you want to have a nice scar, keep picking away at the scab. So, first before brain internal bleeding is ocular migraine. Well, so Mathieu Poulain, last Friday, an optometrist said I had an ocular migraine. I thought I was having. I thought I was having a stroke, or I thought something bad was happening. But I knew that I hadn't hit my head in any way that could have possibly caused a migraine, but I do sometimes do the eye rub, and according to some, eye rubbing can cause retinal detachment. So I was afraid it was either a stroke or a detached retina. So anyways, that's it. But no, it's an abject train wreck, this testimony. It's not getting any better. And so, by the way, let's discuss some strategy. When Barnes gets here, we'll go over this, because I think it was monumental, a gaffe for her. This is where I would say you prep the witness for as long as you want, but it's a monumental strategic gaffe by counsel to have called Amber on the stand on the Thursday, or was it Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, knowing that they were breaking as of they called her up Wednesday, knowing they were breaking as of Thursday for a week and a half. Look, Borg, the chat says, geez, Viva, either a stroke or a retinal detachment. When you're a raging hypochondriac, neurotic individual, it doesn't have to be logical. They just have to be thoughts that you have in your head. And you can acknowledge and recognize they're irrational, highly unlikely, and still have them. Oh, door jam story. Let's do the oh my God. So 2 stories. I knew a best friend whose father had one of those swinging balcony doors, the metal frame ones. And when it opens, they swing shut, and back in the day, they had those little pressure, not hydraulic, but like an air compressor thing to dampen the door. So it would go like, you go, and it would close shut. And the dad opened the door like this to go out onto a balcony and had his foot inside the house, but the door closed real quick. And that sharp metal corner got stuck in his heel. And, the metal went into the soft part of the heel as he was walking forward. And it was like a camming device in rock climbing, except the camming device was his ankle in a closing aluminum frame door. That leaves scars. That leaves, oh my God, that leaves injury. Ingsoc, man. But it's funny, like how many, it's different accounts. Just I'm trying to understand the strategic purpose for spamming that under the same type of account with the same name, the same avatar. Anyhow, so that's one traumatic story that I've lived vicariously through someone else as relates to doors closing on your foot. I came over to my parents' place one day, and the front door is on a hinge, as are most doors, and I had my thumb inside the door frame as I was getting my shoe on, and my mom didn't know and closed the door, and my thumb was in the hinge section, and I squealed in pain and then pulled my thumb out of it, like the way she described with her toes, and it got wedged in and it got dislocated as I pulled it out, and it clicked back in when I clicked it back in, and it skinned the skin off the thumb. If that had happened with her toes, the way she described it, when a door, the sharp, and we're going to get Law and Lumber to opine on this as well. You get the sharp 90 degree of the bottom of a door crushing your toes. It's going to skin them or cause some injury that you might think of taking a picture of if you actually sustained it. So, all of it just to say, none of it makes any sense. It's absolutely untenable evidence based on it's untenable testimony based on the evidence submitted. Oh boy, no, Ingsoc was not a city in 1984. It was the language. It was English socialism. Was the Ingsoc language, where they created a new language. Where they created a new language. For the purposes of the time. We're going to see the cross-examination. But anyways, what we were saying, the monumental strategic mistake is to have any witness, but let alone your own client, start testifying for 2 days to then be on pause for a week and a half. It's a monumental strategic mistake for, I think, at the very least 2 reasons. One of which is that when a witness is under oath, the lawyers are not allowed discussing the testimony of that witness with that witness. So if it's an incidental witness, someone who you're not going to have to see over the next week and a half, it makes no difference. Okay, fine. So they're under oath. You won't talk to them. And when they come back, you'll get them back on the stand and you'll finish up with their testimony. If it's someone who you could have, if you have a witness, Elaine, had you had a witness that you could have finished within the day or within a day and a half, so that you have no witness under oath. What's going on here? For the next week and a half, that's what you obviously should have done. Might have been strategic to even have a witness finish a little early. You can convince a judge to leave early on a Thursday, knowing you're off for a week and a half, instead of starting with a witness and getting 15 minutes in, to then have them on under oath for a week and a half. The fact that they did it with their client, the fact that the defense or Amber Heard's counsel, Elaine, did it with their own client, meaning for the next week and a half, if the lawyers and the client are behaving ethically and lawfully, and I understand these are the same rules in Virginia that they are in Quebec and Canada, you can't talk about the testimony with the witness, and it's your client. So it certainly leaves, it impedes the ordinary discourse between client and counsel when they can't normally, ethically, legally, lawfully talk about anything related to their testimony. Rakeda shows them on now, Viva. Let me see. Oh, no, I don't think they're back on yet. So that's reason number one why it was a monumental mistake, is they've crippled their ability to even, what am I looking for here? Window. They've crippled their ability or hampered their ability to even speak with their client. Oh, they're back now. They've hampered their ability to have a normal solicitor-client discourse with their client for a week and a half. I guarantee you, I don't want to say that anyone broke the rules of ethics or whatever. It is inconceivable to me that they did not discuss the substance of their testimony directly or indirectly, but whatever. That's one of the reasons. It's strategic, a massive mistake. The second reason why it's a massive mistake, you gave the internet and the aggregate knowledge of all of these people on all of these websites a week and a half to dissect Amber Heard's testimony so that they can get that information out there. And if Johnny Depp's attorneys are worth their weight in salt, which they are, and then some, they can go pick the internet now for crowdsourcing of information that they as a team probably would have never been able to do entirely on their own as exhaustively. So that's it. It was a massive mistake. There was no good reason to do it. Well, no, Cliff Bradley, Viva, talk about her casually dropping in these other incidents. I've been saying this from when we started with that, because I've just been interested in Amber's testimony because I knew it's going to be a train wreck. She glosses over the most salacious, the most damaging details of the alleged abuse, as opposed to harping on those and making evidence, if to the extent it ever existed, of those incidents. I mean, it's this is really, really quite interesting. From Russian sex bots to they're actually, our dear President Xi Jinping said. So what are they doing right now? It looks like they're having a sidebar. You should get Laura Southern to help you commentate. Well, Barnes is going to be here sooner than later. But no, if anybody thinks there's a good reason for which they should have started Amber Heard on the stand and why it's not a monumental mistake of the practice of law, I'm open for arguments. It's terrible, and if they have any evidence of I don't know how they get it, but if they my first question would obviously be, did you talk about your testimony with your attorneys over the last week and a half? A useless question, might destabilize a witness, but probably won't for the likes of Amber Heard. Okay, now, am I audioed out here, or what's she doing here? Standing up, okay. Oh, what's in that bottle? That one looks like pink liquid. Yeah, so I can't see how it's not anything but the dumbest move ever that they did this. And the internet has picked apart Amber Heard's testimony from the first 2 days compared to her testimony in the UK. What just happened here? Oh, maybe I can actually get some live time from Pepto. Let me see if I can't actually get some live commentating from Runkle. Ian and I are like this. Ian Runkle. Let me just go DM him. Any chance you can let me know what your impression of the jury is? ? See if Ian. Yeah. Look. Well, no. Look for. I just messaged Runkle, so I'm. We'll see if we can get. I don't know if they're going to be allowed. They're allowed having their phones on them, so maybe they can get out and. Maybe they can get out. Time is ticking. Tick tock, tick tock. And the best place for the breakdown, the humorous breakdowns. And are we hearing any audio, or is it just me? Okay, no, audio's there. TikTok, man. I don't like TikTok as a platform, but there's some real darn good comedy out there. Comedy gold. And I don't like the platform TikTok, but I like the format. I loved Vines. Vines were great. Thomas Sanders Vines, the best. Zach King, 1 Minute Magic, the best. I think we're back.
What contact did you have with Mr. Depp during the period from April 21 to May 21, 2016?
Did the audio get noticeably
I
lower?
had no physical contact with him.
Okay.
I don't think I can bring up the audio, people, but let me know if the audio seems like it was both abusive, but she tried to destroy his career. True, and it sounds like Johnny might have been verbally abusive, but not physically abusive. That may be a distinction without a difference to some, and I can appreciate that argument, at least when it comes to domestic violence or psychological abuse being, as in some ways more damaging in that it's less tangible. Oh, I just muted. Hold on 1 second, people. Did I do that? I did.
Invite
Well, I'm an idiot.
people in the public eye to be their, guest, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a
Okay,
celebrity
audio's
world,
back now.
and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window. Because
Kicking the dog under the chairs.
Team would respond to me, so I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had it's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I
Medical records would have been
I wasn't sure really
101 level
when he would
evidence.
show up, or if he would show up. No one would talk to me.
Thank you,
honest
Prairie.
team.
Prairie Farm
No
Girl.
one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet, or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself.
They can believe her so long as they say, I believe her despite a dearth
Ralph
of
Lauren's
evidence,
team,
not because of overwhelming
I
evidence.
sat next to an empty.
And
place
that's just a
setting
question of
with
judgment,
Johnny.
then it's a question of whose judgment you
They-
prefer.
They cleared as soon as we realized that he effectively stood me up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking, and he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. We, as I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of in the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice.
Sometimes
And
money
he sat
exacerbates
next to me.
problems.
Well,
It
not
doesn't
next to
solve
me.
them.
He sat kind of in a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46?
While you do that, I'm going to go look about the long-term medical issues that
And I'm gonna
consumption
ask
of
you to go
marijuana
to
in canines
page
can
30.
cause.
And I'm going to direct your attention to the entry for 5/11/2016, where it says, if I can see, Here we go. Let me see if I can do some reasonable highlighting here.
Okay, what's going on here, people?
Okay, it says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use. Do you see that?
Yeah, what does that
Yes, I
have to
do.
do?
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I don't recall even being in LA at that time.
Where were you?
I don't recall. I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay. Did you have a male high-profile client at your home in or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay. And did you use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music Festival.
Oh, I doubt you did it once, Amber.
I learned the hard way that was a terrible.
I can turn my volume down a little. Yeah, hold on.
While we are on these same notes,
I doubt she did it once. I say that without judgment, but I doubt she did it once.
Mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming.
I'll just move the mic further from my
States
face.
she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not. I felt awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home meaning at the hotel.
I've never. Well,
Okay.
I don't think
While
mushrooms
I'm
are
still on these notes,
a
let's
quick
go
thing.
to, while Aaron Filati was testifying, we recall
MDMA is that
12/21/2016
rave drug.
isn't
I think.
on here. You'd sent her pictures,
Mushrooms, I
correct?
don't think are.
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Mushrooms
Then
are
let's
not
go to
a 1-hour
5/26/2016.
experience. So
And it says, client reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity
oh,
she has received.
go on next
And
page.
then if we can jump that up.
Yeah,
Michelle,
please,
to
please,
the
please.
Next page, surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. You
Huh.
see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that
after
was
this.
the day after Aaron Filati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page. For the client history.
I'm not into these things, people. Okay, guys, this is not
When did
okay.
you provide a client history to Aaron Filati?
Never.
When did you first get assigned Aaron Filati?
I believe September of 2014.
Okay. Now it says here that client reports a history of substance
I think it's
abuse,
scientifically
including addiction to
impossible
cocaine
that
and
consuming
liquor.
marijuana can cause
When did
bowel
you
disorders
have
for life in a
history
canine.
of substance abuse, including addiction
Just
to
pure law.
cocaine
It
and
sounds
liquor?
too preposterous to
I
even be
did
conceivable.
not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Did you ever use cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19
Ooh,
years old.
I have.
Um,
I believe she's done it more than
Stopped
that.
using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner.
Any drugs
They
except for
addressed
MDMA
that,
and mushrooms?
and I'm glad for it.
I'm glad for it. Added
Then it
detail.
also
Added
says
detail like a
here
Jussie Smollett
that,
detail. Especially since we just know that she did MDMA and mushrooms at least once. And she admitted to doing it before. She admitted to being
client
high with Johnny
admits
on the
to
boat
history
or the
of
airplane, I think.
anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues,
Mhm.
and occasional insomnia. When have you
Insomnia
had
seems
an
out of
eating
place in
disorder?
that list,
I've
but
never
the
had an
rest
eating
seems very
disorder.
serious.
When have you been diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I
Pay attention
from
to
where I
this
stand
extra
now, I can
detail.
see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent,
Okay.
but I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle? Thank you. It has, per report from JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper, client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported to Ms. Filati?
No, this is the detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was going through. This is not me.
Okay. And at the time of the detox,
I'm going to set up a
was
live
Aunt
chat on
Filati
locals.
your
I'm an
nurse
idiot.
yet?
Thank you for
No,
the
I didn't know
suggestion.
her.
If there's not
She
already
wasn't
one
there.
set up.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take this down, Michelle.
So the purpose of
Now, I'm
that
gonna
testimony is that
take you to
that
May
in the report came
21,
from Johnny, not from her, apparently.
2016. And I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that evening in connection with Mr. Depp.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what.
Objection.
state he was
What's the
in.
word?
When I
Non-responsive.
spoke to him, he was saying what I can only just. He was going on about
It's coming.
scientists and DNA and
Objection. Non-responsive.
that he had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that and as soon as I heard about this feces, he thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had conferred about the DNA results with. Just thought he was out of his mind, and thought clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions
nothing
are
to do
better.
with the.
So
Objection
kind
calls
of-
for speculation.
You're
Nothing to do with the poop on the bed.
Truth of the matter. You're talking about what her,
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
please continue.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. We made a plan, Johnny and I, for him.
Yeah, I think
to come
live
over.
chat should
He
be
said
on
He really needed his
right
wife.
now on Viva Barnes Law.
He had lost his mother.
Locals.com.
and He missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think, obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. He wasn't
implying that he was trying to suggest he knew the poop was human
And then
poop
he
because of
starts talking
DNA?
about the feces again.
Okay,
in
here we
this
go.
Prank that he said one of my friends had left for him
Mhm.
in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's
Objection, hearsay.
Can we hear in the chat? Can we hear this, people? If the audio is good?
Go to the next thing. What did you do next?
Audio is good, yes or no?
called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having. And
Okay,
I thought,
good.
I'll hopefully
A delusion.
quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection,
maybe
Your Honor,
we can-
hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the
Overruled.
truth of it. Thank
Overruled.
you. Please continue.
So I thought
I lowered my mic a
get
little
my
bit.
friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen.
But if
We
they've
could
had a
move
dog
on
with a
and talk
chronic
about
problem, this would not be
the
the first
issues
time that it's happened
that we
in the
should be
years of
talking
the
about.
dog.
You know, our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I called that person. And that person is on speakerphone.
Oh, this
And
will
I
be
said-
really convincing. Did you dump in my bed?
I'll tell it right.
I'll tell it right,
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
right in front of Johnny.
Oh, right in front.
And what
Be
happened?
very
next?
convincing.
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
The matter is, Honor, it's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove that.
here. We're not here
no,
about whether IO.
I'll sustain
on
the
the bed.
objection. Next question.
Discussions you never thought you'd be having with the judge. I'm not trying to make evidence of
IO is
who
talking.
pooped on the
You
bed,
can't tell us what he said.
just what they said about the poop on the
Objection, Your
bed.
Honor.
Correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh, Elaine's getting frustrated. Yeah, if I just suffered a family tragedy, was having other issues, and now I know that someone or something pooped in my bed, you're damn right that's going to be
So-
a bit of an issue.
IO is talking. We can't say what he said. What is the next thing that happens on your end with Mr. Depp?
It just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone
Oh, let's see.
and started screaming at Io.
She had 2
we
years to make up
just
this
started
story.
screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," just screaming expletives, insulting names.
Have we ever seen one
and
piece of evidence in which he referred to her
telling
as a
Io that
derogatory
He can have me,
like
and,
a
fuck off.
lesbian word?
and
I've heard the
he's-
C word.
Screaming at him. It's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, down on the couch and heads upstairs.
Yeah,
I pick up the phone.
Does she have any written evidence of
and-
him calling her the D
and
word?
try to, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to
Oh, I think we
that's
just
why
heard
I
a
had
Runkle
called
cough in the
Io,
background.
to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
I
Objection,
was
Your
just
Honor, hearsay.
You're
Not-
right, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's to show what caused Mr. Depp to be
Caused.
set off and come back. I mean,
oh
it's not
testifying for the
offered to
witness.
prove the
That's a
truth
speaking
of what
objection if I
he's
think it's called
saying.
that in the states.
It's not hearsay.
No,
I'll overrule the objection.
Please tell us
DYKE
what Io said.
is
and
what she
then
said.
happened
Johnny
with
called
Mr.
her.
Depp.
He's called her the CUNT, but
Io
we have
said,
written
"Amber,
transcript of that.
Get out of
or
the
texts.
house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe.
You're not
Get
safe.
out of that house."
This is turned into Scream.
Io had been there after the cleanup or for the cleanup after December 15th, 2015 incident. And had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
All right.
I think she can provide the
That's, I'll
context.
sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
So
Blood
please-
out of the
please
pillowcases. Do you have any
continue.
photographs of that?
Johnny hears this when he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time. Lit into IO,
Lit
called
into
IO every imaginable horrible name that you can
Imagine.
say to a LGBTQIA person for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at IO. Some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, you know, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye.
There's that sigh again.
I put my head in my hands and immediately start crying. I said, "You hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me." And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to
Details.
react.
There's going to be some random detail
My
in here.
hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch. And I
It's
hadn't
amazing.
seen him for a month,
It
and
becomes
the last,
predictive.
You know, several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me, and I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah."
I'm now picturing her
And
saying this
he
to him,
just
like she's describing her
feels
own
like
behavior.
whacks me on top of my head, and just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, "Yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad
guarantee
I hurt
that
you
that's
this time.
something that she
What
said
if
to
I
him.
pull your hair back? What if I
In
pull
fact,
your hair
it is
back?"
basically what she said to him in that recording that we heard
And
before.
he
It
yanked
was
my
an
hair back.
open-handed
I'm trying
slap. It wasn't a
to
fist.
prevent
She's
him
literally
from
describing what we
landing
have
the blows to my
audio
face
of
and
her
trying
saying to Johnny.
prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me
Excuse
around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room.
Taunting. I want to go back and
hear
listen to
her.
that audio recording of
Johnny
her
hears
telling
it
Johnny,
too,
"You've
lets
had
go of
worse.
me and turns.
You've
and
had worse in your life." That's
Who your
taunting.
friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment. She came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and
No, we agree.
Raquel,
If it's
and
true,
Johnny
it's
both
abuse.
ran up to me.
And now all that she has to do is show some
Raquel
evidence
got
that
in
it
front of
actually
Johnny.
happened.
She kind of
Because thus far, there's
managed
only
to get
evidence that
right
she
in
did
front
this
of
to
him, in
Johnny
between he and I.
by her own evidence.
And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, "No. No, Johnny, no." And she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left, next to me on the couch. I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is boss, boss. And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into
I don't think she's finishing today
apartment
at this
at the
pace.
hotel. I see them and or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, boss, boss. And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
That's going to be
I'll sustain the
sustained.
objection.
All right.
Next one.
So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
then they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind
Corral
of
him because she's
sense and
referred to him as a
feel and
horse
sound
already. So
and
this
hear
this
things
poetry makes
smashing
sense in her
as he
in her
exits
storytelling.
the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and
Oh, we've seen Johnny do that.
breaking things on the way.
We've seen him do that.
Realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
I wonder.
So who
Raquel
called
will
the
be testifying.
police?
I hope.
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Well, yeah.
Your Honor,
Did
this
anyone
is-
call the
We
police?
have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I
Right.
think we have to put, I mean, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
Oh, I totally agree,
All
Akarov.
right. Did you have a were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection
You're
calls for
leading.
hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Jeez, Elaine is
Did
gonna
you
have.
call 911?
No.
There you go.
Okay.
Did anyone call
Rocky
911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
That was a weird way of
All
answering
right,
it.
So
Did anyone call 911?
when did you learn that the police had been called?
Okay, good question.
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
What did you do as a
I-
result of knowing
I
the
felt
police?
panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So
Where I
I didn't
kept
know
all my
what they were
things.
going to do. And I panicked. I called.
The heck does that have to do with anything?
I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
Domestic
Had you
relations.
known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
What do
Okay.
you think?
And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not cooperate.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I can't turn the audio up
I
from the
repeated to
from the
the
stream.
officers, I refuse to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Oh, she's blaming it on her
Did
attorney.
you
Pathological.
call your
I
publicist
refuse to
that way?
cooperate at
No.
the advice of my attorney.
Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at,
I refuse
Some
to
pictures.
cooperate with the police.
but before I get there, I want to.
At the
just
advice
ask
of
you
my
a couple
attorney.
of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
I believe there was
When-
not a police report because they didn't feel there was reason to write one up. I
At
think.
that time, when after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
I'm going to.
To not cooperate with police
Did
who
your
are
best friend
there
take any
because
pictures
you're
while the
alleged being
officers were there?
abused by
We
your
took
spouse,
pictures
that's the right thing
before
to do. And
while they were
it's
there and
pathological
after.
to say
Okay.
We took pictures
that any
throughout.
lawyer who said if you're in danger, do
So
not
I'm
cooperate with the
going to
cops
take
is
you- now,
unreasonable
Michelle,
and
can you bring up
questionable.
Defendant's Exhibit 706?
We will agree to disagree, Just JC.
I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
Look at,
Objection.
706 in evidence and published.
oh, where did it go?
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of
If you want to
foundation.
approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate people in the chat saying never talk to police. If you believe you're in imminent harm because you're being abused and that you're seeking refuge and that you're just trying to be safe, you don't have to. I may or may not agree under those circumstances. It's one of those incidents where don't talk to the police when you, based on your own testimony, felt you were in imminent harm. On point, TMR 626. I mean, this is not a case where like the cops stop you and just want to talk, or they show up to your house, you know, at a 6 o'clock morning raid and saying they just want to search your stuff. Do you mind if we do it? This is a case where by her own testimony, she felt in imminent harm for her personal well-being as the victim of domestic abuse. The police are there and her attorneys said, don't cooperate with the police. No, I'm sorry. If that makes sense to you, then we have very different levels of assessing evidence.
Can you please explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, you know, where
So,
your pictures are stored on your
The question
phone
is,
typically.
does
You
her
just
throwing her
push
lawyer under the bus
info.
open up to solicit
Was
her
that
client
pushed in these instances?
questioning?
pushed info,
I don't
and
think
that's
so.
what came up.
The lawyer,
Your Honor, I'm going to move the
In an
admission
ethical
of
complaint,
Defendant's
maybe.
708.
The objection to 708.
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds
Your Honor,
for the metadata,
Okay, if you want to
alleged
approach again.
metadata.
Okay.
I'm curious as to what the alleged metadata is. I can't understand why that would be prejudicial or potentially prejudicial. Yeah, cross-examination is going to be Very interesting. Yeah. So if once she talks about, her lawyers suggesting it, I don't think that opens up cross-examination to saying we'd like to see maybe on that specific point, not a solicitor-client privilege at large, but maybe any email, any text message from your attorney saying don't cooperate with the police when they're there under those circumstances. Maybe I'll defer to a procedural lawyer in the States on that one. When is cross-examination? Whenever they finish in chief.
Okay, that's fine.
Cute little Pomeranians there. Oh, man.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to that?
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay.
But so if the metadata shows date, presumably the only reason they would want to redact the metadata showing date is if this is in fact contemporaneous with the alleged events, because if it predates it, you would want that metadata to show that this picture does not temporally coincide with the
708
events.
the redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury.
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes. There you go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20
That is,
Your Honor, we
that is
couldn't put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown.
that we
as that
approach.
exhibit.
Okay, we can
This
approach.
is
That's fine.
That picture, that picture looks like what it looks like. The thing is, though, I'd like to compare that second picture to the first picture, because if we want to play sleuthy, that second picture looks redder than the first picture. And so
For the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier, where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this?
let's see this. When was this one taken?
Yes,
compared to
that's
the first
a
one.
picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this one down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 709.
Well, let's see what this is. So she took that at 9:30 after the cops had come and gone, or it was just before the
Based
cops
on
got
the
there?
court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that, Michelle.
Well, I actually had the exact same thought, is that if Johnny's a right-handed and threw it from the right-hand side, but who knows what position people are in, so you can't really play forensics like that. But the question is this, chat if you know. She says she took that picture at 9:30. Is that after the cops had come and gone?
I'm going to move the admission of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with rejections.
All right,
Thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you can publish.
If it could be published. to the
Here you
jury,
go.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
Exhibit 709. Okay, so
Amber,
that
could you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
That is my face after the phone incident. That's that night.
All right, let's bring Defendant 710, please.
So the question is, setting aside whether it's fake or not, or people think it's fake, can't prove that unless Johnny's team can prove that. Was this after the cops had
And Your
come
Honor, I'm gonna
and
move
gone?
The admission of
After
Exhibit
she refused
710,
to-
the redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right,
Thank you.
710 with redactions.
Was this after or
We
before
could publish, Your Honor.
the cops had come and gone? Because if the cops
For
come
the
and don't
record,
see anything,
This photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26. for
when
both
was
of
it
their
shown to them?
depositions. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here, Amber.
That is my face, and
This
yes,
is
a
what the
different
police testified to as well,
light,
that they didn't file a
that
report
same
or bring
evening
one up because they didn't see anything that
after Johnny
warranted
hit me
it.
with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711.
Okay, let's see. Photo was shown.
And I'm going to move the admission of 711, Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objections?
No
All
objection.
right, 711 with redactions, evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions.
This is
Could
the
you
question.
describe what's
In the chat,
depicted
how
here?
long after the incident
Yes,
were these
that
pictures
is
taken?
Another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone
And
that
when,
evening.
and when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
What did
Objection
Rocky
calls for
do?
speculation.
No, I would have let her
That's
answer that
what you do.
because
So overruled.
Thank you.
okay.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places.
Oh, I think I understand now.
Anyway,
Okay.
so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
So they took these pictures before the
And
cops
why
showed
did
up.
you
When the
take the
cops show up, they
pictures?
don't see anything to justify
Raquel
drawing
did
up a
it to protect
report.
me
but they
because
showed
the
these
cops were
pictures.
coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not
The
quite
story does
sure
not
without
make
seeing
sense
the
chronologically.
timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say. So
This doesn't
she
make any
wanted to protect
sense.
me.
Okay. So let's go ahead and bring up 712.
So she says, we knew the cops were coming. We had to do something. So we took these pictures. Cops come. I don't cooperate with them. They see nothing to warrant writing up a report. They leave, or we show them these pictures at the time. This does not make sense temporally. That they knew the
Move
cops were
admission of
coming
712, Your Honor.
and they had to
Any
take those
objections?
pictures,
No, thank
but
you,
then
Your
did
Honor.
not
712
cooperate with the
redactions.
cops when the cops came.
Publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's
And
depicted here.
Rocky is the one,
That
doing
is
it to make these pictures.
Another picture of my face
Okay.
taken around the same time.
Okay.
What time was
Then
that? That
let's
was
go to 713.
before the cops got there. You had to do something. Cops come. You don't cooperate. They don't see anything warranting further intervention. I just want to know when she showed these to the cops. Was it after the cops had left? Oh, by the way, guys, looky. Yeah, I'm confused also. I don't know if it's just me or like
Move
maybe
admission
I,
of 713, Your Honor.
All right,
I
any
suspect
objection?
Emily Baker and
objection.
Alita Legal Bites
713 with redactions.
are much more
Publish.
familiar with the exact timeline.
And for the record, this one was
And
shown to
Ricada?
Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well.
This
as
one looks
Exhibit
much different than the
29
other
to
one.
Both of their depositions. And just describe.
They
the
showed the
pictures
cops
very
the
well.
pictures at
This is,
deposition,
another
not at the
picture of
apartment,
my
I think.
face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Okay. Let's go to 714.
Oh, here we go. So the pics were shown at the deposition, not when the cops actually showed up. I did not
Move the
punch you. I
addition of
hit you. That's what she
714,
said to
Your
him.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions. Publish.
Okay, so I think we're all on the same page here. This
Please
doesn't
tell the
make
jury
sense.
What this depicts.
This is
Same
another
picture, same time.
angle of my face or another picture of my face
It's the same
taken
angle.
at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. Take that down. Let's go to 715.
See, I wouldn't get on the it looks doctored. I mean, you can have some other theories as to how you make something temporarily red, but the fact that she took these pictures when the cops were on their way, cops come,
I'm gonna
She
move
doesn't
the admission of
cooperate.
715, Your
they
Honor.
leave, and then she shows these pictures to the
No
cops
objection.
All right,
after
715 with
in
redactions
deposition,
and evidence.
but not when they actually came.
Thank you. And
That
for
makes
the
no
record,
sense,
This one
but-
was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both. Please
Or-
describe for the jury what's depicted here.
What's in the background? You got a
That is
blender.
a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or in the apartment that she was staying in.
Okay. And let's go to 716.
Oh, the cop said that if we had seen anything, we would have written up a report. Okay.
Move the admission of 716.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 716 evidence as redacted.
And Emma, could you please tell the jury what
Let me
this
get this-
picture
let me get this off.
depicts?
Yes, it's the business
Radio
card that
call
one
of
of the
dispute.
police
Refuse
officers
report.
left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And
Can call
were the
later.
pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left after, or do you know?
I
Objection
think
compound
It's not.
and calls for
Your Honor,
speculation.
compound is only.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Elaine is so happy she got a
we
question out.
took pictures before,
Mhm.
during, and after.
And the
But
question I have for
during?
you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go to 717.
Before, during, and after. She took the pictures when the cops were there while refusing to cooperate with the cops? Oh, cross-examination is going to have a field day with this. Langford's on it too.
And I'm
During,
going to
cops are
ask
there. I
you,
refuse to cooperate, but
I'm
let me
gonna
just
move the
snap a few
admission of
pictures.
717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right,
And if that's what- and if-
717 is redacted in evidence.
If that's what it
Thank
looked
you.
like when the cops were there,
And please just briefly
they would
describe
have
to the
drawn
jury
up a
what this
report
is.
by their own testimony.
The two officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed as they came through?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands who was Raquel's fiance at that time.
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Oh, the sigh.
Because I
I didn't want to trigger Johnny.
wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know.
Then why'd you
I
take
didn't
pictures?
want this to come out. I
Then
didn't
why'd you
want
take
him
pictures?
to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be. I wanted to protect Johnny.
So I took pictures to incriminate Johnny
Let's go
while
to,
protecting
Defendant's
him.
Exhibit 1374.
there would be a cross-examination question. You wanted to protect him. Why'd you take pictures with Rocky Pennington before, during, and after? Why did you give them to the cops after if you wanted to protect Johnny?
1374.
By the way, Rocky Pennington is the UFC fighter.
One moment, Your Honor.
If I'm thinking like an attorney, you know, if someone knows how to
Thank you.
cause a welt,
All right,
Oh,
move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
I wanted to protect Johnny,
No objection.
so I told the cops to go away, took pictures before, during, and after to subsequently give those pictures to the cops
And Amber, what is
because I
this?
wanted to protect Johnny and didn't want this coming
It's
out.
another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
This is a different room
Let's
now.
go to 1493T.
They're going to get this in cross. Where are all these pictures being taken? Over what period of time? You saw a metallic backdrop of counters, or not, what are they called? Cabinets in one of them with the blender. Now it seems to be in a bedroom.
And move the admission of 1493T.
No objection.
All right, 1493T in evidence.
And what does this depict?
This is a picture of my face
When?
after that incident.
Where?
Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S. And move the admission of 1493S.
No objection.
All right, 1493S in evidence. Published.
And what does this depict?
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the
See,
property?
you have to acknowledge,
that
you see
described
something.
as
It's
the-
red. It looks swollen. There looks like there's a bit of a
destroying or
bruise
Damaging.
in the eye part
Yes,
there.
there were.
Okay, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700? And
It looks like there's something there. Now, the
based on
question
Your
is,
Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata.
is it, what's the word? Does it match with the story? And then the other question is going to be, does it actually coincide with the testimony
Move
of the police
admission of
officers
Defendant's Exhibit 700.
who already testified?
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions. You can publish.
Can you please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo?
Well, let's see here.
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things.
This is a picture of someone's computer. This is not even a
This
photograph.
depicts some of that damage?
Yeah.
This looks like it's in a
security
photo
let him
edit.
in, even
Am
though
I
I'd
wrong, or is
asked
this-
Objection,
him
Your
not
Honor,
to.
speculation
Is this in something of
I
a
don't think that was
photo?
and
speculation.
lack of foundation.
Oh, I'll sustain as a foundation if you want.
Okay. So
That looked like he was in some sort of
what-
photo
what does-
editing.
What's depicted, what's the
program.
damage that was done?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me.
Property again. Here we go with the property. Gets her
had
very angry when he destroys
asked that they
property.
not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into penthouse 5 in that state, he doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so that
Honor,
he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor, this is speculation.
All
She
right.
hasn't established that she was there.
I'll sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
I'm
speculation.
trying to lay the foundation.
Boom. Viva stop. She was
Sustain
clearly abused. Why not give?
Well,
Well,
let's
first of all,
do
she's been
this.
testifying for
Never
3
mind.
days
We'll
now.
let somebody else
And
tell who did it.
She's had a
okay?
few pictures
Um,
now.
Just
These
all I'm
pictures-
asking here is what
The
is
evidence that
damage?
she
What
submitted
has been done
shows
that's
that
depicted here?
This is
She
just
was
one
hitting
of
Johnny.
Raquel's bead racks.
This picture, we're trying to figure out what it means and what it even
Objection,
is.
Your Honor, speculation.
I'll sustain.
So
All right, let's go to 701.
we're given a chance. This is 3 days of testimony describing the most horrendous abuse possible. And there's one picture of what seems to be redness on her eye taken before, during, and after cops showed up and didn't see anything. So giving her a chance does not mean suspending disbelief.
Move the admission of
The cops said,
701.
had they seen any indication
With
of,
redaction, no objection.
All right.
of,
701
of,
with
of abuse
redactions and
or an
evidence.
altercation, they would have written up a report.
Thank you.
The cops didn't see
Amber,
that.
Can you please describe what's depicted here?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor,
I'll
calls for
sustain
speculation.
the objection.
So just describe what you see here as opposed to what you say he did. Can
I see a
you-
bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
Okay.
Let's go to, Michelle, can you bring up defendant 702, please?
She might just have runny mascara for everybody asking why she keeps touching her eye. Uh-oh.
Oh, Your Honor, and I forgot on the last two. For Defendant's Exhibit 700, that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was Exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And Exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was Exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
Any objection?
The glass on
No
the art
objection.
is all
Alright,
intact.
so
I did notice that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See what's going on
And
in
let
the
the record
Viva
reflect
Barnes
this was
Law
also shown to
dot
Officer
locals.com
Haddon
chat.
as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
Please describe for us what's
Yes,
depicted.
as broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant
I
703?
see a wet spot, what looked like a wet spot on the glass. On the carpet. It's interesting that the chat seems to be
Move the
very
admission of
much
defendant
not
703.
believing Amber. And if we,
No objection.
you never know what's on the internet, but a lot of people who
Thank you, Your
say
Honor.
they've
And
lived through
let the record
these
reflect
types of
that this was
experiences
shown to
and don't
Officer
appreciate
Sines and
this.
Officer Haddon as exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of the stairwell in the same apartment, penthouse 5,
And
which is the apartment where I kept my things.
okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Except for the ones we just saw on the bed.
Let's take
Because
this one
those did-
down
those
and
did
go
not look
to
smashed.
704, please, defendants.
Oh, by the way, I hate broken glass people.
Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right, 704 with redactions, publish.
Thank you. And let
I'm
the
curious
record
about the
reflect that this
redactions.
was
I'm gonna
shown
have-
to both
I hope
Officer
Barnes
Sines
can-
and Haddon as exhibit 34 to
What
both
the-
their depositions.
What the heck is this?
And we're pleased to describe for the jury what's depicted
The
here.
carpet's perfectly
just
in
another-
order.
Piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
When? Well, you
When
went
you
to
say
penthouse
wine
5 to
glass,
penthouse
did you
3, and now it's
see
went from
this
picture
particular
frame glass to a glass of
glass?
wine?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up 705, please?
But do you notice, by the way, guys, people, she's got like exponentially more pictures of property and alleged property damage than actual abuse to her body? Alleged abuse to her body?
Move the admission of 705.
No redaction. No, excuse me. No objection.
All right,
And let the
705 in evidence. with
Thank you, Your
redactions.
Honor.
Thank you, go ahead.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon.
This still looks cleaner than our
36
house
of his deposition.
on
Amber,
a
can you
good
please
day.
Describe for the jury what's portrayed here.
What is portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Let's go to 707.
It's another fair question. To me, none of these pictures she took do not prove JD did it. Also, she didn't want to ruin him. Why so many photos and recordings? Because the story doesn't make sense. Because the reason is maybe when the cops were coming,
Move the admission of 707.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right.
there would be a bigger mess and more
The
dog
record
poop
show-
in our
show
house
that,
at any given
both
point in
Officer
time.
Sines and Officer Haddon were shown this.
What's that white
picture.
powder?
It was
What is
exhibit
that?
18 in both
Carbon?
their
Is that baking
depositions.
soda to try to
Amber,
get
could you
a
please
stain
describe
out?
to the jury what's depicted here?
Baking soda trying to get a wine
This
stain
is
out.
the hallway leading leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort
Okay.
of
Thank you,
hallway,
Vicky.
meaning it's covered.
This is
but
why.
It's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine.
What's the white powder? What's the
and
white
a little on
powder?
the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please.
No, those are like, that looks like patio carpet so that it doesn't get moldy when it rains on it. What was the white powder? How did no one ask that? Mark Hargis. Sorry, I missed the stream yesterday. Landed my largest catfish.
All right, 718 with
26
redactions.
pounds.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in deposition exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please
Congratulations,
describe for
Mark.
the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
No, it's
Go
amazing.
to 719.
It's
please.
remarkably unbroken. It's almost like someone put it there. I don't think there's penalty. You could be held in contempt of court if it's technical perjury, but not just not being believed, like straight up being
With the
put,
admission of defendant 719.
not in contradiction either. Like,
No objection.
I have no money in my
718
bank
with
account.
redactions.
Oh, well, there says there's $1 million in your
Thank
bank
you, Your Honor.
account.
And they
That
let the
could
record
be
reflect that
contempt,
this was shown to Officer
contempt-worthy
Sines and
perjury.
Haddon in their depositions exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
At
This is
one
where she-
corner of the kitchen.
This is where she
in
took the picture, the other
penthouse
picture.
3. Looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
This is where she took the picture when Rocky took the other
Let's
picture of
go
her
to
rosy
Defendant
cheek,
720, please.
and you had the same metal pantries in the background. Interesting. So they take the picture, and there's fruits on the ground. Whether or not it's evidence of actual abuse or evidence that they're staging things for photos because she
admission
doesn't
of
want to get
defendant
Johnny in
720.
trouble, that'll be up to
No
the
objection.
digester of the
720 with
information.
redactions.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon.
During the deposition,
Exhibit 40.
but not when they came to actually help. So
Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
paper on the ground.
That's my office. It's a corner of my office. And that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that
Did you keep in your
has
office?
been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay, guys, I don't want to tell you what I think
Go to
right now
def-
because
let's
people
go
will
to
just accuse me of
defendant
bias.
721.
That's like if you're going to stage something and you think that that's how someone else thinks, that's what you do to yourself. She's going to suggest that Johnny Depp, to get back at her, deliberately dumped her sentimental stuff on the ground, but didn't burn it, shred it, stomp
The
on it.
admission of defendant 721.
That's like,
No objection, Your Honor.
okay.
721 with redactions, published.
And yes,
Thank you, Your
people, it's
Honor.
not
And
bias.
let the
I
record
do
reflect
not
this was shown to
believe
Officer
Amber Heard
Sines and
anymore.
Haddon in deposition exhibit 44 for both.
You know what
Amber, please
might have been
describe for the
compelling?
jury what this
Had she let the cops do their
It's
job and take these
again,
photos,
my
the fact that
office,
she
different-
didn't
same thing,
lead me to
different
believe she
angle.
staged them.
Okay. Let's go to 722.
And not, by the way, none of the cops saw this when they were there. So this happened after the cops left. If the cops had seen any of this, they would have written up a report or they would have asked a few more questions. By her testimony, this had to have been the state of the house when the cops got there.
Move the admission of defendants exhibit 722.
Okay, I think I may
No
have just put
objection, Your
it
All
Honor.
right, 722
pieces
with
together here.
redactions and evidence.
so that it makes no
Let the
sense.
record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon.
After the fact, yeah,
Deposition
good.
Exhibit 42 to both.
But
Amber,
by her
please describe
testimony,
to the jury
the
what's
house would have
depicted
looked
here.
like this when the
That's a
cops got
picture
there.
of my friends
think.
and I, when we were at that London house, that Johnny punched.
You saw him
So-
punch this.
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please.
So the house presumably looked like this when the cops were there because of the pictures that they took, which we now know were in the same room before, during, and after. And if the cops saw a house in this array or a penthouse in this disarray, I suspect they would have had a few more
Move the
questions.
admission of defendant 723.
Okay, she's going to get destroyed in cross-examination because this story is now not making any
No
sense.
objection.
All right, 723.
Where was
redactions.
Johnny at this time? Because she
Let the
says she
record reflect
left.
This was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can
Empty
you
or
tell
spilled,
Where
just-
that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724.
Oh boy. Yeah, I can't I don't know the difference between penthouse 3, penthouse 5, but she said that this is what led up to the cops being called. So this is what the places looked like when the cops showed up. I think they showed up at penthouse 5.
Move the admission of defendant 724.
And they didn't see anything from the cops' testimony.
24 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect
Johnny is no
shown to
angel.
Officer
Does not
Sines
mean
and
that he's
Haddon
guilty of what
as
she accused him of.
Exhibits 33.
None of us are
Amber,
angels.
please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the
Thank you, Susie.
using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Yeah, of sorts, a bat. Yeah.
Let's go to 725.
Just throw that out there, by the way. Do you want to elaborate? Was Johnny Depp using a bottle as a bat to
almost
strike
done.
you?
Just
Just
two more.
throw that out there and let's move on to the next picture. Let's say something that the picture doesn't say it shows in our testimony while discussing the picture.
Move the admission of defendant 725.
No
All
objection.
right, 725 with redactions.
So let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon.
Yep, during the deposition, we got it, Elaine. Not when they showed up.
Amber,
After.
Please tell the jury what's depicted here.
After they could no longer
Spilled wine
investigate
on the
these
floor.
pictures.
This looks like penthouse 5.
Okay. And the last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726.
There's she drank some of that pink stuff. That seems to have gone down. But by the way, remember, she didn't want to get Johnny in trouble. So she just meticulously took all of these pictures before, during, and after. Didn't tell the cops when they were there because she didn't want to ruin Johnny's life, but then gave it all to the cops. When was the deposition? When
No
was the
objection.
deposition?
Okay.
It's going to be well later, right? Who knows when the deposition was in relation to the visit itself?
Thank you. We will get a tissue. You got some? Thank you, Halisa. All right, no objection, 726 with
Don't
redactions.
give her
Thank
the
you.
special tissue. We need a Robert
And let the
Gouveia
record reflect
mind
that
map
this one was
timeline.
shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse 3 it appears.
Okay, thank you. Now, when the police officers
Okay,
were
here we go.
there,
Good.
did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Oh, now they're going to blame the cops for not
Yes.
doing their job properly.
Which one or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she could, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay,
I'll
it's not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection. Next one.
So what happened next?
I
Let's do this. How long were you with the officer
Let's do this.
when she took you aside?
You're not answering the question we prepared here. Let's
if
try to get at it another way.
And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
no, I did not, but it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house up through penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, penthouse 4, and then on to penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Well, she can't ask him what they saw, but
And what, if anything,
did they see?
did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
The heck does that mean?
Nothing.
Were you asked,
Yes.
or you refused to?
I'm sorry,
tell
what
them?
was she asked?
Objection leading.
Yeah, what question was she asked?
Why did you refuse to tell the police officer?
Objection
Mr.
asked and
Depp's
answered.
Identity.
But let her
Because
do
I
it.
did not
Let her say it again.
want them to arrest Johnny.
So why were you
I
taking
did
pictures of
not
all this
want
stuff?
this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen.
I did not
didn't
want
wanna get
any
him
of
in
this
trouble.
to happen.
So I said, well, I can't. I just refused to cooperate.
Now.
And then you took
after-
pictures
how long-
before,
approximately
during, and
how long
after
were the police
refusing to
officers there?
cooperate.
I don't recall exactly. Maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit because
Cleaned
there was
up a
broken
bit?
glass and we had dogs. So tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Who called those cops?
And we've seen the body worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gateland's body worn video?
Who can summarize what the
I
body
couldn't
video
see
said?
much of
I think I did
what was
not
on that
see
video.
that
I
that
just-
video.
I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection,
I
Your Honor,
just-
hearsay.
All right, I'll
Just keep
sustain the
going
objection.
forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting, and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't seem to, they didn't do what the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that
Interesting.
that I was okay, or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned.
What did they do,
and
Amber?
They didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers
So they
had.
did a walkthrough the first time.
And they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from a quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered, and that was it.
Did
Who
you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
did they ask, like they need to know where they?
All right.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
goodness.
Take
Okay.
you to the next
So
day.
so imagine the cops come in
May
and she's sitting on the
22.
couch,
Um,
and how you perceive that
and I'm
interaction is going to be
Michelle, can you bring
um,
up defendants?
how you
exhibit
digest the entire
772?
circumstance that she just described. She, I mean,
What, if any,
She never
efforts
got
did
up.
Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again,
Well, this is
kind of
it. She
going
went
on
to
what
Coachella
seems
after
to
all
be
this.
Slightly delusional, thinking that just because he saw all my friend's beads out on the countertop, that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having, or me of having, invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772.
What's it going to be,
And is this
people?
a text
Let's take.
message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5/21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right.
Okay, let's see what this
772
text
in evidence
says.
With the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
let's
you,
see
Your
it. Let's see it.
All right. And
That was it.
I
The
know you
last
started
encounter
to
forever.
talk
You were
about
already
this,
ready to
Amber.
strike. This is
But it says,
Steve is yellow. Steve is Johnny Depp's text
I'm an
name.
idiot. PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Why did she
Yes.
skip over?
Is
You
that
were already
what you
ready
were
to
talking about
strike,
with him
which
thinking?
we now know that Amber has done based on her
Yes.
own audio.
Okay. And then obviously we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat.
You
All
skipped
you
over
wanted
something,
was to make
Elaine.
me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there.
Yeah, well, you skipped over the
I'll
ready
never
to
be able
strike
to
part.
understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I
Okay.
was merely convenient for you. I
Okay.
hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible.
Sounds
so
terrible.
sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all merit. All you merit. The former
I
him.
wish you all
What,
you
if any,
merit.
discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce?
Elaine,
that
why
night?
did you skip over the part at the beginning where it says that was it? The last encounter forever. You were already
we
ready
did not
to strike.
have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
Except it wasn't anywhere in that
All
text
right, let's
message,
take
actually.
this down and
which
let's
is
go to Defendant's Exhibit
interesting.
773.
Like they submit that this is allegedly after the this is allegedly after the alleged incident of alleged abuse
Now,
that Amber's
this
talking
is
about.
a text
And that's what
exchange
Johnny Depp
between
writes. You were already
and
ready to strike.
Mr.
We know
Depp.
that she's already hit him.
It
And then it goes
starts
into him
with
feeling
Mr.
terrible about
Depp
what's going on and wishing her the best
5/21
in this quick
at
divorce.
6:58 p.m. Just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5/13.
It makes him look good, Roland. And she skipped the
Your
prejudicial
discussion
part
talking,
in the
you
first
said,
part of
"Sorry,
that
I'm
text.
just leaving Amanda's
Cross is going to
birthday
come back to
now."
that.
Do you see that?
Johnny
Yes, I do.
says in
All
that
right.
text,
And
she was
then
already
he
ready to
responds
strike.
to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
I tell you what, anyhow, it's quite interesting to watch the evolution of this trial. They're going to come in with so much in cross. If I'm the defense now, I think the strategy is just to have Amber testify for 3 weeks so that the trial runs out of time. And that's a joke because they have very strict, they're being measured by the hour by the judge. So
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 773 in evidence with identifiers redacted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Johnny definitely, but like we said before, had they just stuck with the evidence of Johnny being toxic, would have been exponentially better of a position to take than what they've taken here.
This is the 5/21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5/22 at 5:13.
That's one heck of a
correct?
terribly unstraight line
Yes.
there, Elaine.
And then you say, thank you. and
Cross
then
is over
we
whenever
still
this is,
speak
cross
in
starts whenever this is
men.
over.
What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone. Or
Why did you send it was the question.
I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We
what
can give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead, go ahead. Your Honor, can
Well,
we
she can't
give?
scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly. So she can read the whole thing.
Okay, let's see it. Sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Just let me know when you have a. What are you doing? Yes, but I'm scared and sad and want to be alone and in a quiet place to talk. Oh my gosh, please, internet, screen grab and just read what that blue one just said. I'm scared and want to find a quiet place alone to talk. Do they have house cleaners? They have house cleaners, and the house cleaners did not seem to think it was dog poop. All I know, I never felt so much pain or grief in my life. You fell asleep earlier while we were talking. I checked with, okay. Please call me when you can speak, okay, with all the love in my heart, me. Please, please call me. I guess it's not confidential anymore.
All right, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident.
Oh, they're going to
commitments that I had
pick
to
this apart in cross.
attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster.
Happy birthday, Stanley Davis Jr.
And he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce.
But she, in that text thread, she asked to meet him alone to talk.
Eventually, I have to let him know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done. You know, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor,
I had
hearsay.
enough.
Okay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendants Exhibit 773. And this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that?
Sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Just let me know
"Just
when
let
you
me
have a
know when
minute.
you have a minute.
I'll give
and
you a call."
Give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound
Oh,
apology.
Oh my goodness.
What was he apologizing for?
Objection,
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding?
Yeah,
of what he was
objection, same
apologizing
objection.
Speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
for? Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean
Notice that there's not
to
an
hurt
there's
me.
not
If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry that he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page,
Oh my gosh.
up to the green, please.
Oh, don't skip over because you're skipping over something we need to see. I'm sad, I'm scared, and I
And
am
he
broken,
says
my
here,
sweet Slim.
I'm sad, I'm scared, and
want
I'm broken.
you
my sweet
happy.
Slim.
I have
And then he
zero
says,
harsh
I want
feelings.
you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean? by, "I am clear
Objection,
and I am
calls for
me"?
speculation.
Objection,
Did you
Your Honor,
hear it
calls for
before?
speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
understand-
meant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Did
there's
he
a
use
lot.
that phrase with you?
Hold on.
We're
I'll
gonna
sustain that
sustain the objection.
I'm trying to get to the
Yeah, I
next
know.
one
Then
here.
you can
Yeah.
ask your next question.
Thank you.
Ask your next
Did he-
question in an
did he
equally
use
bad
those
manner.
phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr.
What
Depp mean
phrases?
when he says, I'm clear and I am me?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
that he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved. The one that I trusted.
All right, now I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been.
Watch
admitted.
demeanor change. Watch her demeanor change right
Those
now.
text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22. It's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
very
he's
good reading.
telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over.
My hurt
My
towards you.
apologies are eternal and belong to you.
She's
So,
my hurt
do you see that?
towards you.
Yes.
Okay.
The woman who came in ready
Is it
to
your
strike.
understanding He was apologizing again.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection.
Calls for
Calls for speculation. Lane, come on. I've already learned this song.
That's it. Okay.
Oh, someone's got to do a supercut remix
So,
of objection. Calls for
Tell the jury
speculation.
how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
Oh,
I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy and went to Al-Anon. I got help. I read books. I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't
including
work.
MDMA and mushrooms and
and
drinking mega pints of wine.
I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because
by the way, she
I
made
loved
the
John
decision
so
then
much.
after taking all those pictures.
I loved him.
Now
so
it
much.
actually kind of makes sense why she didn't cooperate with the cops. Took all those pictures,
And why did you?
and now she's
file
decided to file for divorce. And look, she's got all the evidence in the world to show why she needs to get divorced for cause, I presume.
I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive. I'm so scared that it was going to end really badly for me. And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much.
I see
I would have
that.
done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And
That's confession through projection right there. She felt genuinely scared for her life, that it was going to end tragically for her, and refused to collaborate or cooperate with the police.
It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far.
Which is why I
wouldn't
didn't.
be here.
She was afraid for her life and refused to cooperate with the
Why
police.
did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining?
Okay, here we go.
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security
Can you answer? Non-responsive.
would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them. No matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack.
Pictures of them.
I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. I thought it'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough.
Poll is in
He
the
could
chat.
Get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I mean, I would let her answer this. This makes no sense. So, but that wouldn't happen in
So-
divorce?
Did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
And why did you show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation,
I'm asking
lack of
for-
All
foundation.
right, I'll sustain as the foundation. if you want.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe. And I thought that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings.
Jim Healis,
are not
this
private.
comment
You
doesn't
can't
make
them private in
sense given her
California.
testimony, which her lawyers
And
told her not to
remarkably,
cooperate with the
it had
cops.
flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed.
This is
and,
not supported by the evidence.
as limited as it sounds now,
Is
I just
Amber's
wanted
lawyer,
as much privacy as
Lionel
we could have.
Hutz.
You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So,
Don't try too hard. You
without
only had
saying
a
what the
couple years to
counsel
prepare for
said,
this.
what
Sorry,
was
I don't
your-
mean to be
what was
mean, but, like,
your
this is-
understanding? What was
This
your-
is in chief. This is not a.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 8?
Let's move on because her lawyer's telling her what was the comment it was about to get
Move
divorced.
the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 800.
Oh man,
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence. Publish.
Barnes might only
Amber, can
come in
you
for
Describe
cross.
to the jury what this picture is.
When is this picture
It's
taken?
a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please?
Now, Virginia Viking, scared women flee. There are lots of arguments and lots of good
Move the
reasons
admission of
why
801.
actual
No
abused
objection.
801
abused
in
people
evidence.
do not leave the abusive relationship. So fleeing,
Amber, if you can tell the jury
is
what
not
this
the
is.
only way to respond. And some people end up staying in
Me
abusive
was,
relationships for a multitude of psychological and other reasons.
Obtaining my restraining order.
But
in the
we need to
courthouse.
know the date on this. When is the
And what,
date
if
on this
anything, did you
picture?
do while you were at the
Allegedly.
courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony and sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? temporary
I
restraining
did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
order. When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way. And I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was to that point at that point in my life had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed at me, screamed.
I need a piece of this timeline together. She says, I didn't want to ruin his life, so I didn't cooperate with the cops. While I was simultaneously taking pictures, I didn't want them involved because I wanted to protect Johnny, but then I still went ahead and got a TRO, temporary restraining order, later on.
That'll be
I don't-
the breaking point after the makeup. You
Yes.
said that you didn't testify, you didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it.
This is the question also. Did
And
she
then
not
I put
call TMC?
another
Did she not
foundation on?
Did
because
she
it
not
has
provide a
sunblock
video to
in it.
TMC?
I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way.
She has a skin condition,
So I
and
have
someone
to-
just
I
said
have to
that
wear
that picture looked like a
sunscreen or
pimple.
sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer.
Well, this is very interesting. That she just admits that she had a
And
skin condition, and some
I do
people
that before
earlier.
I leave my bathroom in the morning. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do
When?
about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Yeah,
Overruled on that.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great.
She always
remedy,
covers. She
arnica
always puts
cream.
on.
And then
She
if you wanna
always does
cover up
this.
a bruise, you obviously put foundation first.
Then why didn't you
concealer,
use
and then
makeup
on
when you were
top
at
of
court
that,
for your TRO?
I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit. It's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit. But I call
Yeah,
it
the
my
story
bruise
doesn't
kit.
make sense.
And let me,
She said, I always put it on. Nobody wants to be seen with a bruise, except when I go for a TRO.
You could,
And then lo and behold,
microphone,
paparazzi's out there
please. Just
when
to-
I'm coming out of having gotten it ex parte
may I
without Johnny
approach,
Depp being there.
The witness to. let
That's
her
what you
show?
could show counsel.
What's going on here?
This is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or two, you get more purple in a bruise. So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 I feel like, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a a brown, yellowish browns, like a 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or two, depending on how much you ice it.
Unrecognizable is what she's saying is the injury that she sustained of this alleged abuse. Unrecognizable, and
or if you wear a lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You
Except-
always wear makeup?
I mean, it's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer.
These are
My
the
moisturizer
unnecessary
has
details, just
tinted
to-
foundation in it,
okay.
and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
unless it's for a TRO hearing.
I think this
All
might be-
right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you in an hour, okay? Thank you.
Well,
Court is still in session, so please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
let's see if we can't. Let's see if something's happening here. Give me 1 second.
All right. And again, Ms. Hurd, since you're still under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case and to include with your attorneys, okay? In your testimony. All right. Let's come back then at 1:40. Okay. All right. Thank you. 1:40.
1:40 is 1 hour. That's not what I wanted to bring up. I want to bring up Viva. With her explaining how to cover a bruise means you could probably do just the opposite and make it look like you have a bruise on you. I won't say that I had that thought, but I had that thought. Let's see. Okay, so we can bring this out now. Okay, I can take these off my ears. Oh my goodness. Oh, yep. She said she didn't wear a stitch of makeup for the temporary restraining order, while simultaneously saying that she always wore makeup going out of the house. The question is, how do you, the timeline on the temporary restraining order, coupled with her refusal to cooperate with the police when they came, when she was, so that she could, how does that work? I mean, I wish I would. There's part of me now that if I'm on Johnny Depp's cross-examination team, I'm putting together some serious timeline, because she went from I don't want Johnny Depp's life ruined to, assuming that was true, then going out and getting a TRO, filing for divorce. What was the timeline there? You need to spring for some real headphones, man. That's my super. You know what? The thing you look. No. Hey, those are good. They work. I don't really need them to. Oh, okay. Excellent coverage, Viva. Well, it's her describing her describing the cover up, the makeup cover up. Sorry, not the cover up of the incident, but how you go about covering up a bruise. Now, so here's the deal. I mean, one question would be, here's the deal, man. Come on, man. You want to know, how does she learn that? Because you want to try to flip that in a way that says that if she knows how to cover up a bruise, like people in the chat are saying, well, she very easily knows how to make one. But she referred to her own nose as unrecognizable. And yet whether or not we agree that the other videos that the photos that she submitted prove what she says they prove, if she referred to the damage to her own nose as unrecognizable, and there, I think we can all agree, is no photographic evidence submitted to date that shows that. I mean, that's something you've got to deal with in terms of evidence. Yes, she said she used a bruise kit. I'm going to go by and clip that and see what exactly she referred to it as. If Margot Martindale or Kathy Bates had AH's looks, they would have been the best actresses ever. Kathy Bates, I think what made her a great actress was not necessarily looking like an Amber Heard. Okay, we want Barnes. Hold on. Let me go see where Barnes is. Give me 30 seconds, people. Let me just see. And we'll come back. Oh, that's the only thing that's damaged beyond recognition is Amber Heard's career. No, it's you have to deal with the evidence at some point and the absence or presence of evidence. Now let's see if anyone's in the. I think Ian Runkle might be on Emily Baker. Let's see who's going to be able to get. Let's see this. It is interesting to see why the world is so fascinated with this. Some people are going to refer to it as a distraction. Other people are going to find meaning in it, or things that make it worthwhile to study. But this is fun, just from a lawyering perspective. And like Barnes says, you learn more from real cases that are entertaining. And this is very much like a television show, but it's real life, and you can learn from it, and you can see why Elaine, Amber Heard's attorney, is having a bit of a tough time. She can't. I mean, the witness can't get questions out. The witness can't get her own facts out, and it should be the easiest of things that the witness to tell her story and to bring out the details that need to be brought out. Viva, her lawyer said that it was the exact kit, then make the company out and said it's impossible that the kit didn't exist then. Now Amber says it's not the exact kit. The lawyer's doing her best to get Amber to tell the story that Amber needs to tell, but there's evidence. They're running out of time to get her story straight, and that's true about it. Let's see. Amy Barlow says she was so disturbed and shaken by the photographers after a staged media event after TRO. Now, hold on one second. I do recall. I recall there being something of an issue about TMZ Amber Heard video. I thought there was some discussion or issue about Amber possibly having provided a video to TMZ. I'll have to look at that when people are not watching in real time. But no, it's Amber Heard say, well, we've got a little bit of time while they go on break, but this is you're watching Elaine in real time. Very frustrating in terms of not being able to get questions out because the witness is not providing the answers or the details to his or her own story, and then the lawyer has to prod, poke, try to get try to force the witness to remember, but in a manner that's not leading, that's not trying to provoke a testimony that has not yet been led up to with the proper foundation, as now I know of this American legal term. It wasn't her nose that was unrecognizable. The damage to her nose was unrecognizable, as in you can't recognize any damage to her nose. The problem is, though, you come after her and say, look, you said you never leave the house without putting on makeup, and yet you said you didn't put on a stitch of makeup for the TRO. You might get her in a contradiction, technically speaking, but you might get her to say, yeah, I showed up to court because I wanted the court to see what Johnny had done to me. Obviously, I'm not gonna try to cover that up. I want to show to the court why it's necessary for me to get a TRO, temporary restraining order. But but it's just the ton of the other stuff, the other testimony, which is just unsubstantiated for now. But this business that we're going to have to piece together in the timeline, and the aggregate knowledge of the interwebs are going to do it. That evening with the police, the photographs taken before, during, and after, coupled with her explanation as to why she didn't tell the cops then or didn't cooperate the first time they came or the second time, only then to turn around and go get a TRO once now she has the photographic evidence that she was prepping for before, during, and after, then filing for divorce. She'll obviously be able to say, I changed my mind. It was a question of survival, and I had to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been here. Resistthemainstream.org for info on Fauci and the millions he received in royalties from Big Pharma for anyone interested in important issues. So there is, let's just see, while we're on break, I don't think we need to go over all of this stuff during break. Let's talk about something else just for like a break from the trial. I'm going to go to my Twitter feed because that is my running diary. That's my running diary of, the stories that I want to talk about. There's some Canadian stuff, but hold on, let's just see here. Fauci royalties. National Review. I think National Review. There's a Substack. Who's the Substack for? Yeah, no, you know what? I can't do random Substacks because I don't want to. Okay, so the National Review. Let's just go ahead and see what the National Review. Stop screen. Share in more important stuff that doesn't involve, what some people find uninteresting, but hundreds of thousands of people are thoroughly mesmerized by. We'd like to send you notifications. No. Did Fauci and Collins receive payments from drug companies? National Review. You can attack its bias as much as you want, but you can't really call it garbage. Open the Books is a non-profit government watchdog organization dedicated to investigating and disclosing the many ways in which government spends and wastes our money. It has a new report out that should raise eyebrows. According to information garnered from Freedom of Information Act requests, FOIA, between 2009 and 2014, both Anthony Fauci and former NIH Director Francis Collins received royalty payments from pharmaceutical companies. This may represent a conflict of interest since they had a great deal of influence in deciding what research the government funds. From the report, I'd like to say, by the way, but anybody who for whom this is news did not read The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But it's in the National Review right now, so people are going to have a harder time writing this off as bunk conspiracy theory. Last year, the NIH, Fauci's employer, doled out $30 billion in government grants to roughly 56,000 recipients. That largesse of taxpayer money buys a lot of favor and clout within scientific research and healthcare industries. However, in our breaking investigation, we found that hundreds of millions of dollars in payment also flow the other way. There are royalty payments from third-party payers, think pharmaceutical companies, back to the NIH and individual NIH scientists. We estimate that between the fiscal year, we estimate that between fiscal years 2010 and 2020, more than $350 million in royalties were paid to third parties or the agency and NIH scientists who are credited as co-inventors. This is all straight up out of The Real Anthony Fauci's book for anyone who chose not to read it because the author was demonized as whatever. Because those payments enrich the agency and its scientists, each and every royalty payment could be a potential conflict of interest and needs disclosure. Can you imagine, this is amazing that Fauci and the NIH, they take taxpayer dollars, which they then dole out to research, get credited as being co-inventors. So they can then collect royalties personally from funds that were granted to these research organizations or these research institutes with taxpayer dollars. It doesn't go both ways. It actually just goes taxpayer to private enterprise right into the back pockets of the people who decide who get the funding. When bench scientists' research leads to monetized benefits in the private sector, I suppose royalties are in order. And certainly government funding should reap benefits for the government when that investments leads to the development of profitable products. But Collins and Fauci, as far as I know, were administrators, not researchers. Yet the OTB found that they received royalty payments from drug companies. Anyways, we know where this is going to go. Here, let me just pop this into the chat. Since the NIH documents are heavily redacted, we can only see how many payments each scientist received, and separately the aggregate dollars per NIH agency. This is a gatekeeper at odds with the spirit and perhaps the letter of open records law. Let's see what he's got here. Anthony Fauci, director of the NIAID, and the highest paid federal bureaucrat, received 23 royalty payments. Fauci's 21 taxpayer fund salary. Oh my God. Yeah, Fauci, by the way, is the highest paid federal of any federal employee, more than the president, more than anyone you can imagine in federal employment, $456,000, and he's received 23 royalty payments. I'd like to know what those were. Francis Collins, NIH director from 2009 to 2021, received 14 payments. Clifford Lane, Fauci's deputy and NIAID, received 8 payments. He makes a cool $325,000 a year. Wow. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's almost institutionalized corruption. Oh, let's see what's going on the Twitterverse of other interesting stories. Oh, the Sussman trial. You know what? Let's see if we can't find any news on the Sussman trial. Hold on. Michael Sussman trial update. It's going to be on Twitter because there's no live broadcast. Okay, let's see what we got here. A federal trial is set to begin Monday. We want to see who's live tweeting Sussman's trial. Who could we take a guess with? Inner City Press, maybe? We can't find Inner City Press. I'm not going to be able to do this here. Hold on. Inner City Press. Yes. Let's see. Okay, so we're not going to get that. So we don't know. It'll be tough to follow the Sussman trial in real time. Let's just see if we can do this. Sussman. It doesn't have 2 N's. It has 1 N. News. Yeah, we're not going to see this as much live streamed or live followed as Amber Heard, unfortunately. Let's try this here. This. Viva Fry. So the Sussman trial starts. We'll see what's going on. Who's live streaming it? This is some of the fun stuff on TikTok. I don't care what you think about this trial, and I hate TikTok as a platform, but some of the humor that they've pulled out of this trial is amazing. Oh, here we go. Here.
Swimming out at sea. Yo, Amber, take the mic.
My dog stepped on a bead.
My arms are getting tired from swimming out at sea. Yo, Amber, take the mic.
My dog stepped on a bead.
My arms are...
Okay. Oh, fantastic stuff. Okay, hold on. Let's just go see what's going on in the chat, because I think we're not going to some chat that I can't bring up. So Sussman is on trial, by the way, because it's becoming now abundantly clear that he lied. We're talking about people having made materially false statements in the context of an investigation. Sussman is going to be one of those men. And we talked about it last night because we do talk about the important stuff. Sussman just had to pull a Kleinsmith, apologize, admit he made a mistake, and could have probably saved a lot of heartache. Refuses to, and going to trial now. The question is, what's going to come out during this trial? It will probably get less coverage than the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, probably because it's going to be a whole heck of a lot more damning. For potentially some big players. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Ghislaine Maxwell, was an interesting trial in what it disclosed and what it redacted. But Sussman, people still believe in the Russiagate hoax, the Russiagate collusion that MSM, Rachel Maddow, Brian Stetler spent 3.5 years harping on. People still believe it because you cannot unlearn that memory. And the people who were convinced by that are not going to be watching or following the Sussman trial. So that's it. But the Sussman trial should be very, very interesting. Yeah. This was when I was cranky on a Saturday. And don't think that the press and the press sec should be cozy like this. And Peter Doocy, end of an era in the Brady briefing room. Good luck, Jen Psaki. I don't know what era that would be the end of, but when you get the impression that the people who are supposed to be giving people an honestly hard time are too cozy with the government that they're supposed to be scrutinizing, you then begin to retroactively or retrospectively look back at all their coverage and say, maybe they were always too cozy, and maybe it was, like George Carlin said, part of a big club and you're not in it. But I was cranky Saturday morning, as I was into Sunday. And so maybe that affected a little bit of how I viewed that post. Oh, okay. Let's go to the chat and just take some random questions while we wait for trial to resume. I didn't realize Doocy was quite as tall as he is. I don't care about the tallness, but end of an era. It's the end of an era of press secretary lying to you. Hold on. I think we can get there. It's the end of an era. Let's get to the press secretary. Saying what parents should be doing if they don't have baby formula. Let's see I don't want to sign up to Twitter, nor should anybody. Where was it? Press secretary saying, here we go.
Questions, which agency, it was a public health question, which agency should that question be directed to? Just the very practical, immediate question of if you can't find formula and you need it for your baby to eat, what should they be doing?
We would certainly encourage any parent who has concerns about their child's health or well-being to call their doctor or pediatrician.
Right to jail, right away.
We would certainly encourage people who have any questions about feeding their newborn baby to contact their doctor. Yeah, it's an end of an era, all right. And now I feel extra comforted by the scrutiny that Peter Doocy's journalizing on press sec Jen Psaki. The end of an era of the most dishonest deceit. I would like to go back now and look at all of Trump's press secretaries and see if I would be just as irritated with their unwillingness to answer questions, roundabout answers, circling back questions. I'd be interested in going to see how I would reassess that. Because I don't know, I've watched Jen Psaki under Biden, and my question is, they are spokespeople for the government. They're press secretaries. Doesn't necessarily mean that they should be pathological liars. But that's what I maybe it's biased, but that's what I got the impression of watching Jen Psaki. I just feel that she's an absolute pathological liar for the mouthpiece pathological liar for a government that now your kid doesn't have formula to drink, to eat, for nourishment. Go talk to your doctor, as if the doctor's going to say, oh yeah, I'm your black market dealer of formula. Let me see what this says here. So the doctors will feed your children if you need and you have done the do. In the job description. I don't think he was being sarcastic. That was another question. I don't think Peter Doocy would take a chummy photo with arm in arm with Jen Psaki only to be that level of a sarcastic jerk on Twitter afterwards. I don't think so. So, by the way, not a doctor here. Not a doctor, but this is an important thing. I'm going to pull up articles about this. What's wrong with regular milk? Babies need nutrients. They need formula. And homemade formula. There are issues of people making homemade formula. But do I want to... I cannot go to PolitiFact. Here, let's just go to K5 here. People are making their own. This is a sign of the times and a sign of the absolute decrepit state of the government, that people are facing a shortage and making homemade formula. No thanks. And I'm going to close this. This is not medical or legal advice, people. And it is worth knowing. And it's worth knowing because baby formula shortage, Washington officials urge parents to avoid dangerous homemade recipes. As prices skyrocket across the nation, the WSDOH wants parents to avoid resorting to homemade alternatives for baby formula. Editor's note, the above video aired, what date are we in here? May 14th. The above video aired on May 9 and is related to the challenges a local food bank is facing during the national formula shortage. Ugh. I don't want anyone thinking I'm getting these ads for my toenails do not look like that. As parents around the nation scramble to grapple with a shortage of baby formula products in the U.S., state officials are urging families to avoid resorting to homemade alternatives. Washington's State Department of Health, that's what the WSDOH stands for, shared a social media post earlier this week warning of dangerous homemade formula. Out-of-stock rates have surged for formula in recent months, with Washington among a number of states experiencing a higher than 40% in April. Rates have been even higher in some metro areas, including Seattle. By the way, who disproportionately suffers from all of this absolute government incompetence? While the government finds $40 billion to fund and finance foreign wars, who disproportionately and disparately gets impacted by this crisis? Inner city, big city, the people who don't have the money to go out and drive around, find formula in other areas, pay however much more for it, buy it online. It affects disproportionately the most vulnerable. In February, so we're February, March, April, May, 3 months ago, the FDA announced the recall of Similac, Alimentum, and Elecare powdered infant formulas produced in Sturgis, Michigan. The FDA said it's investigating consumer complaints of bacterial infections in 4 infants who consumed powder infant formula produced in Abbott Nutrition's facility in Sturgis. So 4 infections. This is 3 months ago. The recall has made an impact on local food banks, which are struggling to keep up with increased demands for formula amid higher prices. The biggest items we distribute through this program are diapers and formula. White Center Food Bank Executive Director Carmen Smith told King's Kaylee Greenberg last week. The White House launched a web page Friday with a summary of resources to help families find formula, including manufacturer hotlines and local community resources. I've got an idea. You got $40 billion for a war. How about you just divert 2% of that? Just $2 billion. Sorry, that'll be $1 billion. How about just $1 billion to go to that factory and fix whatever problem you know has existed for 3 months? How about just that? No, we put up a website. You can call the hotlines and be put on hold. Call your doctor. The doctor's advice is going to be, yeah, babies need to eat. Do you have it? No, we don't have any. But my medical advice is babies need to eat. President Biden also had manufacturers this week. Let me just bring it up here. In February, the FDA announced a recall. But this week, Biden finally got around to it. Met with manufacturers this week to learn how they could increase production and how his administration could help. That's nice. I don't want to pull a Scott Adams loser think, which is, why didn't you do this 3 months ago? But I will. Because it's never too late to do the right thing, but you're still going to have to explain why it took you 3 months to start looking into the problem that you now knew existed as of at least February. WSDOH also shared social media posts on Friday explaining the importance of talking to a healthcare provider before switching an infant over to a new formula. Yeah, that's a luxury that a lot of people are probably not going to have right now. Washington Department of Health. Running low on infant formula? It's important to talk to your baby's healthcare provider when switching to a new formula. Most babies adjust quickly, but it could take a week or 2 to get used to new formula. Reach out to your local WIC for support! ! So anyways, that's it. I don't do the homemade stuff even for, the dog's raw beef diet. But this is a reality that people are facing right now. It's incomprehensible. It's incomprehensible. the degree. Oh, sorry. So that's what's wrong with regular milk. It doesn't have the nutrients. Sorry, that chat's been up for a very long time. Regular milk doesn't have the nutrients. You can't exactly go and make your homemade formula, which may or may not contain the required nutrients. Not every mother can breastfeed. Not every mother that can breastfeed has a baby that latches on properly. There are plenty of reasons for which even lactating mothers are going to be unable to feed their babies, and it's going to be a big problem. I mean, it's already a big problem. Oh, dude, we got Runkle of the Bailey in the house, not knowing how long he's got. Runkle.
Yeah, so I'm here at the trial. It's a little crazy. The line almost turned into some chaos today because they didn't want people lining up before 1 a.m., so they had to move the lineup, and the people who had already lined up were really upset that they might have lost their spots. So that was excitement, but
wait, Runkle, but back it up one step. You were in line last night.
Yes, we got there. Basically, Rob and I, he's Law and Lumber. We were going, and we just thought we'd do a little drive-by just to see if anyone had lined up yet. And when we got there, the line was huge. So I was like, I need to be in this line. You need to park and then get in this line. We need to be here. So we were in the line at about 9:15, and about 10:30, the number 100 person showed up. So
Runkle, I got to back you up even more because I take for granted everybody watching knows who you are. Who are you? I mean, I know you're from Canada, so you're gonna have to explain how you got from Canada to Virginia. But who are you for those who don't know?
So I'm online as Runkle of the Bailey. I do Canadian criminal law and firearms law, and I just happened to be going to a shooting competition in West Virginia, and I thought I can pop in on this trial. And because the one missing piece on all of this was that we were watching the video footage, but we couldn't tell what the jurors are thinking. And that's what I really wanted to sort of fill in the blanks on. And I can tell you, I can't say that there's going to be a decisive victory because it's a very difficult legal battle in terms of the legal test. But I don't think Team Heard is making much headway with those jurors. There's a little bit of bad information that's sort of been reported in terms of the juror composition, but there was moment, if you were watching when you saw that sort of teary moment just before they went for break, one juror had literally bent over forwards and was resting his head on the chair in front of him.
Oh my goodness.
Which, if you've ever run a jury trial, if you're trying to make if this is your big emotional moment, the last thing you want is a juror who basically just wants to either sleep or die. And I'm not sure which he wanted more. He just was like, I'm not interested in this.
He's not leaning over crying because he's so emotionally impacted by her testimony that you can tell.
He was just bored. You could see boredom on people's faces. Another juror was like sort of bouncing in place to just keep entertained. There was a moment where she was, if you remember, they were doing a little sort of quick run through of the video or of the audio clips to try to repair those bad audio clips, the ones where she says that she hit him, for instance.
Yeah.
And so right after she says, oh, well, I didn't punch you, I hit you. And she's trying to explain that as, oh, well, I'm differentiating about how he punches me. One juror sort of did are you freaking kidding me kind of, head roll. So I don't think she's doing so well on all of this. Now, I can't say for certain. There's a few jurors who are really hard to read, especially because some of them are wearing COVID masks, and that, hides a bit of their facial expressions. So if all you've got are just, the eyes to see, it's a little more challenging. But it's the ones, that you can make out. There's another woman who's in the front row who's been pretty inscrutable. I don't think she's buying it, but I can't tell for certain. There's a guy in the front row who is a much older, he's, I think, in his 60s guy, and he just, I don't think he's fond of Amber Heard at all. He looks, whenever she starts talking, he kind of wrinkles his nose, and he's shot Elaine, the counsel for Amber Heard, glares at points. So I think he's really not on board. So I
Um,
feel like, I mean, the question will be whether they, whether they think that that's enough to overcome the very difficult legal test here. But I feel that I understand where things are going. And the big concern I had was maybe the jurors were really nodding along with Amber Heard's, sob stories and so forth. And I didn't see any of that. There was nobody that, sorry, go ahead.
There was a moment where someone on the jury needed a tissue.
I'm pretty certain that was not a like wiping their eyes moment. That was somebody having allergies, because it came during test. I didn't have a perfect view. I was partially obstructed between me and that person, but it came during a moment where they were showing like pictures of the apartment, which is not super emotional. And I also, that guy was wearing a mask, so I actually saw him move the mask when the tissue came up. I couldn't see what he was doing with it, but you wouldn't really move the mask to wipe your eyes. That's a wiping your nose kind of thing. So I think it's allergies. That's my reading in that moment.
And now I've got to know this process. So you show up last night. By my count, it was 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock to get in line.
9:15, we got in line. And by 10:30, the person who was going to get the last wristband had showed up. So 10:30 was basically the cutoff. And I expect tomorrow it'll probably be even earlier. And then you just wait for a long time. And then finally, they did a little thing where they reshuffled the line, and that caused, as I mentioned, some tension. But at the end of it, you go up, you get a wristband. They check your ID, they give you a wristband. The wristband actually is matched to your ID, and they can demand to confirm your identity at any given point. And it's also got a whole bunch of anti-tamper features, so you can't take those wristbands off and pass them on to someone else.
So did you get to go? Did you go back to your hotel last night, or you didn't spend the night in the line?
I spent the night in the line.
Shut up.
Yep, you can't really leave.
Oh my! Is anyone pitching tents? Nobody. Is it? Are they lying on the ground?
I didn't see tents. There were sleeping bags. And the really challenging thing is going to be how to do this tomorrow, because at the end of today, I'm going to go do some live streaming, but we probably have to be back in line for like 8:39. And that doesn't leave a whole lot of like getting sleep time in there. So I'm already kind of struggling to stay awake. Sometimes the only way to stay focused is to just really laser in on the jurors. But I don't really have a plan right now for how I'm going to make that work, but I'm going to try. I'm probably going to have to bring some people and do like sleeping in shifts on the lineup, which will be exciting.
That's so you it's like it's like a rock show. You cannot leave the line until the event starts in the morning.
Yep.
If you can sleep, all the better.
Because it's 100 people who get to have a wristband that lets you into the courtroom, which is the one that I need, because otherwise, if I can't see the jurors, what's the point? There's another 50 for overflow seating, and the overflow seating is basically you're sitting in another courtroom, but you're just watching the same feed everyone else is on the monitors, which is not spectacular from my perspective, because I could do that from home and just watch, whatever. But if you're in line and you're number 80, well, there's probably another 100 people behind you who are wanting your spot. So if you're going to get up and get moving, you're going to have a hard time convincing people that you should be let back into your old spot. So it's exciting. And
this is a nightmare. Like, I'll tell you one thing. I would not do this. I would not do what you did to get in line. Full stop, period. I'd have to pee in a bucket. I'd have to I don't do well without sleeping. I don't like staying up all night. Never.
When you've got somebody else there to sort of backstop you, you can leave the line, if you've got somebody who can say, yes, he was right there, to go, and there's a bathroom that's accessible. So that's nice. Because otherwise that lineup would have actually been a major public health issue, because lots of people needing to go, and I don't know where that had gone if there wasn't a bathroom available.
People
But
were asking if it was cold last night.
it wasn't too bad. I was shivering a little bit at one point, but it wasn't. I mean, I'm Canadian, so
Sorry. I was shivering at one point last night. That's already too much. This is so you get in line. You've been in line all night. You probably slept nothing. You're in court now all day. One question about the line. There was a scandal about 2 pushers who pushed their way into line, from what I heard.
yes. So when they did the whole line shift thing, basically somebody had been really smart in the lineup and had gone and numbered everybody who was already there. And once we were all numbered, it was like, okay, cool, we've got our place, right? If you get up and go to the bathroom, then you can come back and be like, hey, I've got space number 80. And it's kind of, I don't know if you can still see it.
Oh, I'm sharing my pee habits with. Yeah, no, I can see it now. And by the way, we saw this. I think it's on your Twitter feed as well. I've pinned your channel so people can go to your channel after.
Awesome. But there were a couple of people who just kind of wedged their way in. And, when the line got reshuffled and they were being, fairly entitled about the notion that they got to do that. And so this was creating some tension with the people who were otherwise going to get bumped. And as well, the people who just felt that was infringing their sense of fairness. So that has resulted in a Twitter hashtag of, that is, and there's now like tons of memes mocking these people. So I kind of feel like it might not have been worth it for them. I don't even know if they actually got the wristband either.
They've certainly got mocked on social media. I don't like it because it can actually like cross a line pretty quickly, even through the standard mockery. But when you say the line got reshuffled, what does that mean, and why did it get how and why?
So they didn't want people lining up before 1 a.m., but of course people were lining up before 1 a.m. And from what I understand, at like 12:30, they do prisoner releases for people they can't hold anymore overnight. So they wanted it to be clear so that the prisoners could go through without having to walk through this big morass of, people there to see the show. So they wanted people cleared out and out of the way. And when that happened, they said, no, we're not preserving your space in line. That's up to you guys to figure out. We're just going to do a lineup walk. And everyone who is screwed by that is screwed. And that resulted in some very unhappy people. Thankfully, the numbering system actually resulted in a lot of people behaving very honorably, because most people at the end of it, we sort of got to the lineup and we looked at our numbers and said, okay, you got a lower number than I do. Go ahead. It was only just a couple of people who were like, nah, we're not doing that. And of course, they were doing that because they don't have a number that is under 100, and they wanted to get to a spot where they'd actually be in the thing. So, yeah, social order breaks down when you have people who are unwilling to play nicely.
Well, that's it. Limited resources, and everyone's vying for the same resource right now, which is 100. So you get in. Now you go into the courthouse. There's, I presume, security. You show ID. They check for you go through a metal detector.
Yeah, you got to go through a metal detector, and
What does the courtroom look like? Like in terms of where the jury is situated, obviously to the right of Amber or whoever's testifying.
From my seat, so looking forward, the jury's off to the left.
Okay.
So it would be off to Amber's right. She's immediately next to the jury, so they're close. They get a good view of her. The judge is, of course, on the other side of her on that. And then there's counsel who are in front. From where we're sitting, it's kind of difficult to pick out or to get a really good view of Amber or Johnny, but that's not really who we're there to look at, because ultimately the best view of those people is via the court feeds.
Yeah.
So, but you can pick up a little bit more tone, and you can also, for instance, watch the judge's expression sometimes when you see some of these back and forth exchanges.
Well, so people are asking, like, the judge is sustaining a ton of objections. Whether or not it's normal, I don't think it's normal. But is the judge clearly not partial to Johnny Depp, but clearly trying to send a message to Elaine, who insists on asking leading and inappropriate questions?
Elaine keeps asking bad questions, and she keeps being unable to fix them, in part because Amber doesn't seem to be playing ball. So you'll get these moments where there's an objection and then Elaine tries to fix it and Amber actually leans into the objection, so, objection, hearsay. And then it's like, oh, well, how do you know this? Oh, well, because somebody told me. Objection, hearsay. Okay, right. That's, and so there does seem to be some interesting tension there. I think Amber's getting a little frustrated at how many objections are landing. And I think Elaine is getting a little frustrated because she's having a lot of trouble getting this information out of her witness.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's gonna be interesting because if Amber can't keep her temper through her own direct, that does not look good.
She's melting. She's melting down. I've called it. How does who do we got there? Is that Law and Lumber?
That is Law and Lumber.
How you doing, sir?
How's it going, buddy?
Oh God. Well, yeah, I'm fascinated by this. So, someone in the chat asked, did anyone give up their spots for hundreds of dollars? Is anyone selling their spots?
We didn't see anybody actually sell a spot, but there was an offer. Yeah, $500 per spot and they wanted 2 spots, so they were ready to drop $1,000 on that.
That's not enough. I would not have given that up. How does the jury look? We know the breakdown. I think is it 8 males, 4 females?
6 and 3, I think.
No, it's a 9-person jury.
I think there's 9 people there, but only 9 remaining, and then only 7 are going to make it onto the jury, I believe.
Oh, really? Okay. So of the 9, 6 and 3.
Yeah, it's a very young jury, and also there's, I think, 3 of them are Asian, so it's skewed in that fashion as well. Which I don't know if that means anything.
And the Asian are one male, 2 female.
I just have to check. I think it's 1 female, 2 male, but.
Okay. And
I gotta pop off here and let you go because I need to eat something or else.
Go. I mean, I can keep you the entire time, but that's fascinating. Okay, amazing, Ian. Thank you for doing what everyone needs to be done, and thank Law and Lumber as well.
Absolutely, I'll pass that along.
Enjoy the adventure.
Cheers. Bye.
And that's not something I would ever do myself. I would never do that. And it's not, I cannot pull all-nighters. I feel very bad the next day. And even, I didn't pull an all-nighter Saturday night. So what day is it today? Yeah, it's Monday. I didn't pull an all-nighter Saturday night. I just slept incredibly badly. I'm an old man. But man, so they had to sit in line all night to get in. And according to Ian, Ian Runkle of the Bailey, he's very much into firearm law in Canada. And apparently I didn't know that he was in Virginia for a shooting competition. And then says, maybe I'll just mosey on over to the trial, do an all-nighter, get it. My goodness, he's going to be on another planet in terms of fatigue and exhaustion. I was following it on Twitter because there's the interwebs law group was talking about this, and I saw. I didn't realize what was going on. I saw a picture of Ian in line at night, and I thought, okay, maybe they're going to go get their seats and then they come back tomorrow morning. Holy crab apples! They had to spend the night, and he got a good seat. So he's looking at the jury. I'm 42 until next Monday. Then I'm 43 in the prime of my life. Okay. Runkle. Oh, let me see something here. The hairs are, I think I might have to trim the beard down a little bit. It's getting a little too annoying. Runkle's there and he says the jury does not look like they're following along, so to speak. So you can assess Runkle's assessment as you will. Maybe Runkle is biased. Maybe maybe Runkle came in on Team Johnny. Well, I may not be young, but one thing is for certain. I'm as young as I'm ever going to be at this particular moment in time. I will never be younger than I am right now, or now. Ian does not seem to think the jury's having it. So let's dispel one myth. The Kleenex box was not a sobbing jury member. It looked like allergies. At the very least, it wasn't a jury member like wiping up the vomit that they regurgitated in their mouth listening to some of this. But at the very least, according to Ian, who's now seen the jury, and it's amazing. That's the $1 million shot that you need to know. Says they're not into it. From what he says, one jury member, like when you go to church or synagogue or a wedding and it's like taking a little bit too much time and you lean your head on the pew in front of you. He seems to think one of the jury members at a time where they should have been emotionally invested if they were ever going to be, looked bored. Other one, he said, rolling their eyes at some point in time. So that's it. Someone asked a question here. I don't even want to bring it up. Can you please ask the viewers in the gallery. Tracy, I thought you meant, can I ask my viewers about their status? It is something I would never do. I'll message. You know what, people? I'll take some screenshots. I'm going to flag some questions and I will message Ian. And if he can get back to me, he'll get back to me and then I can relay the answers. Ian, I had Ian on the channel a while back. I have not been on his channel, I don't think, but I know we've discoursed on the interwebs multiple times. And I've actually even asked him private questions, given the nature of his practice. Okay, sorry, that was not the one. This was a super chat from a while back. How about going to the border and getting some of that stockpiled formula? There have been reports. I've seen the reports. Things that I'm not able to independently verify, and I don't want to get caught up retweeting news that might turn out not to be entirely accurate. And there we go. And young jury, time to make TikToks, everybody. Young jury, they are in Virginia, and for whatever the breakdown is worth, three Asian jurors. He said 2 women, 3 women, and 6 men, and only 7 are going to make it. How many jurors do you need to have a full jury for a trial? I thought the expression was better judged by 12 than carried by 6, but if they're down to 9 and only 7 are actually going to make it to make it to judgment. I don't know the rules in Virginia, people, and I don't know. Oh, so no, it's 12, but Ian said that there were 9, and you need 7 for a jury. Okay, I'll ask someone who knows Virginia law more than me. My wife is asking if she needs to pick up the kids, if possible. And Eric Hunley messaged me. Who else do we got here? Best friend says, the people following this trial, I think a lot of people, look, there's people who are following it. Why varies by state. And someone said, why in Virginia? I don't know why. I mean, why in Virginia? Why would they file in Virginia? I don't know. I know that some of the other people who've been following this trial a little closer would know that answer. Principal pondering, were Johnny and Amber disallowed to pay attention to social media, or just the jury? Amber for certain, because she's currently under oath. Amber for certain is not supposed to be checking social media or anything about. Amber for sure, I believe, is not supposed to discuss or view anything about the trial, but it's inconceivable. The jury, yes, but they're not sequestered. And Johnny, I don't think there's any reason why Johnny can't follow the news right now. He's already testified and he's not under oath. So if I got that wrong, someone correct me, but I don't think that that's wrong. I think when Amber is no longer under oath, when she's done testifying, she can follow social media as much as she wants. It's jury members and it's witnesses while they're testifying. So we got WAPO is headquartered in Virginia. That is where the defamation took place. Okay. It's interesting still because defamation can occur wherever the news is published. So he could have picked another jurisdiction or another venue, I think, if they wanted to. Jury of 7 plus 2 alternates per Law and Lumber who practices in Virginia. Okay. And Law and Lumber is an up-and-coming new name in the LawTube verse. He does law and he does lumber. And his first video, one of his first videos that I saw, was him breaking down how he doesn't think the bed frame could have cracked in the manner in which it cracked based on the testimony of Amber Heard. I'm not. It's a lot of funny things happening with this chat right now. With that super chat. Where and when was the TRO issued? Let me go see if we can't find that. Johnny Depp TRO. It was I want to say May of 2016. I remember. Let me see here. Yeah, so here we go. Johnny Depp was confused. The People in 2016. It was 2016. It's actually amazing just to go and see some of the news that's covering this right now. If I go to, let me just share this and see if I can bring up share when. Excuse me, I just gagged on my own uvula. When we go live again, I'm going to run to go pee-pee and to get a Red Bull because I have a Red Bull in the fridge, which I have been meaning to taste. It's a new flavor. It's peach and watermelon, or something ridiculous. It was at a gas station. That's all I could find. Here we go. Johnny Depp was confused when Amber Heard asked to meet with him in 2016, despite restraining order. Just make sure we're looking at the same thing, which we are. There's no news on Pat King for the chat that I just saw. There's no news that I know of. I'll Google it right after this. Johnny Depp was confused when Amber Heard asked to meet with him in 2016, despite restraining order. At the July 2016 meeting with Amber Heard, months after she filed for a domestic violence restraining order, Johnny Depp said he threatened to cut himself because he couldn't take it anymore. Johnny Depp recounted how Amber Heard wanted to meet with him in San Francisco months after filing a domestic violence restraining order against him and filing for divorce. Depp, 58, finished his testimony on Monday by telling the Fairfax, Virginia courtroom about how he wanted out of his marriage to Heard in a peaceful exit for both parties. The actor had been on the stand. Yada. So, yeah, here, she filed for divorce in May. And then she got the domestic violence. So when was that first? Oh boy, you know what? I know when something doesn't add up. The cross-examination had better be putting their timeline together because it doesn't make sense. It's funny. He's in the recording speaking about the July 2016 audio clip played in court in which Depp threatened to cut himself, not threatened to hurt her, threatened to hurt himself. As Heard begged for him to stop, Depp said Heard wanted to meet with him despite the restraining order she had against him. We went to a hotel room so we could finish the discussion, and she wanted to have with me. He was in the city touring with his band at the time. I'd love to watch Johnny Depp play live. I was quite confused as to why she would summon me. Anyhow, so that's it. We saw that testimony. I'm going to close this down. Go back here. She violated her own request. Let's see, Stephen Britton says Viva and I are okay. I don't know what was going on there. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know. Red Bull, everything's a commie operation these days. TikTok's a commie. I know Red Bull is probably one of my few dietary vices. Here we go. Oh, and Virginia doesn't have anti-slap. Okay, there we go. Wait, let's see this. And Virginia doesn't have anti-slap. As Virginia doesn't have these anti-slap laws, his lawsuit was more likely to go to trial in the state. That's a very good reason. That would be determinative. I can deal with it. It was a typo. Okay, it doesn't matter. So, Runkle of the Bailey, Law and Lumber are there in person, and it's got to be one heck of an experience. Maybe I could do it for one day. Certainly not for more than one day. But yeah, so she got her temporary restraining order. Okay. It doesn't matter. I should not pull up random comments in the chat without knowing the context in which those chats were made. Please stop pushing the distraction. I'm going to stop responding to these afterwards because if people find this a distraction, there's other stuff to that you can go do. You can go watch other stuff. Also, I don't think talking about the unserious, I go exercise, I go biking, I watch The Simpsons. It doesn't have to be 24/7. And even if it is a distraction, sometimes a distraction is actually a good thing. I happen to think there's merit to this. We're learning about good and bad law, and we're learning about the legal process itself. We also talk about all of the important stuff, as Robert Burns and I did for 2 straight hours last night. There's time for distractions. It's not always bad. So I'm going to stop responding to those comments because they don't irritate me, but I think they're not. It's easy. Anything that someone's not interested in is a distraction to them. People are going to learn about law from this. And it is also, we don't, and it's unifying. I mean, this is the odd thing. This is unifying in a way that, people can, this can actually unify, educate, and get people to maybe stop talking about the stuff that fundamentally divides. But it's not it's not a distraction in that I'm still talking about the baby formula shortage, and I'm still talking about the war in Ukraine and $40 billion in funding, and what's going to happen there when you have people recognizing now $40 billion in funding to a foreign war with no accountability. You could easily imagine some problems with that. I'm going to go back, bring this up just so I know when it goes live again. They've been pretty good on the timing. So yeah, it is, even if it is a distraction, there's enough time in the day, and you can make time for distractions regardless. Whatever. The days are long. There's lots of time to do what you want to do, and lots of time to do things which might not be the most important things in the world, but they're still important nonetheless. Viva, how did mothers feed their babies before formula? Well, I suspect they had nurses. They had wet nurses. I don't know how long formula has been around for. Hold on. We're going to do this in real time. When was baby formula invented? I bet you formula in one form or another has been around for a very long time. When was baby formula, people have been looking it up, invented? 1846. I mean, so here's an interesting thing. Let me stop the screen share. So people have been asking the question. I don't think it proves the point that people think it proves, but what did people do before baby formula was invented? Well, first of all, it was invented in 1846 by the looks of it. By the looks of it, it's from Wikipedia, so take it for what it's worth, but we're going to take it because it's what we got. Invented in 1846. As early as 1846, scientists and nutritionists noted an increase in medical problems, and infant mortality was associated with dry nursing. In an attempt to improve the quality of manufactured baby foods in 1867, Justus von Liebig developed the world's first commercial infant formula, Liebig's soluble food for babies. Now, the reality is, what did they do beforehand? Infant mortality was probably exponentially higher before they came up with baby formula. So the fact that it didn't always exist doesn't necessarily prove the point that you might think it proves, because before it existed, I bet infant mortality compared to what it is today was exponentially higher. I don't know that for a fact, but let's just see infant mortality over time. I bet it went down substantially. Well, that's only relatively recently. Let's see how far we can go on this chart. Doesn't seem that we can go back. World. Here we go. Well, not sure we're going to be able to find the rate, but it looks like it's gone down. It's probably judicial knowledge that infant mortality has gone down exponentially over time, and certainly I would imagine with the advent of proper baby formula. So yeah, what did they do beforehand? A lot of infant mortality, and probably a lot of wet nurses, and probably a lot of, I see people with certain suggestions like goat's milk, but I don't even want to be misconstrued as providing any form of medical or legal or election fortification advice. So yeah, what did they do before? They probably had a much rougher life before formula was invented. And I like I shared with my anecdote, we've had a baby. We've had 3 kids. The first one didn't latch properly, and we had to substitute with baby formula. Supplement, sorry, not substitute. But because one thing I know from having been a parent, there is arguably no substitute for breast milk. And so even if you supplement with formula, get as much breast milk in there as you can, because there's stuff in breast milk that cannot be replicated. It's just, the product of the divine. It's clear Amber is trying to clarify her lies, so has been up on social media. There's strictly no, oh, we're back. Strictly no question. It is inconceivable, unfathomable, preposterous to think that Amber Heard is not following social media. And I do say it's equally implausible, preposterous, outlandish to think that she has not talked indirectly or directly about her testimony with her counsel over the last week and a half. And that's not to impugn the ethics of their attorneys. It's just inconceivable. So let's just see if we see Ian. Do we see Ian Runkle in the crowd? He says he should be towards the upper side behind Johnny Depp, behind the lady in blue. Let's see if we can see. Runkle is going to be easy to spot. Maybe he's up in the back. So the jury, from where they are right now, that's Amber Heard in the front, bottom left of our screen. The jury is to her right. Runkle said that they were looking at the jury from the left. Do we see Ian Runkle in the... Oh, it would be really funny if we do. Okay, chat, if you can see him. Who says it? Where? Can't be hard to find. His hair is relatively distinctive. I know. Oh. No. Is she staring at JD? Goat's milk is close to mother's milk. I can tell you one thing. I've tasted goat milk out of the boobie of a goat. Not contact, but my brother-in-law who works on a farm squoze the milk out of a goat into my mouth.
Okay, we're ready for the jury.
And it was warm and sweet. Okay, where is Ian Runkle if we see him? White. Oh, hold on a second. No, someone just said it right here. White shirt behind the purple dude. White shirt behind the purple dude. I don't see it. Are we on the left columns or the right columns, people? Can you spell squoze? Squoozy. Miss Squoozy. Okay. I'm going to put my screen off for 2.5 minutes. I'm going to go listen to it while I run to the little boys' room. How do I close camera? Like this? Stop mic camera.
All right, thank you. Seated. All right, your next question.
That was the wrong thing.
I'd like to move the admission of defendants exhibit 155.
That's not the right one.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, stop, Ken.
Oh, okay. Any
Okay, I figured it out.
No objection.
All right.
I will be back.
Evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. 155. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit, and it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right. Is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
was that going to be for the whole 357 or is that 357A or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was private in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
it just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if we go, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your parents are gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally. Meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I can pursue the whole course of action because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically we'll know because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything's in their court.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have a mediator. We even found mediators and everything. Like that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, like she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to
I couldn't find the Red Bull, so I've got Buble and Emergency.
Okay, I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. But look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes,
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign. That he had
Objection, Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay.
Different bottle that she's got in front of her now, a different shape bottle,
What, if
and it's
any,
back to
discussion
full
did you
again.
have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me. Meaning,
Sorry, isn't this actually what is on recording of her saying to him? She would ruin him. No one would ever believe him.
That I'd be selling. Depends, is what he said, and that he'd ruin my career. And
That's what she said to him.
He refused to not engage with. Up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
But hold on a second. In that recording said nothing of what she's saying right now.
This is what he's
and
telling her.
she's
correct?
the only
Okay,
one
all right, I'll overrule
on
the
record with recordings
And up
saying that
until
no
that
one's going to
point,
believe him. She's going to go.
I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Sophisticated, well-paid PR machine. Coming from the woman who fired her PR team when the trial wasn't going the way she thought it needed to be going.
12:30 to 16.
Wow, this is pure confession through projection.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 357C in evidence.
Michelle, if you complain.
It's quite amazing. Like she's literally saying the things that she is on.
About me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. Like, no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have cooperating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either cooperation between people hearing us, or cooperation of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-cooperated. Then it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. Do you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between
Wow,
say,
it
Raquel and
really does sound like this was a.
Or between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip. I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow because I feel out that will be in for the morning and we may have to cancel. But the appearance, I don't know how. I'm icing it. I just I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you on the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file.
It'll be criminal as well.
And the only reason I haven't filed that speech statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And
who's recording this? This is Johnny recording based on the audio?
And a criminal lawyer come, and they went, the problem is, hearing from you, your biggest struggle is that this is just, it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like
this is Johnny Depp recording this, correct?
It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself in my head, and it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Wow.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
Yeah, please.
Who
recorded this? Was this Amber
begging
recording it or Johnny Depp? It sounded like
not
Johnny was
make
live.
me prove what I've
It's
had
an
to sit
Amber
on the
recording.
stand in front of all of
oh
you
my
and
God.
prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this, not to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, I'd let her talk.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012.
They were documented.
So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him.
I didn't want to hurt him.
That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't.
But she got a DVTRO.
Hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
This is interesting. I know in a book.
Depp Exhibit 357.
I know in one of the body language or behavior books I read.
17:25.
And one of the tactics as to how you know if how you might suspect someone's being deceitful.
Remove the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any
No
objection?
objection.
Where you ask them the question, you say like, if your brother had done this, what should be done to your brother? Like, how much should I punish your brother? And the person who actually did it would say like, go easy on him.
Baby, Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after putting the phone at my face, and I had gotten crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I did it.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. Until fault, you know?
All right, yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And
Oh,
what
boy.
are you referring to there?
This side.
I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
Oh, this is going to upset people who do not believe that she's an actual victim.
Bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48. I move the admission.
There.
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or...
She just did that very same thing again. She knows that she's recording, and Johnny does not know that she's recording.
Multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And
Oh, I
What are
would
you
love to
talking
be
about
looking at the
there,
jury
Amber?
right now.
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
way.
hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
let's go
Honor.
to
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry.
I can agree right now that to the extent I believe she's not telling the truth, this is very unbelievable for me. But she's recording these conversations with Johnny. He doesn't know that he's being recorded, and this is the worst
Can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357G?
of the most incriminating stuff that Johnny has not said. What about my
colon 00 to 26?
What do you say? Honor, integrity. This is a good point. Brenda Shingledecker, she was the one writing op-eds impugning Johnny publicly.
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No.
Actually, I don't know exactly at this particular time. I don't. She's the one who wrote the op-ed for the.
They're gonna have to
What?
say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck that shit. Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
This is self-serving
What
rubbish.
are you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
That he beat me up
So I'm gonna
and that
take you
he
now
knew
fast
about.
forward into the
Would there
July
have ever been an
2016
example where he
timeframe.
did something
There
that he
was a
wouldn't know about?
mediation that came about
This is
during that
self-serving
time.
evidence that she's
What, if any,
created
intent
herself.
did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize the animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
I
think it's worse than proves nothing. It proves that
even
she's
though
out
I
there
had
trying
a
to get
TRO and
recordings
I wanted to
of her putting the words into Johnny's
move on
mouth,
with my life,
and he doesn't
the
bite.
Campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign,
Even though he
the
doesn't know that
article
he's being
after
recorded.
article, the hounding me, the leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, sustain the objection.
Please
What-
explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack. and
Calls for
something to
speculation,
stop.
lack of foundation.
Did Mr.
All
Depp
right.
discuss with
Just
you that he was putting
moving
these out
on.
in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, there was.
She's describing
he
right
wanted
now.
me
It's
to,
exactly what she asked him. Back off if you agree.
drop
to do certain
charges.
things.
He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls for speculation.
I'm just actually
Lack of
reading,
foundation.
rereading
I'll
the
sustain just
Washington
the
Post
last part of that, all right?
op-ed. Listen to what
Next
she says
question.
in the op-ed.
Okay.
We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship is and was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection,
She
non-responsive.
had come out in
Overruled.
2016 and
What, if
2018
any,
with public statements and
desire did
op-eds
you
about this,
have
and now
to
she's saying
return
Johnny
to
Depp was
Mr.
doing it
Depp
against to
after
her. I
the
mean, it's
divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've
So-
never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement. And
These sound like they would be Johnny's recordings, because on his end you can hear like a lighter.
Clear my name. It's all
which-
I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number,
Why did you take $7
that it could
million?
be
I
overturned.
didn't care about the
this
money.
would never actually, it would never
interesting.
get completed, would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
and then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. It's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
See,
Before we get to that,
I don't know about these details
did
enough.
anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made 500,000 to
It's
both
not
in
conceivable
my
she would
honor,
lie
in my
about
name,
this if she doesn't
in
have
2017,
actual
I believe.
proof of the donation.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
Okay, so in the chat, I'll say if she did in fact donate the money herself, that would mean that she donated the money herself. Doesn't mean she's not a liar. And some people who are inclined to believe that she is a liar would say that's exactly what you have to do to really sell the lie. Donate to the ACLU so that you could be the spokesperson. I think I clipped the section from the Washington Post article, nerds. And I clipped a portion of the Washington Post article that referred to her as the ambassador to the ACLU. It's what you would do. But that's what I did. I thought the ACLU guy testified and that she pledged it, but didn't. Viva, that's correct. However, she seems foggy on so many other pertinent facts. Elon got out in time. So hold on. Did she pay? She didn't pay it all. She's going to say, I got sued, so I need to keep it. But who made those payments for and on her behalf? And how much did she make out of her own pocket? And was it at the time that she's running these op-eds? Oh my goodness, it is. It absolutely is. Hold on. Let me just go Google. It was Amber Heard op-ed. Washington Post from 2018. And in the op-ed, it says, Amber Heard is an actress and ambassador on women's rights at the American Civil Liberties Union. And she said that she stopped when she got sued. So she's making the donations to the Civil Rights Union while becoming an ambassador. And the op-ed is right here. I'll put the op-ed back in case anybody wants to read it. So let's see here. It says she put in $350,000 so far. Okay, that's what I think I recalled. Now, Mike, I forget your last name, Mike, suggested that these are Johnny's recordings and she's trying to spin them. And the only reason why it sounds like it would be Johnny's recordings is because it sounds like they were made on Johnny's end, because you could hear him flipping with a lighter and Amber is the one coming in on a speaker. So someone else said, yeah, Johnny's calm, so he knows he's making these recordings. They sound like they would be Johnny's recordings because it sounds like they were made on the Johnny end and Amber's on a speakerphone. Okay. And this is the question. Did she pay it or did it come in on her behalf from other people? Rule of acquisition 29. When someone says it's not the money, they're lying. Amber Heard and Elon Musk tell me that she was... Okay.
So going back to that, then, could you afford?
Don't worry, boom, it's not going to happen.
ACLU and Children's Hospital.
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm, Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it.
Well, she said it has tax benefits, and you
He
can't
signed his
blame
name to
people
it, and
for
I
wanting
thought
the
it would
tax
mean
benefits.
something. He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
The horror.
Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how
They might be getting to the end of her
evolved
testimony today.
after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I had shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what
Cross
Justice
starts
League was and what
whenever they
it
end
was in
this.
that?
But now they're
It
on
is
her
a
damages, so
superhero,
hopefully they're going to end this today.
franchise, DC
She's making
action
evidence
film,
of her alleged losses
and
for
it introduced
Johnny's
my
alleged
character,
defamation.
and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it, and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release. And I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about
I don't
Aquaman
understand the
for a
defamation part of
moment.
that. It took a hit when she got the restraining order, which is what she
DC
petitioned
films,
the
is that
court
correct?
for.
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
And
December
what was your role
of
in that?
2018. Let me just go see the
I
date on
played,
that
yeah.
op-ed again.
And was that?
Oh, that
lead
op-ed
role?
is December 2018.
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. Yes. The female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
So you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was the female lead of the movie.
So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU.
Yeah,
I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having.
She
at that
published
time,
the
political
op-ed
conversation and cultural conversation
at the time her movie was
happy
coming
to
out.
lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
She's going to throw
I was trying
ACLU
to
under the
raise
bus now?
awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around
A cultural
gender
conversation.
issues, and
she just wanted to have it right. Let me see when that movie came out.
I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique
Aquaman
phenomena
release.
that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman?
Objection, leading the witness.
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed,
It doesn't. Notice that she didn't
a
answer the
major
question. Actually,
motion picture or major
it doesn't work like
franchise
that. I
that
found
is
that
not
out after the
aided
fact.
by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to
the release
potentially
date
advance the causes within the op-ed.
Release date was 3 days after the op-ed, by the way. 3 days.
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
So she came forward either to sell the movie or use the movie to sell her story.
You had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it.
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why?
She's looking at the jury on the right when she answers.
Because I didn't
which
want
is what she's been prepped to do.
Get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And
I mean, like no one would believe them, Amber. Like what you said in the recording
that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about, and I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me, and quite literally prove my point.
And so, who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Oh boy, she just put someone on blast.
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
She's going to throw her lawyer under the bus. Had he done his job properly, Johnny would have retaliated.
Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
What do you think of his advice?
And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart. And
but this is going to turn.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
Everything. They
None
drafted.
to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
You can
No.
read it for yourself.
No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up?
Oh,
Plaintiff's
that's
Exhibit 2?
this is going to be easily proved. If she had her lawyer look this over, he's going to have looked over a draft, and you'll know
This
what
has
the
also
title
already
was
been
when her lawyer looked it
Yes,
over.
And this is the
print version.
paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page,
Wayback Machine. When did they change
this
the
one
title?
has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
Did
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
She's going to say she didn't know what the
And now
title
I'm
was
going
of
to
the online
ask
version.
you to
So she's
turn
going to recognize that the
and Michelle,
title
can we pull up
could be
Plaintiff's
defamatory.
Exhibit number 3?
It's someone who knows this file better is going to be able to show definitively that she knew what the online version
Do you
had by way of title.
recognize this document?
It's impossible that she did not know the
Yes.
headline of that until
Your Honor,
only
I'm
now.
going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we can publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social
Oh, they
media
know, but
oriented?
Tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the
And
title
what,
in the
if
article.
any, control did you have?
Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh, come on. This is like, sorry. That wasn't me.
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's
You don't have
my
control to read the
experience
title of
that
the
you don't
article that you're
control a
retweeting.
title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize.
Do you get a
someone else's
chance to
title.
read it, Amber?
And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even.
You could object to that question, but
Have
let
you
the
ever
lawyer ask
typed
ridiculous questions.
The words from that title?
No, I have not.
I just retweeted. I didn't even read the article
Now,
online.
I'm going to
I'm
ask
so proud of it. I
let's go back
framed
to
it,
number 2,
but I didn't read the
Plaintiff's
title that is in the tweet.
And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further.
She just said that she didn't know what the title of the online version
actually,
was.
that's
And then
perfect,
her
Michelle, then I
lawyer
don't
puts
have to
into
use my
evidence a
purple
tweet
ribbon.
with the
And
entire
then
article.
You said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
They
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't, there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Well, by the way, notice her demeanor. She was being honest right there. And she had a very different demeanor than
bad
previously.
Intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp?
No,
by
I have
assisting
no
in
doubt that she
writing,
gets
giving your
these
name
types
to
of
the
threats. No
op-ed
doubt.
And in publishing it.
And when she said it,
None. It's not
you could
about
tell
Johnny.
that she was telling the truth.
The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about
And
what
now look
happened
at the
to
change
me
of demeanor
after
here.
Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
Did you see that that facial movement right there?
We can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
This is it's actually she hates him. There's no question. But when she said there's no doubt she gets threats and she gets harassment. There's no question. And so you now go back and look at her face there when it actually looked honest and transparent, because you knew she is getting threats. She is getting harassed. Some will say she deserves it for making false accusations. Others are going to say, look, there's people on the internet, that's what they do.
I'm going to turn to your
But she had a different demeanor in that answer than all the other
Mr.
stuff.
Depp in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But Your Honor, I'm going to ask.
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time.
Oh man, maybe they're going to be done today. It's 2:30. They're going to be done. The judge said they're going from 9 to 5, I think. They should be, and they're at her damages and her aspect of the claim. So I think I agree. She's finally in her truth. Well, when she said that statement, her face was relaxed. There was no contorting. There was no sighing. There was no bizarre gesticulations, because you knew what she was saying was the truth. So you can only now just compare that when you know that she's telling the truth to when she says other things which are outlandish on their face, where she contorts, where she sighs, where she touches her. And then you just say, okay, if I think this is what she does when she's telling the truth, I think I can tell when she's doing other stuff that maybe she's not telling the truth. But she's putting her lawyer, it's her lawyer's fault. He didn't give her good advice. It's the ACLU's fault. They wrote the article. She didn't have anything to write about it. She got to review the entire thing, but she didn't have any say in it. It's the ACLU's fault. She thought she was doing it at a good time, not to sell the movie, but because she thought the movie would sell her story. It's incredible. I mean, you have to keep track of all of these elements of the story. She published that op-ed on December 18, and Aquaman was released in the United States on December 21, 2018. Yeah, it's her fault. It's her fault. But it's an interesting thing where she said the idea of selling, the idea of capitalizing in one way or the other was on her mind, but she thinks it's going to be a defense to the accusation that she exploited the allegations of domestic violence to capitalize for the purposes of selling the movie, where she's like, no. I didn't write that op-ed to sell the movie. I wrote that op-ed because I was hoping the movie would sell the op-ed. But I didn't write the op-ed, so I'm not responsible for the allegedly defamatory statements. My lawyer went through it, and he saw nothing wrong with it, and I relied on his legal opinion. I didn't read the title to the piece, even though when I retweeted it in December 2018, it had clearly the digital title, which was the one she says she didn't know about until now, but I only knew of the print title because I was so proud I framed it. So, yeah. Okay, we're back on now. Synergy.
Okay, we're going to start by bringing up defendants 1245.
All right.
So
moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail
why would that be? That's not redacted. What's going on here?
on 8 April 2020.
Okay.
You see that?
No, I can't see
And
a
then
darn
Michelle,
thing.
if you can move that to the next page. And perfect.
I don't
It
think
says,
Barnes would have taken this case
Adam
for her,
Waldman,
at least.
Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
You see,
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use
I'm sorry.
what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through. And to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever.
I had been protective of that
Adam Waldman
while writing or participating in
one
an
who put that out
op-ed
in
in the
world.
Washington Post.
As remarkable as that is, I protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to
By the
ask
way,
if we can bring up, and it's going to
Does
be
anyone else find it very
12:36.
satisfying when Elaine highlights with that purple, and when it highlights over a highlight, it
I'm
doesn't
moving
get
this
double
out.
dark. It just
Evidence
stays
as
the
well.
same
No
level
objection,
of
so
purple.
1246A is in evidence.
I find that very satisfying.
And this is an article that was
No,
published on
she's
the 28th.
she
of
did Johnny a
April,
favor by
2020.
keeping those allegations quiet.
Michelle, if we can.
And yet she went public in the Washington Post 3
And this
days
one
before her
says,
movie, because
Depp's
even by her own
lawyer,
testimony, she
Adam
wanted the
Waldman,
movie to sell her story,
said,
promote
quite
her story.
simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com.
Well, now that might explain
Let's
this.
keep going.
What are they blacking? Oh, they're blacking out well, they can't be blacking out ads. Why would they black out an article?
So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911.
Am I biased, or
You
does
see
this
that?
make a lot more sense
Yes,
than Amber
that's true or
Heard's
false?
testimony?
Couldn't be more false.
It couldn't be
And
more
why
false.
is
It could
that?
be. There could be dinosaurs involved.
Every part of it is false.
Look at the anger,
I didn't call
contemptuous
911.
anger.
I didn't call the police.
She didn't, but her
I
friend did.
refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny.
No, that's
I
not.
protected Johnny.
Oh yeah.
I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't
I
rough
didn't.
up the place. I cleaned up the place.
Yeah.
I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police?
Oh, see, this is
Wouldn't I
the
do more
rhetorical.
damage to
Wouldn't
the
I
house
have done
and,
it?
than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it
This is terrible.
online when there's no fact checking, there's no
This is
authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse.
Yep.
Hearsay,
Hashtag confession through
speculation.
projection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
All right, and so what in fact,
By the way,
Did
do you
you
notice
do
how
that
she
then?
said, I didn't call the cops,
I-
but not that her friends didn't?
Cleaned up.
Who called the cops?
I protected Johnny.
Yeah,
I
both.
refused to cooperate with the police.
I took
like
pictures
so
all
many
the
other people do.
took pictures before,
I tried
during, and
really
after,
hard to keep it
and
private,
the next
even
day.
after that, even when I was
Protected
committed
them.
to
Then I went.
filing for
Then I went to.
divorce.
Yeah.
I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny.
Oh my god! You see what you just
Every
did
bit
there,
of
by the way?
this
I didn't even have a lawyer.
was to
I didn't
protect
call
Johnny and to
my
protect the
publicist.
secret that I had
But now she's saying that she
fought
called.
really hard to keep for nearly 5 years.
Yeah, she fought real hard to keep it. By
Which was that behind closed doors,
Johnny was a monster.
things were not what it looked like.
Well, that might be true.
okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247?
She was trying to protect
And
him.
then I'll move the admission.
She didn't cooperate with
All right.
police,
There's no
but she took
objection.
pictures before, during, and after. The next day, then took them to police. Sounds exactly like what Johnny
Amber,
says
this is
happened.
another daily, a mail online.
It's actually
This is published
outrageous.
On 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go
A lot.
further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
What did you think she's going to say, Elaine?
And why is it false?
Because unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take.
Yeah, because it's so
Albeit
preposterous.
online, where
What
he could get
Johnny's
away with
version
it
of
for some
events
Objection
time.
calls for
so
speculation.
so preposterous.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this.
Yeah,
and
we
I
got a
narrowly
recording of you.
survived
We
it,
got a recording of you
but I
saying you hit.
survived
him.
it.
We got that.
And, I have mountains of evidence,
Oh, yeah.
mountains of proof. And yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
No, so you got to make it
Objection, Your
even
Honor.
better.
Calls
Make
for
it even better.
speculation.
Go smash some things. Take some good pictures.
So
then
I'm
go
gonna
to the
take
cops.
you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result
Ugh.
of these statements. by
Good.
Mr.
End
Waldman
this
on
testimony,
his
Elaine.
behalf.
This is not
Please tell the
good.
jury how you were doing
Objection,
reputationally.
that's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm
We
sorry.
move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward. from the record. We'll disregard that question. All right, your next question.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for
If-
speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want to.
What just happened in the background there? I just heard someone in the background.
So we'll move forward to my other question here. How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020? April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll have.
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was awaiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So
Oh my goodness.
How did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time.
I remember.
Unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No,
It's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule. and a
What was
script
that
for
scream that we heard in the background?
Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series.
Now
I
she's
was
just
doing,
opened the door to the fact that she lost business because her mother passed away and she was grieving.
Beauty brand. And then I remember at that time, the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
That she can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Oof.
Were you actively
Were you?
involved? in
God damn
campaigns
it! Can't
for
you just answer the
L'Oreal
question?
before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you?
Oh, well, let's
with the
let's
Stand-
time it
we're
with your
talking
mother's
about the
passing and maybe
TV
the grieving
series. That was The
process.
Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I
Were you-
was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled.
Did she just not
Okay.
make the temporal
With
connection to
respect
her mother
to
passing away and
Aquaman
grieving?
1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for.
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No. The
Why would you be
communication
actively
stopped
scheduling for a sequel that you've already
Um,
scheduled for?
at that point?
Okay, that's
All
a
right.
great point. It
I'm
makes
going
no sense.
to Michelle, can you
Counsel
bring
is
up
testifying
Defendant's
indeed.
Exhibit 1258?
Oh,
I'm going to show
man.
you what
Yeah,
has
so I
been
guess Barnes is not
marked
going to come today. I think
as
Barnes is going to come for the
Defendant's Exhibit
cross-examination.
1258. It's dated September 21, 2015.
This is just
Do you
painful and
recognize this
terrible. And I can
document?
understand why.
Yes. Okay, what is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may we
Oh,
approach?
sure.
She, if I'm not mistaken, she literally just opened the door to the fact that the decrease in any opportunities might have had to do with her declining, turning down work, or mourning the loss of her mother. When did she say her mother died? In April 2020. She seems to have just inadvertently opened the window for that in cross-examination, if there is any reputational harm. But this is nothing but an unmitigated disaster in my view. Mother's death, Viva, using sadness of one thing in display of a current. Yes, but I should just say that they brought it up. That seems to be a relevant date for when people might, stop taking work because they need to grieve. People go into a very lengthy grieving period, which has economic consequences. So yeah, we'll see if it's I want cross. You want cross. I want don't waste the Barnes on this crap. No, hold on one second. No, because it's for the cross that we need this. Oh my goodness. But she was trying to protect Johnny. If I had all the time in the world, I would put a supercut together of protecting. That is what you call protesting too much and thinking that you're going to portray yourself as being the benevolent hero when you were exactly doing the opposite. I tried to protect Johnny. I didn't want to ruin his life. But I was taking pictures for years, sitting on them so that I could then say, look, I've got pictures. I mean, but the years of what she's endured, and those are the pictures that she has. That's all that she's put forward as evidence.
So, Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay. And then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
That's how I hear it. That's
And
how
it
I
says
understand the
picture
recordings we
number
heard
2.
earlier.
At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract,
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right.
She got $1 million
then,
for Aquaman
What was it for picture
after the
number
7
3?
million settlement, which
Aquaman 2.
Okay, how much did you get for
and
Aquaman 2?
What was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
1.4.
$2 million.
Damn it.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And Can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You
Yep,
talked
look at
about
that.
being
Bingo.
involved
The
in
movie does well. She
campaigns,
makes
and
more
then,
promoting the movie
explain
through
that
her
to them if you
op-ed
can.
3 days before
As
the
a
movie comes out.
spokesperson, I'm
Absolutely.
just involved with the brand as a representative.
And it makes
a
her
certain amount of
explanation even
commitment
less
you
plausible
have
now.
to do throughout the year on social media and on
Can
red
we-
carpets, promoting various products or
This is her lawyer putting this in evidence.
causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, well, let's pull up 1262.
It's not just, by the way, this is evidence that just came from her lawyer, that there were bonuses, perks, as there typically are in a
And
well-drafted contract for
This
performance.
is dated as of April
She publishes this
25,
op-ed 3 days before that
2018,
movie
correct?
comes out, and now
That's
wants us to
correct.
believe that it was
your
not
first
motivated
contract with
to
L'Oreal?
promote the movie,
I
which would have
believe
saw
so,
more
yes.
money in her pocket.
Okay.
But she was using the movie to
And
promote
was that
awareness
for
of the
a
social
term,
issues behind that op-ed.
a specific
Bullcrap.
term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of,
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If
that,
you look at paragraph 1.
let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is as of November 15, 2021. This is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done 1 in-person event with them and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
$200,000 an episode.
Okay.
She can't even answer.
Now
It's
let's
just-
pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done 1 small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent. meaning it doesn't have distribution or,
This will be like
distribution or
a couple
anything.
$100,000
It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
Someone is breathing heavily into a mic, and it's not me. Yeah,
I believe it was March.
480,000 people on Law and Crime.
And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
It's amazing.
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628.
Well, take a guess, Chad. It's going to be
Paragraph 6A.
250,000.
Oh, 65,000.
Ooh, that's much less.
And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
It's a weird way to answer it. I have.
I
Yes.
had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie.
What does that mean? You fought
wanna
to stay in the
include
movie?
me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
What does that mean? You have to fight to stay.
Were you ultimately able
To stay in the movie?
Get to film in Aquaman 2?
A
Yes.
very
Yes.
pared down version of that role. Yes.
Okay. What, if anything,
So
changed?
they
in the
they
script?
pared down the role
They
because
took
of the
away,
reputational
a
damage.
lot of
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay,
I think she can
lack of
testify to that.
foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They didn't.
This I don't know that this makes
they just
sense
removed a bunch.
for with the damage
And what,
she's
if any,
claiming.
leverage did you have to negotiate
Yeah,
a higher
because
salary?
if they don't
beyond the
want her
2
in because she's toxic, they
Objection,
just
speculation.
they cut her out of the movie. They're going to give her $2 million
sustain the
to
objection.
What, if
change
any,
the role of her
effort
character,
did
please.
you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Um, All right.
Yeah, they
Amber,
in order
I'm
to
going
deal with
ask you
the
to
toxicity of
describe
having her,
to
they
this
didn't
jury
write her out of the movie. They just
the
changed the
emotional,
scenes, and she still got paid $2 million.
impact on you
Emotional impacts.
of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
Here you go. That's your moment.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to
over and over
reverberate,
again. Kind of like
re-echo,
her
and
arguing Johnny's a monster.
re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation.
It's
And hearsay.
responsive, yeah. She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times.
Narrowly survived.
Embarrassing, intimate
Narrowly
details that
survived,
I
and you compare that
never
statement to the
wanted
evidence that she's submitted.
to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those
She
claims
narrowly survived her relationship with
over
Johnny
and over
Depp.
again. The most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating, and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day,
There you go with that.
over
that,
and
that-
over again.
That mannerisms again.
It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By
It's
making
his fault.
statements like this, he won't let me.
A gold
I
digger.
have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again,
Leaks
makes
and
me
comments.
have to speak to the most horrifying things I've lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that. I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on.
She wants to move on with her life.
I want Tony to move on too.
Yeah.
I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have
Oh.
no further questions.
It's over. It's
Ladies and
over.
gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon
Oh, it's a good time
recess
to take
based
an
on
afternoon
that.
recess.
So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in 15 minutes, okay?
Oh my goodness.
Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
Oh my, I don't, 3 days. 3 days. Let's be objective. Let's be intellectually honest. And cross is coming. This is going to be
Why don't we just make it 3:25 then? We'll come back at 3:25.
3:25, 17 minutes. I like this, Judge. All rise. So where is Runkle in here? Where is Runkle? The guy in the purple. So I'm looking back here. Oh, but let's. I have not been following this trial from day one, but I've been following Amber's testimony. Where is the Runkle? I'm looking. He was wearing a tie, a white shirt, a jacket. Oh, yeah, just sic semper tyrannis. Oh my gosh. Oh, my goodness. Okay. I'll see if I'm gonna message Runkle and see if he can get back in, if he's not too exhausted. If you're not too exhausted, pop back in and let me know what the jury looked like during that closing answer period. So here's the question, people. Now, first of all, before we get to the question, 3 days, and we're gonna you have to be straightforward and not your opinion of the evidence, but let's just put up a little checklist. It's going to be like a mind maps that doesn't exist because I don't do the type of homework that Robert Gouveia does. I don't work with those types of things. I'm not going to draw it out. 3 days of testimony. Wednesday, Thursday, skip a week today. The evidence that she submitted through testimonial evidence, which is a kind of evidence. It's not evidence, it's just testimonial. And if you don't have any photographic or corroborative evidence to support it, it's he said, she said. She said, oh, I just dirtied my glasses even more. She said, narrowly survived. Now, she might have been hyperbolic, might have been a little exaggerating. In her closing arguments, after the 3 days, she says, I narrowly survived my Johnny Depp relationship. She says, on multiple occasions, he was abusive. He pinned her down and repeatedly struck her in the head. He split her lips so bad that blood went onto a wall. He hit her in the face so badly that she thought her nose was broken. It was bleeding. She thought she had a concussion on other incidents. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her across a floor. He inserted a glass bottle where things are not supposed to go. And she cut up her arms and her legs on broken glass on the floor. At one point, she testified that he repeatedly struck her in the face, pinning her down. What else was there? What else was there in terms of testimonial evidence? Oh, that he performed a cavity search looking for drugs that he suspected she had taken and hidden. This is testimonial. What was the photographic evidence that she had to substantiate these accusations, this testimony of the most egregious violence you can imagine? Not to strawman it. Her testimony. She had one photograph of a bruise on the inside of her arm. She had those photographs from the night they called the cops, which apparently was from the, being hit in the face with a phone, which was on her right-hand side of her face. She had the picture of her outside the court when she got the TRO, the DVTRO. I need to get clear on the proximity of that restraining order to the events of that night. And she had pictures which seemed to show slight bruising under her eyes, on her cheek, and another one where she apparently had a bruise on the side of her head. So that's 5 years, or that, I guess, what are we at? We're to 5 years, 6 years of abuse through which, I'm sorry. There was other evidence. Landscapes, allegedly broken household items. Johnny Depp sleeping. I think there were 3 or 4 of those pictures, allegedly passed out, but sleeping. What else was there? And some audio recordings, which I don't think showed what she thought they showed, but audio recordings in which she was admitting to having repeatedly hit Johnny Depp, but he's had worse. If that's enough for someone now, and here's the issue. This is a defamation case where truth is an absolute defense. Sufficiently true. There's going to be a variation of that. The defense of the truth is no worse than the lie. Okay, so he didn't do what she says he did, but he did call her the C word, as we saw in a couple of texts. If that satisfies your evidentiary burden for whether or not she experienced what she says she did, that's a question of judgment. And that's a question of who you choose to, what it takes to convince you that something occurred. What do you have from Johnny Depp's side of the evidence? She set that entire thing up with Rocky Pennington and the cops, went around, broke some stuff around the house, called the cops back so that she could take pictures and then use it to blackmail or extort a settlement from Johnny Depp. So that's it. I mean, you see who you believe in all of that. I can say one thing. It's clear from our side it's clear from the poll. Let me just see what the poll is at here. 80%. Let's end the poll. How do I see the poll? Yep. Well, it's only 3,000, 4,000 votes. 3% believe she's a victim. 79% believe she's lacking credibility. And 18% are not interested in venturing out. They just want to see the results. In 3 days, she has proven JD sleeps and wears boots. So she hates those boots, man. Those boots. It's like that scene from Kill Bill. That hat. That freaking hat. Am I crazy? Or does Amber keep biting her lip on the same side her lip was bleeding from when she gets mad on the stand? You're not crazy. Actually, let me get to that in a second. Am I thinking that Maker's Mark might want to either hire Amber Heard as a spokesperson or sue her for damages? I'm not sure I get that one, but hold on. Boots ball. Let's just go see if I can pull up that image of the alleged. I'll close that window. I don't want to close the window here. Hold on 1 second. Amber Heard trial pictures. I guess we'll go with that. Trial images. I'll go with evidence. It's not. You're not making up. I think we some of us noticed that as well. Let me see if I found an article here. That's from the trial. That image seems to not be the right one. Let me see if I can't find the image. Images. That'll probably be the better way to do it. Yeah, all I'm finding are so you got what appears to be black eyes. Oh, this is it's amazing. Like even the pictures that you try to find of the evidence, barely, even when you see them online, it barely shows. No, that's not the one. My goodness, I can't even find lip. Let's see if we can find it with lip. Can't find these pictures. But no, you're not wrong. Here, maybe this one. Amber Heard direct testimony. Oh my goodness, is the cross-examination going to be? The question is, how are they going to go about it? Are they going to go about it soft and understanding, or are they going to try to trigger her to get a response? They're going to. They're going to. Use the word exhibit. Okay, so hold on. I'm an idiot. And now I'm... Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Amber Heard trial exhibits. So I got 28-minute video on YouTube of all of the... Oh my God, I see Johnny Depp's finger. You know what? I can't find it. Okay, I'm giving up. It's not. We'll get to it later. Talk about it tomorrow. Oh, there we go. Got it. Okay. Jeez. This is from the Mirror. All right. Share screen. Stop. Stop. Share screen. It is this is Amber Heard trial images. Here we go. Oh, that's not even the right one. People will do it right after I talk to the producer. I just lost the image. Okay. There was one of her lip, and it was on the side that she's biting, and it did not look necessarily like a split lip from an incident. Amber Heard exhibit trial images. Go slow now. And just get this. It was in the Mirror. People are watching a dude struggle more than he should. And now I've lost it. All right, forget it. I've given up. The bottom line, though, it looked potentially like something else, and not necessarily a split lip. And it was definitely on the side that she continually bites. It looked like something else. It looked like a cold sore. I'm trying not to be mean. I'm not trying to. It's a non-judgmental thing. It looked like a cold sore. And it was definitely, it looked like, and she's definitely biting that part of her lip. So that's it. That was the evidence for all of these extravagant, and if they're true, horrific accusations of abuse. That's what she had. Herpes or shingles. The shingles, look, I've had shingles on my torso. It didn't look anything. It looked like poison ivy. It looked like a cold sore on her lip. So that's it. And now we're going to come back to the cross-examination. She had 3 days to adduce the best evidence she could to substantiate the allegations that she says she injured. And yeah, this is the best that she did. Now, cross-examination. How are they going to go with the cross-examination? Who's going to do it? I don't know the names of the prosecuting attorneys. Shingles is no joke. I can tell you that thoroughly. I had it in February before the pandemic, February of 2020, and it was very, very, very unpleasant. Let me just check a message here. Okay, don't have a message there. Cold sores are not fun either. I've never had one, but someone just said cold sores suck. I've never had one, but we've seen the pictures. You've seen the evidence. Now it's just going to be a question of what's going to be the cross. The elements of the cross that they're going to get her on. Forget the damages. I mean, the damages side of things, there's going to be an easy way to show that on the one hand, it doesn't sound like she suffered actually much damage, even if she were in fact defamed. She got paid her $2 million for Aquaman 2. Whether or not they wrote her out of the script for other reasons, who knows? I'm gonna text Barnes, make sure he knows that the cross-examination starts when they come back from break, period. I don't know that it's unclear what damages she lost, even if the statements were in fact defamatory, because she didn't look like she substantiated her damages all that much. She had a passion piece that she wanted to go back and do for $65,000 after getting $2 million for Aquaman 2, after having her role written down. Who knows? Her mother passed away, which she brought into evidence, which might explain a decrease in revenue if she takes less work because she's mourning. So setting aside the damages stuff, the evidence that they're going to adduce as relates to her. I'm still not sure what her explanation was for how Johnny lost his finger. From what I remember, her testimony was that Johnny was swinging a phone and kept on hitting it against something and did it to himself. And then she woke up hours later to the horror of this. So I don't think she's going to have a good explanation for to explain that she was passed out while Johnny Depp apparently chopped his own finger off. The other incident, I mean, they're going to ask her, I presume, why never went to the cops. She's going to say, I wanted to protect Johnny. Well, why do you take the pictures? I want to protect myself. If she's lying and she's a good liar, she'll have those answers planned out. I mean, that's how you do it. I didn't want to ruin his life, but I wanted to have the evidence in case I needed to protect myself, to save myself. Yeah. What is shingles is caused by varicella virus, the same virus that causes chickenpox. I had chickenpox as a kid. If you had it, 80% chance you get cancer later in life. Well, I got to tell you something. What are the chances I get cancer anyhow later in life? Are you trying to make me nervous, Cliff? Do you not know that I'm a obsessive compulsive hypochondriac? You don't say that to someone who's going to. But where are they going to go with this? Oh, yes, I know it's a reactivation of chickenpox. And by the way, I have what is called post-herpetic neuralgia. Everywhere I got the shingles, the skin is numb, and I have a constant deep itching, tingling under the numbness and pain in the muscle. It's still 2 years later, I still have it. That's the thing. 90% it's either cancer or heart attack. I mean, those are the things that are going to get, at the very least, me for my family history. Yeah, if I have another good 40 years, I'll be happy with that. Sorry if I still. Okay. What are they going to do when they get? Oh shoot! Hold on, I took the screen down and I don't see it. What are they going to do when they come back? I think they're going to have. I'm saying the female lawyer cross-examined because strategically that's what you need to have here. I don't think you can have a young, arrogant, energetic prick like myself cross-examine someone, because they'll just accuse the messenger of being mean and rude. But they're going to have I think the female lawyer who has been objecting cross-examine, I suspect. So that's it. But I think she's going to go for the soft approach and then the needle when it's time to make that balloon go pop. What do we say? Your studies show that those who celebrate more birthdays have a 90% chance of living longer. So just make sure you get lots of birthdays in your diet. Almost as good as the study from the Washington Post that showed eating healthy. A healthy lifestyle can help you live longer. In case you didn't know that. Hold on. Oh, what does my shirt say? Hold on 1 second. I texted Barnes. Keep calm and vlog on. And by the way, if people are interested in merch, stay tuned. It's going to be something of a birthday announcement, but the merch game in design, in ease of use, in made at closer to home in as much as possible, it's going to take a notch up in the game. It's going to take a step up. It's going to step up a notch in the game. very shortly, and probably on my birthday. So stay tuned for that. Looks like a storm brewing in South Shore of Montreal. Better not lose power. Oh, if I lose power for this. And we had one heck of a storm yesterday. Worrying kills not herpes zosters, shingles. Prove the shingles. Dude, I think I tweeted out the progression of my it was tremendous. I had it looked like a continent on my torso from the front to the back. Luckily, I did not get it on my face or south of the belt line, if you know what I'm saying. Apparently, that's very unpleasant. Yeah, so that's it. Viva, are you able to make a ponytail yet? Oh, court's back. Hold on. Sorry, comma. I'm live right now, and trial is coming back. Period. Cross-examination, exclamation point. That's my father. And now let's get Barnes. They're going back live, exclamation point. The crowd needs you, exclamation point. Cross-examination is starting, exclamation point. Okay, let's see if Barnes gets in here. Here we go. It's just going to, there's a chat still up here. This is going to be This is what people are. This is going to be a learning lesson in the practice of law. You have someone on the stand who you know is volatile. A volatile victim or a volatile liar, it doesn't matter. You know that she's volatile enough. And whether you like your job or not, and whether you think that she's a victim or not, your job as the cross-examining attorney is to make her out to be a liar. Totally disingenuous, totally untrustworthy, and your job is to make her snap. Her job is, within the limits of law, to destroy her credibility, authenticity, and to make her lose it on the stand so that people look at her and say, holy crab apples, maybe Johnny was the victim this entire time. 3 days they've been listening to her. And it was, by the way, just so you understand also, Chief is the easiest evidence to adduce. It's like layups the entire time. You're playing basketball against no defender. And now, it was like the 8-year-old kid who's doing layups. And it's like, great. Now you have Shaq right in front of you, stuffing everything down. And it's going to be, où est Barnes? Je ne sais pas où est Barnes, mais je lui ai texté 2 fois. Il devrait venir. Je suis certain qu'il va venir. Okay. Where's Barnes? I don't know where Barnes is. He's coming. He'll get here. But if he doesn't get here today, we'll do it tomorrow as well. And then the thing is this, you're going to get someone to cry, but you can also make someone explode, as in make someone who might be a sympathetic, fragile witness cry, and then you look like the bad person. So this is going to be artistry. Do we see Runkle? This is some Stanley Kubrick camera work here. The camera pans across the crowd, looking in the gallery. It is an array of people who are interested, all seemingly very young. One man in the blue top cranes his head to see what's going on. A lady behind him wearing a mask. The person behind her also wearing a mask, touching his mask with his fingers. Does anyone see Runkle of the Bailey in there? I do not. The camera zooms in on a woman biting her fingernails. She is very nervous. A man sits with his arms folded. He does not seem to be too entertained. Let's see what else is going on in the back. Okay. The lady in the front with the glasses is wondering what on earth she's doing here. Oh, the camera continues to pan. We can't see Runkle of the Bailey. What is the camera? Okay, so by the way, no joke. What is the cameraman doing? Everyone in the audience has now been thoroughly doxxed. Oh, yes. The crowd is definitely very young. Very young. They look like Depp fans. If I had to guess, I would say that these are Depp fans. They have come to look at their favorite Hollywood actor. Except for this guy in the front right here. Now we're back. Darn it. We didn't see Runkle. In that entire thing, we didn't see Runkle. A blonde lady with the leather jacket. Okay, no, come on, man. Runkle's got long hair, but no. And Runkle wasn't wearing sunglasses. Or maybe Runkle is at the Bailey. Well, that would... Okay, sorry, dudes. I got to do a minor amount of multitasking here. Give me 1 second. Sorry. All right. So, what's going on? What's going on? And by the way, Elaine, the lawyer for Amber Heard, does she not remind everyone? And she should remind everyone of the lawyer in Liar Liar, the redheadish elderly lady who was Jim Carrey's opposing counsel. Oh, okay. Check locals. I'm an idiot. We have the aggregate knowledge of the interwebs at our disposal. Now, how do I share this? Okay, so I go like this. Do I take a chance? Okay, so we got the photo. Yeah, hold on. We're going to take 30 seconds to do this. Oh, do we see Runkle here? Dude. Okay, there's no, that's not Runkle. Oh, there he is. There he is right there. That's Runkle right there. Right there, people. Right. Look, follow my hands. I'm going to go tap him on the shoulder. There he is right there. He's looking down at his phone. Runkle is probably watching in real time us now seeing Runkle looking down. Yes, he's looking at me. Ian, nice to see you again. Oh, yeah, now he's looking down. I'm going to say, Ian, look up and nod your head if you can hear us talking about you. Oh, you see, he just did it. Amazing. He didn't do it. That was Runkle. Booyah. Well, nice. It's not a bad tie. Gold is a power color. Okay. That was Runkle. We've seen him. Now we know he's on the back left. Okay, but real quick, let's go share, Chrome tab. Amber Heard, where is the Amber Heard live chat? Here is the picture, people. Okay, we can see it. Yes, we can see it. I'm saying this. I'm not saying this to say this. That looks more like that looks more like a cold sore than a split lip. I'm just saying it. And I've never gotten one. I get cankers all the time. And if they're anything like cankers, when you have one, even though it hurts, all you want to do is like jam your freaking tongue into it. And if it's anything like a canker on the inside of your mouth, all you end up doing is biting it over and over again, making it more swollen, making it easier to bite. Okay, so that's what it looks like, people. And I tend to agree that is that's what it looks like. Okay, back to Chrome, back to Johnny Depp, back to Sidebar. Now, maybe I should just go put a link in if anybody wants to come in here. No, I'm not doing it. It's Barnes, and Barnes is coming. I'm just waiting for Barnes. I know he's coming. Unless he's ghosting me. So hold on. What did someone just say about Nate? You get cuts there. Oh, hold on 1 second. It does look like a cold sore or a split lip that is really hard to heal and usually scars. Viva, that is blood, but the lip is not swollen from a punch. I can't play that forensic. That just looks like a cold sore to me. Or a split lip due to the dryness. Someone said something about Nate. And but anyways, by the way, if you're inclined to go watch us on vivabarneslaw.locals.com, the chat is not only for subscribers, it's for members of the community. And it's a big, beautiful community. Runkle can see the jury well. Indeed. Indeed. Say his name and he will come. Barnes, Barnes, Barnes. Brr, brr, brr. Anyone seen Candyman? I remember watching that as a kid. And if you looked in the mirror after midnight and said Candyman 3 times, I still won't do it. That's what an idiot of an adult I am. Still won't do it. Runkle can smell the jury. Hold on. The Viva Barnes Law chat is not toxic. Please. Lols, we got WikiLeaks in the house. Ian Runkle has gotten Julian Assange, and that I can understand. So what are they talking about? Amber picks her lip. We've seen her bite her lip. Candyman is terrifying. And by the way, I think Candyman was based on a true story. If I'm the part about it being a schizophrenic person who there was some aspect of truth. Hold on, Candyman, true story. How much of the 2020 Candyman movie is real? That's not the one I care about. The terrifying real life inspiration behind Candyman. Yeah, But this looks like the new. No, that one's the old one. Okay. It's been almost 30 years since Candyman first terrorized moviegoers across the globe. And it's a safe bet most of those who bought the ticket and took the nightmarish ride are still afraid to look into the mirror and say the film's name 5 times. There's good reason for that, as Tony Todd's hook-handed, bearded slasher was truly one of the decade's most menacing killers, with the film itself taking the urban legend horror genre to bone-chilling new places. Adapted and directed by Bernard Rose from a short story by horrormeister Clyde Barker, follows a grad student. Well, hold on. Where does it say if it's... Where was the part where there's anything true about it? Oh, based on true stories. Okay. Wait a minute. Maybe it was not based on anything true. Now who cares? Okay. Never saw it. It's an old 30. It's an old. I remember I was a kid when I saw that, and I think I saw it. We rented VHS tapes at the time. Viva, it's true those were real projects, and the gang members in the background are actual gang members. The movie paid for the production. Okay, I'm not sure if that's a joke or not. Viva, who is Runkle? He's a Canadian lawyer. He's got a channel called Runkle of the Bailey. And it's a great channel. He does a lot of firearm stuff because he's into that. And I'm going to send something to my father. What are they talking about, man? What's going on? What's going on here? Come on, man. You're supposed to be live 12 minutes ago. JD career started in Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street is also one of the ones that scared the living daylights out of me. Great YouTube channel. So Ian Runkle, Canadian lawyer, firearms stuff. He's into firearms law, takes a lot of that legal stuff, and is into firearms. And apparently he's in Virginia at a shooting competition and decided to mosey on over and pull an all-nighter to get into the trial. Oh, hold on. So he went to get into the trial. Viva, that's not a joke. In Candyman, the project is real, and so are the gang members. Oh, interesting. Okay. Very interesting. I assume Runkle of the Bailey is a play on Rumple of the Bailey. Yes, it is. Because Rottenborn is back. Yeah, Rumple of the Bailey's, my father got me to read that when I was a kid. And I believe that's where my thorough lack of love for literature began. I'm joking. I just still fall asleep. Candyman is 1992. 30 years ago. I was 12 or 13 when I saw that for the first time. I have seen, so JD says, Viva Fry, she has Botox mark bruising. Look at the inner corner of her eye. Man, would that just be, if they are able to prove that, that will be so devastating to, because there's a level that I can't get into a level of scrutiny, like breaking things down on the internet. Oh, look, it looks like, you could see a hose or an earpiece or whatever, but they're going to have medical records, presumably. And they're going to have stuff to contradict her. And if they can actually get her to admit that these alleged injuries occurred at times when she actually had cheekbone implants, if she did, or a nose job or whatever, you imagine the damage that that's going to do to movements, to causes, to people's willingness to come forward, or to actual victims in the future. That's not a joke. Candyman was the project is real, and the gang members, it's true. Look it up. Those are real project building and real gang members as extras. Interesting. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Oh man. Now you know how we feel. Have to make us wait, Viva. And look at Amber sitting she's on the stand the whole time. Just look at her. I'll tell her one thing. I mean, I'll give her credit for one thing. Nobody wants to go to trial. Nobody wants to. This has got to be the most agonizing public scrutiny ever. Innocent or guilty. I mean, I'd say even, both. But Candyman was Dean Correll, Houston, Texas. I lived not far. Aggregate knowledge of the interwebs. Botox is put in the corner or in the forehead or in the smile wrinkles above the lips. Well, I'll tell you where Botox is not going to be put in me. Anywhere. Anywhere at all. Yeah, I hate court. Hurry up and wait. I mean, quite literally, hurry up and wait. Okay, let's see here. Can't beat the. I don't know what that. Get that out of here. That's not. I thought that said CBC, and I thought it was a fake news thing, and that's not. Those are not my jokes. I have certain types of jokes, but not some. Amber is all portrayed. Okay, so bottom line, hurry up and wait, people. Amber's sitting on the stand. Look at her. Look at her. She seems to. Yeah, she's. The jury. I guess the jury's not there right now. Kind of like Black Aggie, Candyman, which is true statue. They're starting the cross. Okay, there's Runkle. There's Runkle. He knows it. He knows that we've seen him. And he knows that we're looking at him right now. He's smiling. He knows it. He's got an earbud in. Runkle sat there saying, finally, this is all paid off. 12 hours in line, waiting in the dead of night. And yes, now they pan across yet again. Got to show it. It's interesting. Oh boy. That dude with the sunglasses, he is on the edge of his seat. Press passes in the front. It looks like what's on that guy's neck. Lady in the back there is not entertained. Apparently, only paid members can talk in the Viva Barnes Law chat. Anyone can read, which negates my earlier comment. Okay, good. Let's see what's going on here. I gotta say one thing. This has got to be the most awesome learning experience for everyone in that crowd. So how many are there? This looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 41, 42. So it looks like there's 42. Yeah, about 50 on each side. Oh. No one's on their phone, so I guess they're quite strict on the phone rule. Might have confiscated their phones. Runkle is on the far. There he is. Oh, he heard us talk to him. Now he's looking up. Oh my goodness. And that is Law and Lumber, I think, behind the lady in blue, I think. Okay, well, this is fun anyhow, but Runkle does not know that he is. Oh, now he's looking at the jury come in. Looks like the jury's coming in. Everyone's head has peeked up. She has to go through this. She went too far and now has to finish the grift. To me, it feels like Jussie Smollett. To me, it feels like a Jussie Smollett situation, both in the nature of the allegations and the fact that, yes, this person has dug a hole. She's dug a hole so far down. She's at like Chief Wiggum territory. She's like, no, stupid, dig up. Like this is, she's trying to dig up. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've been struggling all day not to chew on this little piece of emergency thing that I've had on the table. Sending you love and light, Runkle. Well, he's not going to fall asleep now, but DUI guy is sitting next to Runkle. So you got DUI guy, then you got Law and Lumber. Viva, did you notice that Jussie's... I gotta read chats before I bring them up. I don't want to get myself in trouble. This is JD country. Oi. Fans and fans of yours. Viva, long live Viva. Oh, I can't wait for them to get this. So what are they doing? Oof, that was a good one. It's her duty to dig a deeper hole. Duty. It's directly under the Earth's sun now. Yeah, Runkle's chilling, man. No, but okay, here we go. Oh, somebody just winked. The lawyer just winked at Johnny. Who saw that? Look at Amber. It was at that moment that Amber wondered, what on earth have I gotten myself into? She tries to listen to what the lawyers and the judge are saying, but doesn't understand it. The court reporter sits there waiting to go live again. Here we go, people. This is it. This is the moment of the cross. This is intense. Not quite as intense as the moment the Rittenhouse verdict was read out. but this is intense. I would not expect dynamite or explosions in the sky
Be seated.
before the end of day
Cross-examination.
today. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit nervous. Can you imagine the cross-examining attorney has got to be pooping in her pants in the legal sense. This is...
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Starts off polite.
Mr. Depp hasn't
you do
looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
Ooh.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that
Oof.
true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
This is
I had
already...
a restraining order before that, yes.
This is already
And this is
serious.
after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
She's not
That's
going
correct.
easy.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yep. This is already good.
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything you just
I
went
just wanted to touch you.
through. Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you
I
fucking
just,
accused me of? You
yes,
want to
please,
touch me?
please stop.
Fucking
Please stop.
fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to get in back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough.
No, hold on.
No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
What? You're not my friend.
Your hands are hard. Please just hold
No. No, you're fucking hard. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't even don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you, you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
I can't raise the audio from the
One of the
recording
first
being played
questions
in
your
court.
counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
She couldn't answer a question from her own attorney.
That's your voice on that
Wait for
recording,
this.
right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it
And
is.
you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes.
This is how she's going to try to interject every...
The man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
Did you, though?
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he's a victim of domestic violence.
I could never hurt Johnny.
I know that
but
he
I admit to
is
having hit him.
suing me.
But he's had worse.
And has sued. other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
She just said, I could never hurt him.
Or,
and it's on
as you
recording
said to him
saying,
in that
I hit
recording,
you.
who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
Well, don't expect her to answer that question.
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that.
Thank you.
Mr. Depp wears
Thank you for the
rings on every
suggestion,
finger,
Amber.
doesn't he, Miss Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
I'm going to be talking
Every
more
one
than the
of
other
his
streamers,
fingers
people.
is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is
Wow.
always wearing
Evasive.
rings, right, Miss Heard?
Evasive.
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
And that's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
Play the clip
So
from Ace
Mr.
Ventura.
Depp was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger. Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
This is going very badly.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please
Oh,
play
she doesn't like this.
from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
You know that she's not happy with what's coming right now. Guaranteed, based on the way she just asked that. Answer that.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sir, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times.
Mhm.
Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
I don't know
Which
if he was wearing
occasion in
rings.
March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
It was your testimony. You testified
There
to
were
it.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
As per your testimony.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always
of 2013.
right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion.
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay,
So
let's
that's
please
a
pull
yes?
up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor.
It's funny because at one point in the early stages of the trial, I didn't
Testified
know
that
about
this
the
is a
rings.
picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
Now she's changing her testimony a little bit.
And
where he
hit you in the
grabbed me,
face
but
so
not where
many
he hit-
times
There
that you
go.
don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, there you go.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
But at
So
this
there's
time,
no medical
did you
records
ever?
reflecting any injuries to your face after he
At this
hit
time.
you several times,
Did
I
she
did
ever?
not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention other than my therapist.
This time. I'm curious if she ever went because she said this time, which leads you to
Testified to
believe
another
she
incident
might
in
have
March
gone.
of 2013, 2013, where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
On the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
No,
I
there's
don't know
not.
if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
Passive. I don't
You didn't
remember
produce
if
any
I've,
photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't
Hood?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
we said it at the
I don't
time.
believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That presumes it
That
exists,
picture
Amber.
doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
Yeah.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
Right now. You had
It's
3
the only
days.
picture you've
Amber.
shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. My goodness. Okay.
You testified about
Magnificent.
an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And
The
then,
only
according to your
picture from
testimony,
March.
when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
Mhm.
He did that in the hallway.
And
That-
you said
that
you
was the
hadn't
question.
known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you.
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I was.
I think she said she thought her nose was broken at this
So it's your
time also.
testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose was bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Oh,
Let's
she's in
please pull
trouble
up
now.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248.
Aggregate knowledge of the internet. There's going to be a dinner time photo here, not a mark on here. If this is the
Heard.
photo I'm
This
thinking
is a
about.
picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
Etienne, if you're,
And
I
this is you
suspect
and
you're
Mr.
not.
Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
Oh my goodness, look at that
It was
picture.
a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
Although
You don't
if
have any
she's paying
visible
attention,
injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
he doesn't have rings on here though, at
Let's
least not
look
on
at
the left
Plaintiff's
hand.
Exhibit 1249.
Does Johnny wear rings on his left hand? That's the question.
This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
Again,
Move
she
to
doesn't like
exhibit-
this answer. She doesn't like this question.
Admit Exhibit
That's correct.
1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
Yeah, there's something a little bit on her upper lip there.
This is also a
If we're
picture from
looking.
when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
It's in
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
she might say something
None
about the
that you
lip.
can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled
He did.
while
She's-
wearing chunky big rings, right?
She's done.
That's correct.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's the one.
That's
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen,
Mm-hmm.
discolored,
Mm-hmm.
red.
She took
That
notes.
is correct. I took a picture of that.
Yeah, let's see
You
the picture.
testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
You didn't show it.
You
did
didn't show it.
That's not up to me.
No, it's up to rules of evidence. Why was it not allowed? What picture is she
I
talking
understand
about?
you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
So then you don't
You
have
didn't
it.
produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
Evasive. Okay, this is
You also
fantastic.
understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers.
See, she won't say no.
I've
She
turned
won't
over
say no because
literally
she can't.
everything that
Good.
I have.
So
Is
the
it
answer
your
is no.
testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
I did not.
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention. No.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Again, she did
Pull
right
up
there.
Plaintiff's Exhibit
Yes.
1252.
She's not going to like this. That, yes, yeah. Oh
This
my
is a picture
goodness.
of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
Oh yeah.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Under
Exactly.
the makeup. The makeup can hide a swollen nose.
Permission to admit this photograph.
Show us the picture,
All right,
please.
1252.
The chat wants to see it. Can we zoom in and enhance? Oh, Don Rickles was
That is a
alive at
picture
the
of
time.
you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
My,
Let's
can you
please pull up
enhance it?
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253.
Oh my gosh,
This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it
She does have a
Permission
flawless
to
face.
Admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so
Immaculate, like a porcelain, like a perfect porcelain statue figurine.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
She's going to start
Yes,
crying.
please.
She's going to start crying. Look at the way she's sitting in her seat now, like leaning forward, like anxious.
Let's
I
please
don't.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254.
This is good. This is good, Cross.
Just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event, the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face
There you go,
so
zoom
hard
in.
you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
Makeup. It's makeup.
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Oh,
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up
this is
swelling?
this is pathological.
Ice reduces swelling.
This is
Normally, the swelling
pathological.
after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Yeah, it's her lawyers. After this lawsuit, Elaine's getting an ethics
Madam, may we
complaint from
approach?
Amber.
Yes, that's fine.
This is she's absolutely. I'm just curious. I'd like to see the people who were. I won't say on Team Heard, but the people who were accusing me of being on Team Johnny. I mean, how do you respond to this? This is over the top. Ice reduces the swelling. I'll tell you. I mean, everyone. The other thing is, everyone's gotten smacked in the nose on purpose or by accident. Everybody. My wife, Marion, got hit in the face with a frisbee. I told the story. She didn't break her nose. She got 2 black eyes. And like, I don't care how much, short of putting on like a Total Recall mask, you can't hide that, and nor do you even try to. But the ice took care of the swelling, and you have an immaculate porcelain figurine, bridge down the nose, not a scratch on her anywhere. And she expects the jury to swallow this. That's the level of narcissism. She expects the jury to swallow this. The day after, with his rings. Wow. Yeah. And what's she talking about? She's basically she's implying that she has provided evidence to her attorneys that was not adduced into evidence for whatever the reason. Maybe it was excluded on evidentiary grounds. Maybe it was excluded because they didn't provide the metadata for it. She's now trying to tell the jury, I had more evidence. I had 3 days on the stand, but I had more evidence. It's not my job to get it in there. I gave it to my lawyers. You'll have to trust me. This is doing a great job also, because 2 weeks. Viva, exactly. Whose side are you on? Okay. I'm on the side of the truth, and that's it. But this is, can you imagine this? Like, she's got so used to people just believing her lies that she hasn't even thought about how to back it up. Like, you're at press gallery events. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to have photographs after the events where she might be more décontractée, as we say, like more casual. But enhance, zoom in, show me the nose. Oh, it was so badly smashed. It was bleeding, and she thought it might be broken. Ice, magic ice. No, someone said, Johnny feels bad for her. I'm on the side of the tooth. You can't handle the tooth. No truth tellers are you. I deride your truth handling abilities. It's out. If I'm Elaine, again, look at the lip curl. Yep. I'll notice what I'm drawing as parallels of behavior, but yeah. When my daughter broke her nose, she never got black eyes, but her nose swelled 3 times the size. I don't want to play doctor. I don't know if it depends on where you break it, or I've never known anybody to break a nose, like actual break a nose, and not get black eyes. But yeah. Whew, okay, well, she came out swinging, and not just like swinging and fighting with the witness. Here are the photographs, contextual. In March, and Amber Heard thinks that she's making a point by saying, which time in March? There were more than one. Oh, I'm sorry, because you only submitted one photograph of all of March. So I don't care which one it was. This is when you said he struck you in the face with his rings, because I've never known him not to wear rings. And which one? Was it one of the 3 times? I don't know, but you got one photograph, and it's got a bruise on the outside of your arm. And if I'm playing doctor, that bruise looks old. That bruise looks like a bruise that has aged a little bit, because they don't turn deep purple green until a few days or more after. Let's see here. This is epic. My grandson broke his finger 5 days ago, still swollen, even with a splint on. Well, fun fact of science. Do you know why the finger swells? That's nature's splint to prevent you from moving it. I broke my pinky toe. One day, I'll reveal a picture of my broken pinky toe. My entire foot filled up with blood, all along the pinky toe to my heel on the left side of my foot, purple, because there's internal bleeding that's going on.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
Oof, like a scalpel.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
Distinction without a
And
difference.
you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
No, I didn't.
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
Oh, no, only 3 days, Amber.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
Let's see it.
5, 6 in evidence.
Let's just look. I'm a married man. This is only for work, people. Is that a tattoo on her back?
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
That's a tattoo on the
Agree that
left-hand
there are
side.
no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture.
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
That is a tattoo. Okay, because
This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
I thought someone said what the tattoo was, but I read the chat. I'm not bringing it up just yet. Okay.
I'll show you one more picture.
And by the way, those people
Plaintiff's
behind her
Exhibit
are like a foot and a half
1258.
off of her back.
And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence.
Yeah, this is by the way,
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
she's objectively stunningly beautiful.
You also told this
And
jury
Johnny Depp
about
is
an
objectively
incident in
handsome, so
Australia
it's-
in
it
March
goes
of
both ways, but-
2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
Oh,
You
she's
testified that
so
you had cuts on the bottoms
dead
of your
to
feet
rights.
as well.
Yes, that's true.
They're going to end the day
You
on this, by the
testified
way.
that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point, I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want
Unbelievable.
to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No,
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Didn't need to. I didn't need to take the
So do
picture.
you
It wasn't
recall
about
giving
the
testimony on
doctor.
day
It's about
16
the pictures.
in this trial?
Mm-hmm.
You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
You can have a transcript for the jury.
No, dude, I think, the poll. I'll put up a poll. I think it's going to be 1,000%. Can it be past 100%?
Okay. All right, we'll get it.
My goodness, the chat is moving fast. Hold on a second.
I will do. Thank you, Judy.
My goodness. Poll is up. New community poll, people.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
And would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
This is how, I mean, it's easy to say she's doing such a good job. This is how you do a cross-examination. You have your evidence. There's a couple of times asking a question and then not getting the answer and just moving on, but you know where you're going with the questions and you have the receipts to the punchline.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Hurd, to page of day 16, 4593, the jury trials transcript.
Seems that a lot more people a lot fewer people are interested in just showing the results and have now taken a position. Do you believe her now? Yes, no, hell no, just show results. It seems that where last time we had like 18% who just wanted to see results. Now we're down to 5.
8 through 13.
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes.
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, strike that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
Oh, no.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
Jesus. Sorry.
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute. But I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure.
Barnes will be here tomorrow, I guess.
You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could,
Here
Plaintiff's
it
Exhibit
comes.
35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right. Any objection? 35A
Yeah,
in evidence.
I don't want YouTube or NBC Universal claiming
Texas,
this.
riding horses and
Oh, really?
you know,
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace.
Right.
So I knew.
Your Honor, I'm
I
so
knew I had to
sorry,
train.
but it's not published to the jury. We may have it please published.
Okay. Thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Enhance. Zoom in.
I grew up, in Texas, riding horses.
That's the side of the head where she said she had the.
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace. So I knew I had to train for it, and what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working my way up from the floor and learning the technical aspect of ballet, and I've got these dances down technically
swelling.
perfectly.
There's
I'm
no
learning all
there's
the
no
movements,
cut on her
but
lip.
the last thing we get to are the
And James
hands.
Corden sucks. I mean, that's the biggest problem about
And
all
I haven't
this.
yet got to that point, but everything else is working, and I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos.
This has got to be so awkward for her to watch
Get
this.
encouragement and look for their support. And everyone shoots back, "What's with the claw hand?" And I look and I realize like all the stress and fear of performing and
Under
doing
the
this
hair,
thing, it
under
just
the
kind of,
makeup.
like, funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet
What
mastered.
were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, I'd be doing a jump with a back bend, and you can see this like graceful falling, and my hands are like.
Well, if she never gets an acting
My
job again,
face,
she'll
though,
get
it's like I've got
a
that
makeup
you saw
job
the
in
clip,
Hollywood.
Like these beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on and like flower crowns and all this stuff. And then my hand and my face, and then my hands.
Yeah. Oh, they use that. Yeah. What do you say? Where was it?
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Yeah.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
It was. That it was so amazing that I hid all of it.
These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs, stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot. It doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right. And Ms. Brenner, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
Go to the law
That's a photo
channel.
of
Tell
you
them to come
opening
here.
your mouth on the right.
Hold on,
right?
get
That's
started.
correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup.
So you have a
Oh,
split lip
mu-
when you
she
were
thinks
moving
people.
your mouth that
She
way
thinks
I
people
sure
are
did.
in
stupid.
those photographs.
Absolutely.
She thinks people are stupid.
You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to this jury?
I sure did. Yes.
And by the way, she's
Let's
making a
please pull up
face.
Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence.
She's making a face that would split an otherwise already existing split lip. For anybody who's ever had a split lip with chapped lips, the last thing you want to do is. Okay.
You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
Now, hold on 1 second.
That's fine.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Can we compare that to
This
the
is
first
also
picture?
a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence.
Oh, yeah. Here you're going to the aggregate knowledge of the interwebs.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
You
That's
cannot
correct.
hide a split
You
lip.
gave these
Correct.
pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This is you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, not her.
No, I
Someone
gave
did.
these
Yeah.
pictures actually
her agent.
to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
That's not the question, Amber. Did you authorize your agents or attorneys to do it? And did you get
You
paid
also have
for
a
it?
medical record from after the December 15th,
Yes.
2015 incident.
Speaking of
don't you?
PR.
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
You recall her accusing Johnny of having a PR firm, a PR campaign. She gave the
This is your
pictures.
medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't-
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please.
Ooh, Camille knows where she's going. Just remember the accusation of a PR campaign. Her rep-
Signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
Oh, okay.
You could please go.
Let's do that.
Well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor,
Moisture.
no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
Cyanosis.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't document any physical injuries.
It doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Oh, yeah. No, very sound.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
Please get to a nose job or
saw an
cheekbones.
ENT after my relationship ended.
What did you see the ENT for?
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No,
Watch
but
this.
the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike.
Oh.
Sustain the objection. I'll move it to strike.
Oh, my goodness. That's dirt. Oh, we'll remind you about that.
So
That's
again,
dirty.
Just to
She went to see an
find my
ENT for a
question.
nose job.
There's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms.
She
Heard,
went to
you never went
the
to see
ENT
any doctor
for
or
something
surgeon
else.
to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
And she went to
Or
the ENT
you were
after
with Mr. Depp
for another
as a result
reason.
of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp.
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I don't object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know.
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they not only
All right,
did-
if you
She
would
went-
come approach.
Sidebar. I'm predicting this. I don't know, and if I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. She went to the ENT for cosmetic work, and she did not go to repair a broken nose, or she did not go for a broken nose. And that's why she refused to answer that question like that to the jury. You didn't go for the broken nose. No, but when I went, he told me I had sustained a broken nose in the past. And by the way, I don't know if a nose heals broken. I mean, I'm thinking like Owen Wilson level broken nose, but I guess you could have a evidence of a healed broken nose that looks intact. She went to the ENT for something unrelated to injury, and she doesn't want to say it. She just wants to imply that she went to the ENT to repair the broken nose when she didn't, and now she's just going to claim that while I was there for another reason, the ENT told me I had sustained a broken nose.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
Answer's no. It's not a tough question.
I
Amber.
don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a
Yes.
result of any injuries you sustained
Not,
with Mr. Depp?
not a dentist, Amber.
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
But I went
You
to the
don't have
dentist.
any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
How could you ask me that question?
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right?
God, Camille's
saw a
been
lot
watching
of
the
those.
internet.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence.
Oh, these hurt my ears.
You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
They're going to get her on this.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
The answer is yes or no.
And I took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed
okay.
he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this picture as well.
Yes,
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
it's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on his island.
they're
How
very
about you just
different,
leave him
in my
alone if he's
opinion.
taking a nap?
And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. We also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
That's correct.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in
Because
a
I know
chair.
that it makes me look like an
No, he
absolute
was,
psychopath.
nodding off.
But I have to answer the
Sleep
question.
is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs. Didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had
Offering
been burning on his leg.
unnecessary
It was cause
information.
for alarm for me, naturally.
Oh, yes,
Because I
naturally.
cared about him.
Oh my
It's your
goodness.
testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
Do you?
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it.
Oh,
I hated it.
but I just did it so
Let's
damn
look at
well.
Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
There's a
You
pillow
decided
behind
to
him.
take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change
I
and
took a
drugs
picture.
had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took
Really?
a picture of it.
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him. and
Objection,
protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question
Strike it.
was, did you take
Strike
this
it.
picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Move to strike.
This
I've
isn't a
always
very
wanted to say
flattering
that.
picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
What did she
No,
do with
it's
that
not.
picture afterwards?
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it,
Wow.
seeing it.
While you're
You
doing
sent this picture
MDMA
to
and
one of your
mushrooms.
friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Ooh.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
No, that's
No
not what she
question
asked.
yet, misheard.
That's not what
So
she
directing your
asked you.
attention, I'm going to move to admit
Oy.
Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Bretta? Could you turn your microphone again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers.
I mean, who
and
does it?
anything that's not
Her
misheard.
explanation could
Text
be
messages.
plausible. She wanted him to get help. Did she
Consistent with
send it to
yours.
him? Or did she send it to her friends?
You want me to reapproach?
Okay.
She's doing drugs, recording him nuts. That's the other thing. It's like she wants him to get help. She cares. This person is doing and I say it's no judgment. I mean, if you want to do that, as long as you don't hurt yourself or your kids. I don't do that, by the way. So I'm not into that. But if you want to do that, that's fine. But she said, I'm doing MDMA, mushrooms, capsules. I don't know what else. I've done cocaine, she said. And I'm so nervous about Johnny. I want him to realize he's got a problem. So I take pictures of him while he's sleeping so that I could use them later on to claim that he abused me because I don't have any actual concrete pictures to substantiate the grotesque abuse I allege he did. But here's 3 pictures of him sleeping. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at Amber. Look at Amber. To me, it's impossible that she does not feel the weight of the world coming down on her right now. It's impossible to me that she actually thinks the jury is buying this. Well, someone said I report. Here we go. I recorded my husband snoring and then he wakes up. I asked my wife to record me if she could when I'm sleeping, if I was snoring, because an ENT told me I had sleep apnea and I didn't believe it. But no, it's while forcing him to go to rehab. She is a raving loon. Yeah, it's oh, Johnny's getting his vindication here. He's getting his vindication here, and this is a well-crafted, but it's almost like it is Shaquille O'Neal stuffing a 8-year-old who's trying to do a layup at this point. You went on James Corden, and you have a picture after what you described as being the most savage abuse, with a split lip, and you're pulling a Taylor Swift like facial thing. Dog is under the chair touching me, and you're doing a facial motion, which would, whether or not it would reopen a split lip, it's not the thing you'd be doing with a split lip.
Sir, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Oh.
Yes, I did.
Seems like we know that name.
And you sent it to her
When?
on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Why? Why did you send it to her with no
So
message?
you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course.
Okay.
Didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
Why would it?
I could give you 5 reasons.
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his
It's,
pocket.
I
right,
like
Ms.
the
Hood?
fact
In this
that
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
Camille did not respond to that. Why would it? Because obviously, if you're in fear of the
You
monster,
also
you
showed this
you wouldn't do
jury
that.
pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please take a look at one of those. If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence.
Why would I be afraid of the Why would I be afraid of the monster? I mean, that's effectively what
Directing your
Amber just
attention,
said.
Ms. Heard, to a photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
This is going to be good.
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange.
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table.
that is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
Something's going to happen here.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine.
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
Answer the question, please.
There
So
are
this
4
is how he
lines of
left it.
cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm
Tell
asking
us.
if you do.
Tell us,
You've
Amber.
testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there
Doesn't
was
stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
A tampon
Depp is a
applicator.
pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there, back right.
Yes.
Camille
looks
knows
like
where she's
one of his
going.
hand rolls.
I'm not sure where she's going though.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see 1 cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
4
And you
neat
sent
lines.
this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
So the answer is no.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding
Yeah.
cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
Buying cocaine.
I don't know.
Well,
No
you haven't
videos.
shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
Ah!
But you were able to
That's
catch
a
him
no.
sleeping.
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
It's possible she was sending that text
And
to
you
her
also
friend saying, "This
captured
is
a
what I'm
video
doing
of Mr.
today."
Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
Beating up
Recall
some cabinets.
capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets.
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings from Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
Who?
That's incorrect.
Oh, it's her agents.
I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
Who
So it's just
released
a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
That's how you know she's lying. She wouldn't know how to release a video on the internet. You went one step too far, Amber. I wouldn't know how to publish a video
You
online.
settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8 exactly.
your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
You have to pay some
And then you
legal
released
fees,
a
I guess.
statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
Oh boy. What do you want? What are you doing? Okay, get out of here. Go. Oh my gosh. Unmitigated disaster.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the statement below.
Robert, how goes the battle? Are you
Is that
watching
the
this?
statement you released, Ms. Heard?
Just now.
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is some.
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I see the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Oh,
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
I object, but I didn't realize what I was looking at.
The statement reads,
Oh, Robert.
as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated.
Passive
This is
description.
over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't
7.
remember that last line, but I have no, it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
7 million will be donated.
Mr. Depp
Who's gonna
donated
donate it?
$100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution
So $100,000
to each
to the ACLU.
and to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if
She
he wanted to
doesn't
pay the
want
charity
him-
directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
She didn't
Ultimately, the
want
rest of
him
the $7
getting a
million
tax break.
divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped
she
Mr.
knows.
Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce as per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break. That if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it.
He would have to pay
a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
She's
See if we can
written down
recollect.
too many questions.
Could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260?
I mean, I get why, but I'm
Well,
not
this-
a fan of that. I outline topics. I never write down the questions
This is an
because
article
otherwise you
entitled
get
Amber
stuck
Heard
with
and
the
Johnny
script
Depp
and you
row
can't
over divorce
respond in live
donations.
time.
And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page. Her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the
Objection.
statement you released,
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
a spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
So the issue with the tax, someone asked, why is it relevant?
She's coming up with an excuse why she didn't actually make the donations that she pretended to make. She's got a plausible excuse. Her excuse is to attack Johnny instead. Johnny wanted to pay it in such a way that he got a big tax benefit. That wasn't our deal, so I had him pay me instead, and I would make the donations. The whether or not she had ultimately made the donations, I'm not sure where it's going. Problem here is the lawyer's got a point that she wants to make. Her jumped the gun and cut off where the questioning was going, and the lawyer keeps going with the question list. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, if she needed to adjust on the fly, you much better
released a
organized by
statement
topic.
Your Honor, may we approach again?
Okay.
Maybe approach it again, Your Honor. I have a
4:50.
third
I
objection.
I think they're going to end in a couple of minutes. I think they said they're going to end at 5 o'clock.
Oh, really?
I think so because they started at 9. Chat, it was 9 to 5, I think, under the new schedule.
Oh, there's a new schedule, so no longer
Yeah.
5:36.
Yeah, no, let's say it didn't start at 10 o'clock this morning. It started at 9. So that's had I known that,
so
I still
back
wouldn't
to
have been
9.
able to make it in time.
But I guess it's all been direct exam up until what, the last hour?
Yeah, hour and after the break, I think they came back at 3:40 to
Did she
start the
come out with a
process.
big bang and cross or no?
Oh, yeah, she came out and was like, you described this vicious abuse, pussing from the head, split lip, black eyes. Is this you on James Corden? They zoom in on her face. You said bruises on your back. You were looking to see if you had bruises. Is this your open back dress at the Don Rickles thing?
So she started strong.
Oh, yeah, no, she started very strong, and it's good. She had the zoom in on the pictures. You thought your nose was broken. Is this a picture of your face that day? Impeccable, immaculate face.
Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
No, that's all right. That's fine. Thank you.
Oh, they go to 5:30 today. Okay, good. But she had the end of her testimony in chief was just rubbish.
Your Honor, they gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
That's a fair objection, actually.
Oh man.
I assume it's cross-examination, so that's why some of these could be new exhibits.
Your
What
Honor,
do they
the
have?
witness can
Impeachment
testify
material?
as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do, we have the right to be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have the document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
Have they introduced this evidence, anything that had not been introduced yet?
I mean, yeah, they
Yet-
have. I mean, I'm
the
assuming that
pictures.
the reason why the Heard's counsel has not seen this is because they're considering it impeachment material. Otherwise, it'd be unfair surprise. Should have been turned over. I mean, I'm sure it was turned over in discovery, but should have been listed as an exhibit before trial. But you don't have to list your impeachment exhibits in most cases before trial, because the idea is it's your right of cross-examination and so forth.
Mhm.
So I get they're trying to catch her in something kind of. I think there's a little bit minutia at this point. I get part of the point is that part of the defamation was that she made statements about the $7 million that weren't true. But they already have their independent evidence of that one way or the other. I don't know if they're going to get more out of her.
Yeah, well, she started strong on the allegation of abuse. This, I don't know. It looks dirty.
And I get her point, but she could just make it and get out of it once Heard was going to have a prepared answer on this. I would have stuck to what she did well in the abuse. It sounded like is she stuck to sort of irrefutable facts. Is that your photo? Is this your photo?
Pictures like the day of. He said, "Oh, she got him on. Johnny always wears these rings, big clunky rings." And she's like,
Right.
"As far as I've known him, yes." So you say that he always wears them?
Have a
Yes.
copy of this?
Yeah, you can get a copy of that later today. Okay.
Right. Now he was hitting her with those big rings.
Yeah, and then she said it. So
Well, I
if you
understand. We'll take
when
care
he
of
hit
that,
you in the
but-
face repeatedly,
As of
so
right
wearing
now,
these rings.
Can we continue?
As far as I recall, yes. And then a picture of her face.
Who is it that got into the courtroom? Ian?
Oh yeah, Ian Runkle
Okay,
is.
come forward.
If you could see the guy with long silvery hair behind the lady in the green blouse in the back, just out of view now, gone. That's Ian
Yeah, I
Runkle.
saw.
And then she said that she got on Amber for having never gone to see a doctor in the entire time that she was with Johnny, not for a broken nose, not for dental work related to injury.
Right. And I assume those are just straightforward leading questions. You never did this, correct? You never went to a doctor for this.
And then she
correct?
said, I went during our relationship, no, but I went to an ENT after. And then she says, well, did you go for injury related? No, but he told me that I had a broken nose. Then she cut her off, moved to strike.
Right.
No, it's definitely. I mean, it's the absolute absence of any direct evidence of the damages she or the injury. But it started
has
off
she
when
been able to? It looks just. I've only looked at this part, but has she been able to get Amber to look, body language, emote very negative emotions?
I think so, but I'm not sure I would trust my opinion to be objective because I just think too ill of Amber at this point.
So directing your attention, Ms. Heard, where it says her spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that, go ahead.
Lay a
You released a
foundation.
statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that reads
She
starts
learned
at
from the
Amber Heard.
ongoing
That's the only thing
objections.
I'm gonna say.
This is why. Remember in
Please read that to
Jones'
yourself, Ms. Heard.
deposition, I couldn't do what's called speaking objections. Remember they went nuts on me. They're like, you can only object to the Texas
Yeah.
rules. It's so that
Speaking-
you don't educate the witness on what they should answer. And if you do an objection the right way, you basically tell the witness what the answer should be. You
read
probably
it
don't
to
know
the
what
very
this
bottom
is.
where
You can't
the
lay the
last was
foundation for
quoted.
this, can you? You have no idea where this came from.
Yes.
That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 12-1260 in evidence over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Busted.
That was a fair objection, actually.
Well, I mean, basically the same.
Reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues.
I just said she's fighting over irrelevant
However,
objection. Let her
if
say
Johnny
this.
wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser, and Patty Glazer,
Why is she
to
putting them
reduce
on
their
blast?
client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has
Doesn't
never
change the
previously
payment amount if
supported.
you get an additional tax benefit for it. It makes no difference on the payment amount whatsoever. It just further, in other words, you pay $7 million to charity,
yes,
and you pay, a little bit less to the government, but you're paying no less to the
After
charity.
this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
You know what? I
what
bet
you mean by that?
I bet she pays as little
You
tax
spoke about
as possible.
donating your divorce settlement on a Danish.
She
She's
admitted
too
that she
obsessed
wanted.
with the topic.
She admitted that she wanted to put
I
the
believe
payments
I
in
said I
tranches
had,
for tax reasons.
I believe
That
I said I
figures.
donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
She always has a
Please
contempt look on her
play
face.
Plaintiff's
So
Exhibit
funny.
346, which is a portion
Now,
of
right
your
now, this is
appearance on this program.
this is the I'm better than you look.
And we
The
would
chin
ask
up.
that it be moved into evidence and ask for
any
permission to
objection?
Your
publish
Honor,
it.
it contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly.
All
Yeah, we
right.
approach you, Your Honor.
The spite. They want him to pay. The charity gets $7 million, but if he
gets a tax benefit for it, that's outrageous. So he
Well-
needs to pay the maximum tax. So pay $14 million instead. I mean, again, it's a misleading. It shows how they're obsessed with the tax angle.
Yep.
My
No,
guess
she-
is Depp
she
was
said
not
it-
obsessed with it.
She said it when she was supposed to donate the full $7 million. She said, "Well, I was doing it over time because they were paying it to me over time, but it was also tax beneficial to do it in tranches and not $7 million at one shot, but rather 100,000, 300,000 a year."
Right, of course. That's it. That means her income's in a certain place.
Well, she said she got $1 million for Aquaman 1, $2 million for Aquaman 2, with the possibility of getting not royalties, but rather, a premium if it performed. And Robert, she said she admitted this in her own examination, that in the contract, she would get a bonus if the movie performed well. And lo and behold, the movie came out 3 days after her press release, her op-ed, the defamatory op-ed. So she publishes that December 18, 2018. And then Aquaman comes out December 21, 2018, where she stands to benefit the more money that movie makes. But she,
Isn't it amazing that, I mean, this is Hollywood, that you create drama in your personal life to improve your box office.
It's nuts. And her explanation, though, was she didn't write the op-ed.
I didn't
to
even
sell the
think
movie.
about that connection. That's really? Is that what she said?
No, she said, I published it at that time because I thought the movie would give more exposure to this issue, which is an important social issue.
Of course,
of
that
the
was
op-ed.
smart. Good flipping around. No, I did this to not promote the movie because the movie. I did this to promote attention to domestic violence. Of course,
I don't
you
know.
did.
Why?
To be
is
honest, though,
he-
then you would release that statement a week later, not before.
Oh, The dog has been a trooper. He has not peed. I'm going to have to take him outside sooner than later. That's right. Your breath smells terrible. Thank you.
How blind is the dog?
There's like milk all through the eye. So like if you could see shadows, it's possible, but he's effectively blind.
How is he adjusted to that?
It's amazing. Like blind from birth, and it got a little worse, and then it leveled off. He's fully
So
adapted.
if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way.
She's doing
when
the
you said
tour.
all this,
She's doing
and
a
then
press
there
tour
was a
on
divorce
this.
settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that
That's an unfortunate
twisted that
facial
whole
expression.
argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU
Was
and
donated.
Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry,
Like if she wanted to
ACLU
say that
is
she didn't
a
do any of this for
prominent,
money. I get it.
organization, nonprofit organization
Certainly
in the
doing
United
it for
States.
clout.
It's called the American
Right.
Civil Liberties Union, and they work
Yeah,
on
for money
behalf
that's
of
sideways.
marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
ACLU does
Well,
nothing
to
on
you,
domestic
because that's-
violence
that's
that I'm
something
aware
that
of.
I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
I wanted nothing.
But she hasn't given the money yet, Robert.
I know.
This interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was
If I-
after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
I get that. That's where she's hiding, but she
$7
should have
million
prepped on
divorce
this.
settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Wow.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
I would just ask a straightforward question here. At that point, had you paid $7 million to these two charities? Yes or no?
And the answer has to be no, because she's already basically said that she hasn't
This is
donated
the
all
deal
of it.
point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right?
And now the
Mr.
temptation would be say, then you were
Yes,
lying. Don't
that's what it
ask the
looks
follow-up
like.
question. Just point
If
out.
you go down to the bottom of
Mhm.
page 4, there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page
So it was denominated in equalization payment.
5,
Yeah, well, that's what I understood
And she
before. but-
hustled $7 million out of Johnny. $7 million.
so the
I-
first
I-
payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
Oh, now I understand something.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff.
She's going to point out that all the other checks are
Objection
written to her.
to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That.
Okay.
It's a actual, he literally testified to it in
All right,
court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll
It's an
overrule the
improper-
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you
I
were
mean,
here in
technically,
court
there's
when
better
Mr.
ways to
White
put that.
testified that
The
the
fact that he
payments were
testified
all
in court
made on
doesn't change
schedule,
whether or
right?
not its impact on her.
I
But-
don't believe they were. He might have
That's not
testified
my
to that.
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments
Because then
were
you're
made
testifying
on schedule.
memory recall.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October.
She's
of
more even keeled
2018.
than she
This
was last
before Mr.
when I
Depp
saw her.
sued you for
Yeah,
defamation,
Emotionally.
correct?
Emotionally.
Yes, that's correct.
You know what I
He
mean?
didn't
In
sue
a
you until after
even-
the op-ed came out in
Yeah,
December.
but
of
it's not a
2018,
hard line of
right?
questioning now, anyhow.
He
But
sued me in
it'll get there.
2019.
She'll crack.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So
Well, I
in
think it
October of
highlights
2018,
that
you
her
had
emotional
received your
state
entire
was
$7
off
million
when she
divorce
was
settlement.
lying about Johnny and
That-
Brett
Yep.
That is correct.
because it continues to look very different
hadn't
when
yet
she's
been sued by Mr.
testifying
Depp.
honestly.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was
Has been.
donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote. Right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing. end quote.
Pledged.
That is correct.
That's how
So
she's
you
going to try to
hadn't
play
donated
this.
your entire $7 million
Well, I pledged it.
settlement to charity.
It was like a Clinton Foundation deal.
Correct.
You pledged it. You don't have to give it yet.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
Yeah,
of the settlement, $7 million.
not my
to
pledged
charity,
it.
and I intend to
All that
fulfill
matters
those
is that I
obligations.
pledged it.
That's not my question. Please.
I may have already
What was
spent
the
it,
answer my question.
but I still pledged it.
Sitting here today,
That's a good point. Does
you
she even have
not
it?
donated
Does she even have
$7
it?
million donated.
Look at the lawyer in the
not
front
pledged,
nodding his head.
Donated.
I know he's funny. That guy.
$7
Wait,
million
he looks like some
divorce
actor.
settlement
You know, there's some tall, skinny British actor. He
I
looks
use
like.
pledge and donation synonymous.
Yeah, well,
with one
that's-
another.
that's-
They
But I
mean the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully.
That's how they're paid, honey.
That's not
It's
my
called
question.
pledging. You don't know about it. I do.
As of
I'm
today,
important. You're not.
you
bitch.
have not paid
And that's what she wants to say.
$3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today,
There you
you
go.
have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as
That has
of
to,
today,
oh, what a
Oh, that's
pathological
your other
liar.
excuse. Johnny sued me, and it
paid
totally tied up the money.
$7
I
million
so was
of
ready
your
to give it.
divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill
She's the
those,
other prettiest
those
person in the
obligations
courtroom.
yet.
Lawyer.
And that's because you did.
I mean, I
want
get
something.
she's doing the uber professional thing today, so
I
I,
didn't
get
want
that, but
anything and I didn't get anything.
I'd have
wanted
been
Mr.
recommending
Depp's
something
money.
different, to be honest with you.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny. That's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating. the
I
money.
never wanted
She's right.
anything with money.
That's incorrect.
You
wanted
didn't
good
want
press.
praise.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
That's the
You
like
wanted
an
to seem
honest answer right
See
there.
that look that she can't, like,
Wasn't
she
my
doesn't have a
interest. My interest
natural
is
smile during
in my
testifying.
name and clearing my name.
Always
And
a sneer.
at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star
I'm a
and
gold
had more
digger.
publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims.
I ain't saying
of
she a
domestic
gold digger,
violence
but she
against
ain't
Mr.
messing with
Depp,
no broke.
Right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You
Brokey
wanted
broke.
to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen.
They
you
are
wanted to be
believable.
seen, excuse me, as a
Well, that's
known
true.
domestic
They were
violence.
believable.
never-
It might not have been
never
true, but people
wanted to
believed
be
it,
seen
so they're
as a victim.
believable.
Nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
What a liar. Just
Mr.
can't
I
stop.
pledged
My
it.
questions.
You know that this was a mistake.
Your counsel will have time to
I
redirect
get why
you.
the lawyer thought, "Hey,
after.
we'll just call it pledged." Just
You
admit.
testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your
I
divorce
wasn't-
settlement was
Did they?
donated
They didn't get this out on direct, did they?
to charity.
No.
End
That was a
quote.
mistake.
That is correct. I
Or did
pledged
they?
the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike.
They should have got her to say.
They
Uh,
did get her to explain that it was supposed to be paid in tranches, and then Johnny sued her, so she didn't donate.
Okay.
Ms. Hurt,
I
this
did
is
it.
really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank
Let's move forward. Next question.
This is really inappropriate. I
Under
like her
oath,
tone,
that
though. Very
statement wasn't
feminine
true,
tone.
was it, Ms. Hurd?
This
Mhm.
shows like some
I'm
women
sorry, don't follow
lawyers
your
come
question.
across bad because of gender stereotypes.
You testified under oath.
But she's
quote,
doing very well,
the entirety
keeping
of
the
my
good
divorce
tone. Not
settlement was
you don't have to
donated
change your tone
charity,
because
end
you're
quote.
being aggressive.
That statement wasn't
behaving in a
true.
stereotypical
It
male
is
way.
true. I pledged the
Mhm.
entirety to charity.
I pledged all
statement-
of
When
it.
you say you buy a house,
didn't.
you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Hurd,
entire
Ms.
house
Hurd,
at one
respectfully.
time.
Bad analogy.
You pay it
I'm
over
not asking,
time.
Ms. Hurd.
Oh, a
Next
mortgage.
question, please.
It's kind of like a mortgage. That's what she did.
But
It's
isn't
kind of like a
true.
mortgage. You know, when
As
you
you
buy
said
the
here
house,
today, is it?
you know, you
It is
you
true.
kind of
I
more.
pledged
You know,
the
I pledged
entirety.
it.
But you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
Johnny
You didn't
sued me.
donate it. It's a yes
Johnny
or no.
I
sued
haven't
me.
been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no,
obligations.
right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the
How?
$7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
I disagree with your characterization.
She had a better excuse, which
Look
is I
at
was
your
going to do
sworn
it
testimony from the
350,000 a year, but
I'd have blamed it on some advisor. I pledged it. The advisor said I have to pay it longer out. I don't know why. Those crazy accountants, they always have weird rules.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
no, the better question is she might not have this money anymore. She might
Well,
have
yes,
spent
exactly. I mean, that's where you go. That's the best place to go. That's what a jury gets. Pledge,
Yeah,
not pledge.
do you have it? Do
Is,
you have it now?
Is the money sitting in a trust account or did it go for blow?
Mr.
Yep.
Vasquez, do you want me to
Did
close
you
the
spend it on
shades? Okay. Just-
some
there's this
alcohol?
light coming across. Then.
Yeah, $800 bottles of wine.
Probably
Let's see.
good light. Thank you, Your
She
Honor.
looked-
All right.
momentarily got to look like an angel. The lights came in right on her. What kind of court? They must have like some big windows in that courtroom. I'm not used to courtrooms with windows outside of state. Well, this is state court. Federal court. There's no light that comes in.
I found out exactly who the lawyer in the front
Your
looks
third
like.
witness
I've
statement
got
that
it.
you submitted in the UK
Yeah, he looks
action, right,
exactly
Ms.
like
Heard?
that British actor.
And the statement was made under oath. True?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement.
That's a good point. Equivocating.
That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Sorry, I could take that chat down. 7
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else.
Ah,
Isn't that right?
here you're gonna get the ultimate kick in the
I
groin.
don't know what you mean by most of.
Oh, she's gonna
Well,
lose it
at
now.
least $500,000 that was donated to the
From
ACLU
Elon
in
Musk.
your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the
In
years.
my honor.
And it didn't come out of your
You know why
$7
she
million
put it that way?
divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
Yeah, I think it
And
will if you're coming up
$500,000
500
that
short.
was donated to the Children's
Oh.
Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5
my pledge.
obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
Do you see what details
You got
she
him to
picked up
pay
on there?
part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce
Here we
settlement
go.
for
Got
yourself,
$50
right?
super chat
Very
pledge,
wrong about
Robert.
I think this, if Your Honor.
Pledge,
signs
that's
it,
good.
this
That
a
is
good
good. I
sign.
like
Great
that.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know these
right.
days are a little longer.
She started
I
slow,
appreciate
but
your
I thought
patience-
she finished
patience
better
and
and
your-
crossed.
your,
I don't
taking
think,
care of everything here.
as
Please
far
take
as
care of
what
yourself
I saw,
tonight,
that
okay?
she
We'll see you in the morning at
her
9 a.m.
emotionally broke at all.
It's the thing. If they had another 3 hours, you need
Can
to get
you
somebody.
rewind it to the very beginning of the cross?
Oh yeah. So hold on. Let's see. Oh wait, no, I got to do that on the this part. Okay, so now go here.
Yep.
Hold on. Let's just make sure nothing happens before we. Let's just see if she's gonna freak out if Johnny approaches
She's
the.
got the defensive posture there. See that? The way she's holding her hands,
Looking at the judge.
And again,
rather
Mr.
than
Richards,
by
you're
her
still,
side.
on the witness stand. Please
What do
do
they
not
call
discuss
that? The
your
body
testimony
language
with
behavior
your
panel. They
attorneys,
got
okay?
a phrase for what
All
she's
right,
doing
9
right
o'clock
now.
tomorrow then?
Not a joke. Protecting genitals, and it's not a
Yeah.
joke when they have the hands
It's
over
a
their groin.
protective defensive posture, especially there as opposed to the stomach, as opposed to by the side. I'll wait to sleep out here before Johnny attacks me. Thank you.
I mean, that's okay.
He always does that routine.
And we got maybe Runkle will be able to pop in here. There's Runkle. There's a boy right in the back. Runkle,
So would he just happen to be in the neighborhood down there?
He said he was in there for a shooting competition, and
that figures.
decided. Here. Let's go to some.
It's,
good
correct.
stuff. Let's go to
I
the
assume you have
replay.
it?
I do.
Yeah, I'd like to see like the very
Let's
beginning.
please pull up plaintiff's
the
exhibit
crime.
Yeah, so
1256.
there was a lot of there's a lot of discussion. That's Ian Runkle right
Hey,
there.
looks respectable.
Cut that hair, you hippie.
Told the world that he's a victim of domestic.
Here we go. Let's see how it started right here.
And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Jeez Louise, come on, just get to the beginning here because she started off with a good question. Okay. Just going to let it play. And then Robert, are you going to be around tomorrow for this?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Oh, well, for part of it, I got a court thing in the early afternoon.
You've got one of them still practicing law practices.
Yeah.
I've been sitting in front of the computer 7 hours and 50 minutes now. But
Wow.
I broke for P.
So there
once.
wasn't much cross, basically.
No, the cross started just this afternoon. Okay, how do I go forward here? We're at
that. I wonder if that was intentional. They wanted to force her up rather than wait for prep for another thing.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So they're starting the jury. Okay, jury comes in.
She makes lots of eye contact with the jury.
Yeah. Well, wait until actually, it's funny you should mention it. Here with the first question in cross. She's toast. It's not a question of bias. I'm not biased. Amber is toast in this.
Well, if you're the cross-examination lawyer, this makes or breaks your career. What you're about to do.
Cross-examination?
So if you get the right jury outcome, you'll be fine anyway. But everybody's watching this.
Yep. So first question, Robert. Here it is. She looks very young, Camille.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He's guilty.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209.
How do I
ask
skip
that it be admitted
30
into
seconds?
evidence?
Any objection to 1229?
See if I can do this.
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety.
Someone says I
just
pledge to be here tomorrow.
And just so everybody knows, Ingsoc is coming back with different Ingsocs accounts every time. I blocked at least 25 today.
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just
I
went
just wanted to touch you.
through. Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking
Yes,
accused me of?
yes,
You wanna
please,
touch me?
please stop. Please
That's
stop.
probably true at an emotional level. Someone that's got the mental issues that she has it's the desperation for affirmation that can never be satisfied that leads them to behave in the controlling, abusive, deceptive behavior they do.
Mhm.
So at that moment, like that desperation you hear in her voice is probably legit. And Johnny's only problem is he's treating her as normal. And you just have to be like, nope, insane person.
What movie is this reminding
I'll
me?
be right back.
We won't even make you. Don't take my fucking glasses.
So this was one of the first cross questions.
My fucking eyes. You will not see my eyes again.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel.
They also might be
As well.
worried about the jury
After you
misreading
publicly
why
accused
he's
him of domestic
not looking
abuse.
at her.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
got
fair
my tear
point
up.
too.
And he tells you, you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
All right, so we'll
yes,
skip
he
to
does
some
not.
of these.
That is correct.
And you went to
The barrage,
All-Star
the
comedy tribute to
one of my
John
cross
Rickles.
examinations was
Correct.
described as a rat-a-tat
The
tat
next
gun
night
style.
after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
She went to
And there were
this.
pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252.
This is after she gets to talk about the big rings and the repeated striking, and then she's off at an event the
This is
day
a picture
later.
of you, Miss Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event.
Yes, it is.
The night after the Met Gala.
Yes, it is.
The night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
Underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Right.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
That was a mistake if they never introduced any of these on direct. They just have to deal with that.
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253.
Now let's go to the another one that's going to be more interesting. Here we got this one.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in
And
the
the
face.
makeup was so
night
amazing.
after,
Look at
right?
that. Look at that makeup.
Yes,
I'm an
yes. I
amazing
believe it
makeup
was the
artist.
night after, yes.
I hit all the scars, the beatings, the bruises,
It's
broken,
this doesn't
even the
appear to be
broken
injured in any
bones.
of these
Makeup
pictures,
can
right,
hide
Miss
broken
Heard?
bones, but they can't hide a
Only
broken
makeup.
heart.
Yeah, and
Your
then
nose
this
doesn't
this
appear
is
to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Miss Heard?
this one
That's why I'm
here.
wearing makeup.
So I'm
And
wearing
makeup
makeup.
covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
I
Ice
swear.
will cover up swelling.
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling
Okay, I
after
meant
that kind of
reduce.
injury is not as bad as you might imagine. And for me,
Outlandish.
See
where
that
is
right
it?
there?
bad.
Like she has that
I
natural
have a picture
scowl.
of it
See that?
underneath the makeup.
It's a
That's
very
I think-
unfavorable look.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury.
Here we
right, Miss
go.
Heard?
I produced everything.
Okay, here, Robert.
Right,
This is
sir?
the good one too. And then
They
I
look
might
like
have to.
freeze frames,
Okay, here.
like screen grabs.
This is when she said she had a
Not
split lip
the-
from another one of the
photo
incidents.
shoot, it doesn't seem
But on the James Corden show, correct?
from that appearance. Yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right, and Ms. Bernhardt, you could move the microphone and turn it on for
Her
you.
lawyer should have
Judy and I are
admitted all
having
this
trouble
and
hearing
just
you.
dealt with it up
Sorry.
front, not
Thank
let
you.
it
All
be
right,
used
98
like
in
this on
evidence.
cross.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, and this was after this was after
That's a
the
photo
most
of you
egregious of
opening your
the
mouth
alleged
to the right,
abuse.
Right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup.
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way.
I sure
sure
did.
did.
In those
You just don't
photographs.
happen to see it.
Absolutely.
Makeup did it.
So someone in the chat said, "Who are you going to believe, me or your eyes?"
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
My
Robert-
eyes or your eyes?
Oh, but I got to take the headphones off. These things are killing me. Oh, and by the way, in the chat, what are the best headphones to get? Not Dre Beats, but like I remember Sennheiser once upon a time were good. I don't want Bluetooth and I don't want noise canceling.
We got AKG, but it worked nice. But I have no idea who got them for me.
AKG.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
think they're Alex
Google it tonight.
Jones's.
So, Robert, what were you up to today? Someone said you were at a. Well, I think they might have been joking. Are you in Waco?
No, I'm still in Vegas. I got to do a conference here in about half an hour. Then I have a moot court prep. What it is the Waco hearing is virtual, so it's by oral argument tomorrow afternoon. And that's what a lot of prep time is being spent on. But I had a couple other client matters come up today.
Okay.
But
Excellent.
it sounds like but I was going to only hop on for the cross anyway. It sounds like now we're into full cross mode.
Yeah, no, and you missed nothing. But I mean, other than just a terrible examination in chief, 3 days in evidence, and now she's still saying under cross, I had other pictures that I couldn't get in. It's not my job. My lawyers didn't get them in. It's not gonna go well. Okay, and not because I want to duck out, but I need to duck out and walk the dogs, which I hope they haven't pooped in the house. Speaking of dog poop in the house, Robert, I'll set it up for tomorrow. And I'll send you the links. Come when you can, and people will be continuing tomorrow.
Sounds good.
All right, Robert. I'll talk to you soon. Everyone in the chat, see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go create the link now after I walk some dogs, exercise, tend to the kids, and tag team parents. Okay, peeps, go. See you tomorrow. Peace out.